The Bank, written by Bentley Little. Read for you by John Perhala. Prologue, 1932. Theo sat next to his dad on a hard seat in the bank president's office. He had never been inside the bank before, and surroundings were intimidating. The walls of the high-ceilinged room were paneled in dark, expensive-looking wood, and the space was larger than their entire house. The president's desk before them seemed the size of a small boat, and the man himself was big and fat, and didn't look as though he'd ever had a hungry day in his life. The president gave a cursory glance to the papers Theo's dad had given him, then dropped them on top of his desk, as though he found their touch greasy and unappealing.
"I'm not sure what you want me to do here, Mr. Giannopoulos. My loan officer thoroughly examined your case and provided you with the reasons why he didn't think it feasible for our bank to lend you the money you requested."
He spread out his hands expansively.
"I'm not sure what you expect me to do here."
"Overturn his decision." Theo's dad leaned forward in his chair. "This is a good idea, Mr. Jones."
"Times are tough, Mr. Giannopoulos, as I'm sure you know. The bank is not in a position to take irresponsible risks."
Theo could hear the frustration in his dad's voice. "This is hardly irresponsible, and it's barely even a risk. Yes, times are tough, but that's exactly why this sort of business has such potential. The location I've chosen is down the block from the movie palace, on the same side of the street as the First Baptist Church, the biggest church in town. People will be walking by the restaurant constantly. And, as I explained in my interview with Mr. Thompson, I plan to leave the front of the restaurant open. No wall like a grocer's. That's the way they do it in Europe. Although they have tables on the sidewalk. They call them cafes."
"As I indicated, there's really nothing I can do here. If I start overruling the determinations of my staff, they'll lose confidence in their ability to make decisions, and our entire system will cease to work. I have to trust my employees to do their jobs, a sentiment I'm sure you can understand, since if you've had your own business, you would have to trust and believe in your employees as well."
"But this is a good investment."
"Be that as it may."
His dad took a deep breath. "I understand that you might not believe in this idea, but if I could just show you."
"Oh, we believe in the idea, Mr. Giannopoulos." The president leaned forward. "We don't believe in you."
His dad was taken aback. "What?"
"That name, Giannopoulos, what is it? Greek? People aren't going to want to buy food from a Greek, not in this town. We want real food here, American food. Now, while the bank could not support an establishment that had tables on the sidewalk, which would impede pedestrian traffic, your idea of a restaurant with an open front is intriguing. And if the right man came along, we might see fit to invest." Theo tuned out the president. Next to him, his dad had slumped in his chair, and when Theo hazarded a glance in that direction, he saw a look of humiliated defeat on his father's reddening face. He wished his dad would jump up and punch that fat banker right in the nose, but his father was not that kind of man. And such an action would only get them kicked out of the bank, possibly arrested. As he'd learned already, even at age 8, rich people had power, and poor people didn't. And if you didn't stay in your place, there would be trouble. So his dad had to sit there and take it, and afterward he shook the bank president's hand, thanked him for his time, took back his papers, and he and Theo left the office. They walked, defeated, through the lobby toward the front door,
Were the tellers smiling? Were people laughing at them behind their backs? It sure felt like it, and Theo wished that someone would rob the bank and take all of its money. His dad must have misinterpreted his anger as disappointment. He put an arm around Theo's shoulder. "It's all right, son. We'll be fine. Maybe not as rich as we could have been, but we'll be fine." He wanted Theo to believe that. He wanted to believe it. But Theo sensed a change in his father, a retreat from hope, a withdrawal into himself. It was a difference that showed in his voice, even in his walk, and Theo was afraid that change in his dad would be permanent, a fear that was to prove not unfounded. They walked out of the double doors onto the sidewalk. When he grew up, Theo vowed nothing like this would ever happen to him. He would make sure of it. Part 1. Dennis Whitaker, the Montgomery High School principal, a thin, stressed-looking man in an unfashionable brown suit, frowned as he looked from Kyle to Anita. "I don't know what we're going to do about your boy." Kyle glanced at Nick, sitting between them and staring at his shoes. "If you'd tell us what he's done," Anita said crisply, "it might help." The principal picked up a stapled sheaf of papers from his desk, leaning forward and handing it to her. "This is your son's play," he said. "Just look at the title." Kyle leaned over to see the cover sheet. "I'm Taking a Shit" by Nicholas Decker. The play consists of a young man sitting upon a toilet for an hour and a half, staring at the audience, repeating the title over and over again. Kyle took the pages from his wife and flipped through them. Sure enough, the directions and dialogue on every page were the same. Kenny, grunting. I'm taking a shit. I'm taking a shit." "You know we can't have this in our school. I don't care how avant-garde Nick thinks he is. This is just not proper subject matter for Montgomery High." "Mrs. Nelson said we could write whatever we wanted." The principal fixed the boy with a stare that brooked no argument. "This is not what she meant, and you know it, young man." "We'll take care of this," Kyle said, standing. "Thank you for bringing it to our attention." Whitaker sighed. "I'm afraid it's not as easy as that. With the graffiti on the gym last week and the paper doing that series on cyberbullying, the board's under a lot of pressure to crack down on troublemakers. And if they're under pressure, I'm under pressure. I can't afford to be lenient here. We're talking a minimum 2-day suspension." "For writing a play?" Anita said. "For writing that play, yes." Kyle tried to calm the waters. Knowing Anita, this could escalate quickly. "Couldn't you just call it probation and let him stay? It's honestly more of a punishment to keep him in school than to let him stay home." "I'm sorry." "Let me get this straight," Anita said. "My son is being suspended from school for completing an assignment in a way that you do not like, while students who did not complete the assignment at all face 0 punishment. Those students will receive failing grades, and it has nothing to do with what I like. Nick here used profanity." "So what sort of grade will Nick be receiving? Or is he to be punished twice by being suspended and receiving a failing grade?" "That will be up to the teacher." Anita stood, and Kyle and Nick followed suit. "This is a slap-on-the-wrist offense, Dennis, and you know it. Drinking at school, taking drugs, stealing, fighting, those are suspension crimes. Using a bad word? Slap on the wrist, Dennis. Slap on the wrist." Nick seemed surprised to hear his mother address the principal by his first name, and Kyle realized that his son was probably not aware of the fact that the two of them had dated back in high school. In a small town, the past was never past. Without another word, Anita marched out of the principal's office, Kyle and Nick following. The three of them walked past the counselor's doors and past the attendance desk into the school's main hallway. "Get what you need out of your locker," Kyle told his son. "We'll wait here." Nick hurried away, stopping before a bank of lockers halfway down the corridor. "Dennis," Kyle shook his head. "Did you notice how he said upon a toilet instead of on?" She nodded, smiling despite her annoyance. "Still trying to impress you." She hit his shoulder. "Knock it off." He watched Nick open his locker and take out a book, putting it in his backpack. He lowered his voice. "I know we need to take this seriously. Be sober, concerned parents and all, but taking a shit?" Kyle chuckled. "That was pretty damn funny." "It was hard not to laugh," Anita admitted, smiling. Nick had slung the backpack over his shoulder and was already returning. "Okay, so you need to take him home," Kyle told Anita as he approached. "I have to get back to the store." "I have to go back to work, too." "I know, but Gary's out today. There's just me, and I'm already half an hour late opening. These days, I need all the customers I can get. Someone stops by and sees that the store's closed, they're likely to go online, or—" Anita nodded. "I get it. I'll take Nick." "Take me where?" he asked, walking up. "Home," Anita said sternly, "where you will remain and do your schoolwork." Nick nodded. "So how long's my suspension?" He said it's a minimum 2-day suspension, but he didn't give a maximum, and kind of left it open, it seemed like. "Shit," Anita said. "Wait here." And she strode back into the principal's office. Neither Kyle nor Nick commented on the fact that she had just uttered the same curse that had gotten Nick suspended, and a moment later she emerged into the hallway. 2 days. Kyle nodded. 2 days. They walked outside, where he pinched Nick's shoulder and gave Anita a peck on the cheek. "See you guys at home." He headed across the faculty parking lot to where he'd pulled his Ram truck in between 2 teachers' cars, and Anita and Nick made their way toward the field, where Anita had parked her Kia in the visitor's lot. 2. On his way downtown, Kyle had allowed himself the fantasy that when he got to the shop, there would be 2 or 3 people waiting patiently in line for it to open. But of course the sidewalk was empty, and behind the name, Brave New World, painted on the front window, the bookstore was dark. He pulled around the alley and back, his oversized pickup taking up 2 of the 3 spaces behind the building. Entering through the rear door, he switched on the lights as he walked in. From the safe beneath the bottom shelf of the small storage space, next to the bathroom, he counted out money for the register before going up to the front of the store, unlocking the glass door and flipping the sign from closed to open. He popped a Mozart CD into the player behind the counter, and music issued from the speakers he'd mounted in the corners of the room. What he hadn't told Anita was that Gary was out today because he was interviewing for another job at the Costco in Serena. Gary was not stupid. He knew that the store was struggling, and he knew that it might be only a matter of time before Kyle had to let him go. Serena was 40 miles away, but the starting salary at Costco was more than Gary was making now after 5 years, and the benefits were far beyond anything Kyle could offer, which was why Kyle had given Gary his blessing. Bookstores had been dying on the vine since the advent of Amazon, and while independent and used bookstores had hung on a bit longer than most of the chains, they were falling by the wayside as well. For a while, Harry Potter, Twilight, and other blockbuster young adult books that appealed to all ages had guaranteed at least minimum foot traffic, and children's books had been consistent sellers no matter what the state of the economy. But phones and their game apps continued to significantly chip away at people's reading time, and Brave New World was having a difficult go of it, especially since the junior college bookstore had expanded its inventory to include not only textbooks, but general fiction and nonfiction. Some of the surviving chains now included Starbucks, or Starbucks-like cafes in their stores, trying to encourage patrons to hang out and, hopefully, buy more. And in his most ambitious moments, Kyle had considered doing such a thing himself. His shop was adjacent to a narrow, empty retail space that could easily be converted into a coffee bar bakery with a Wi-Fi hotspot. But, unless he won the lottery or received an inheritance from an unknown rich relative, there was no way he could afford to buy, rent, or renovate anything. And even if he did, there was no guarantee it would work out. He could end up even more deeply in debt. Thank God Anita had a traditional job with an assured income. They couldn't really survive on her salary, but if he could continue to limp along the way he had been, they should be able to get by. And, who could tell, maybe eventually things would turn around. Although that seemed less and less likely by the day. Kyle sat behind the counter and switched on his computer to check his emails, spam mostly, ads from publishers for upcoming releases, offers from distributors that he would like to be able to take advantage of, but could not afford. The bell above the door jingled, and he looked up expectantly, hoping to see a customer, but it was just the mailman. "Kind of early today, aren't you, Gil?" "Doing the route backward. Thought I'd mix things up a bit." The mailman handed Kyle a stack of envelopes and catalogs held together with a rubber band. "How's business?" "Slow." "Downtown ain't what it used to be," Gil agreed. "Hell, the postal service ain't what it used to be. Thank God for junk mail, or I'd be out of a job." He nodded as he opened the door and stepped back onto the sidewalk. "See you tomorrow." Kyle waved goodbye and watched through the front window as the mailman continued up the street. Sorting through the envelopes in his hand, he came across an official-looking one from the bank and tore it open, frowning. According to the statement inside, he had not made last month's mortgage payment on the store, and now owed the payment amount plus a $100 late charge. He specifically remembered writing that check. Now he was going to have to spend half the day on the phone trying to get this mess straightened out. "Morons," he said aloud, as his first customer of the day walked into the store. "You talking about the government?" Durrell Meadows grinned as he approached the counter. Durrell had been one of his very first customers when he opened Brave New World, special ordering a copy of The Anarchist's Cookbook. He and Kyle saw eye to eye on almost nothing, but theirs was a friendly, almost playful opposition, and Durrell had turned out to be one of the store's most loyal customers, continuing to order self-published right-wing conspiracy books, as well as, incongruously, romance novels. "For my wife," he always said, although Kyle suspected that was not the case. Kyle sighed. "No, not the government. The bank." Durrell shrugged, still grinning. "Same difference." "They say I didn't make my mortgage payment." "And you did." Kyle nodded. "Now you have to call India to get it all untangled." "Probably." "Well, have fun with that." Laughing, Durrell headed over to the stand of new releases, facing the front window. He scanned the titles but obviously found nothing there to interest him. Motioning toward the alcove at the left rear corner of the store, he said, "Looks like you're expanding your used section." Kyle nodded. "I've been getting a lot of trade-ins lately. Mystery and romance readers go through books quickly. People like you, my wife. That's what I was going to say. People like your wife speed through books. Makes sense to offer them a place where they can trade old books in for ones they haven't read yet. Or they could trade with each other and skip the middleman." Kyle nodded sagely. "Sure, they could do that, if they don't believe in the free market and want to live in some hippie communist world where no one owns anything and no one needs money and everyone just shares what they have, man. Durrell chuckled. You got me. I haven't had time to put them on the shelf yet. But you might take a look in that box on the floor. Renee Wallace brought them in, and there's quite a few Nora Roberts in there. Maybe there's something Delia hasn't read yet.
Maybe so,
Durrell said, walking back toward the corner.
Thanks.
Kyle picked up the mortgage statement from the bank, found the toll-free customer service number below the bank's corporate address in the upper left corner. If you need any help, let me know, he called out to Durrell.
Will do.
Prepared for a long wait, he picked up his phone and called the bank. 3. Driving Nick home, Anita passed by not only the optometrist's office, where she worked, but also the nursery, where Stephen was visible behind the chain-link fence, watering a table of perennials. She tried not to let her expression change, maintaining her focus on the road ahead, though her face felt hot, and she could sense a sudden increase in her pulse rate. They were scheduled to meet today at lunch, not at the nursery this time, but at his place. She was not sure that was such a good idea. They'd been spending a lot of lunches together, and everything so far had been leading in one direction. But flirting was different than what came after flirting, and maybe it would be smarter for her to use Nick's suspension as an excuse to cancel. She could back away from the precipice, get things back on a friendship footing. But was that what she really wanted? She thought of the way it had felt last week when he had taken her hand in his thumb gently rubbing the knuckles on her. "Mom! Pay attention!" Anita slammed on her brakes, barely avoiding hitting the car in front of her, which, for some reason, had come to a stop in the middle of the street. "Were you daydreaming? It's like you didn't even see that guy stop." "I'm all right," she said. "I was just distracted for a moment." A skinny, boyish woman threw open the passenger door of the car and bolted out, running toward the Shell station. The car swerved to the right, across the other lane, following her. "What's that about?" Nick wondered. "None of our business." Nick looked out of his window behind them as they moved forward again. "You think she was kidnapped and trying to escape?" "No. But maybe you should put that imagination to use and write about something like that next time, instead of what you did." They drove the rest of the way home in silence. When they arrived, Anita quickly unlocked and opened the front door before stepping aside. "I'm already late for work. Close and lock the door behind you, and stay here. I don't want you leaving the house." "I thought it was a slap on the wrist offense." "It is. But you're still suspended, buddy. And if that little stunt showed anything, it showed poor judgment. Did you really think that was an acceptable thing to turn in as your writing assignment? To Mrs. Nelson? At Montgomery High?" "No," he admitted. "All right, then." "But I can go on the internet, right? Or watch TV?" "After you get your homework done." He grinned. "I only went to first period, so I only have one assignment." "Then you email your teachers and get your work for the next 2 days. This isn't a vacation." She glanced at her watch. "I need to go, but I'm checking up on you. I'm calling the house phone, randomly, throughout the day. And if you're not there to answer it, what if I'm in the bathroom?" "You heard me." Nick laughed. "Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere." Anita did the "I'm watching you" hand gesture, using 2 fingers to point at her eyes, then 1 to point at Nick, before getting back into the car and making a U-turn in the street. He was a good kid, and she trusted him. But, as this incident showed, he was a bit of a smartass, and a little too full of himself for his own good. She was hoping that this would be one of those rare days when Dr. Wilson was late to the office, but no such luck. Immediately after pulling in, she saw the optometrist's Mercedes parked in the small lot on the side of the building. Parking next to it, she quickly got out, grabbed her purse, and hurried through the side door, where Dr. Wilson, striding down the short hallway, turned to see her walking in. "Sorry," she apologized. "Family emergency." The optometrist was frowning, but as that was his natural expression, she wasn't sure if he had any reaction at all to her excuse. She chose to believe he did not, and made her way to the front counter, stashing her purse beneath the desk. The office had only been open for a half hour, and as yet there were no patients, but the optometrist was strict about employees showing up on time, and she mentally kicked herself for not calling in to explain that she was going to be late. It would have made her seem less flaky. Dr. Wilson hated flakes. The optometrist had already gone back into his personal office and closed the door, and Anita waved hello to Jen, the other assistant, who was rearranging a display of designer frames. "You're late," Jen said, walking over. "That's a first." "Happens to the best of us." "What was it?" "Nick got suspended." "Really?" The other assistant dropped her voice. "Was it drugs? My nephew Tommy got caught with marijuana a couple of years ago. Never recovered. He's still a screw-up." Anita shook her head. "No, nothing like that. The principal called us in because Nick wrote a play with the word shit in it." "That's all? Well, shit." They both laughed. The buzzer rang as the front door opened and a patient walked in. After that, there was a mini rush, and all three of them were suddenly busy as 2 new patients came in for eye exams, and 3 older patients either ordered or picked up glasses. Everyone was gone by 11, and with the office empty and no appointments until 1:15, Dr. Wilson told Anita and Jen they could take an early lunch. The 2 of them paused outside the office. "Are you going over to the nursery?" Jen asked carefully. "Why?" Anita responded, suddenly defensive. "No, sorry. No reason." Was it that obvious? The situation with Stephen was clearly spiraling out of control. She needed to nip this in the bud, to use a gardening term, to stop things before they went any further and did some real damage. The best idea would be to stand Stephen up, not show, and not tell him, and let him figure things out from there. Standing him up would only make him more interested. She knew that. Was that why she was doing it? She thought of his hands touching hers, the way it felt when he stood next to her. "No, I have no plans," Anita told Jen. "Want to grab some lunch?" "I'll get my purse." Anita walked outside and waited next to the door, staring numbly out at the 3 cars in the small parking lot. What was wrong with her? She had a good life, a nice family. Was she so self-destructive that she just had to sabotage things when they were going well? It's what her parents had said when she'd dropped out of ASU her sophomore year, and she was beginning to think that maybe they were right. Wasn't Nick doing exactly the same thing with his taking a shit play? Maybe it ran in the family. Kyle was the stable one, the rock, and he didn't deserve any of this. He was a good father, a good husband, and deep down she loved him. The last thing she wanted to do was hurt him. So why was she allowing this to happen? Jen opened the back door and emerged outside. "Ready to go?" Taking Jen's car, they drove over to Juan Wang's, the new Asian fusion fast food joint that had opened up in what had previously been the Lotta Burger. The tables were all outside, but it was a nice day, and they had the place to themselves. After ordering, they waited until their names were called, and then carried their trays from the pickup window to their table. Anita unwrapped a straw and stuck it through the hole in the top of her cup of iced green tea. "So, what's going on with your loan?" she asked. "Find out if you qualify yet?" Jen sighed. "We actually don't, but with my parents co-signing, maybe." She took a bite of egg roll burrito. "Do you realize how humiliating it is to be 35 years old and still have to have your parents vouch for you? My 20-year high school reunion's coming up in 3 years. You'd think I'd be enough of an adult by now to be able to buy a house with my husband. But no. What's your credit score? Pretty good. Both of us are responsible, always pay on time. It's the income. We don't make enough, even together, for the bank to think we can handle the payments on a house. Trailer? Yes. House? No. What are you going to do if they turn you down? Jen shook her head. Lane thinks we should try one of those online lenders, but I don't know. I've heard a lot of sketchy things about those places. I read the other day about one company that went under and sold all its debts to another lender who demanded immediate full payment from everyone who'd taken out loans. Anita nodded. It's the Wild West out there on the internet, and I'm not sure how well regulated some of those companies are. I think you're much safer with a real bank. Me too, but it all depends on whether we're accepted or not. Jen held up her egg roll burrito. This thing is really good. I didn't think I was going to like it, but it's amazing. Anita speared a Fiesta wonton with her fork. Mine's good too. I should probably go back to bringing my own lunch to work, though. Try to save a few bucks, Jen sighed. Then maybe I wouldn't have to keep relying on my parents.
4. 17 years old, and he still didn't like staying in the house by himself. The minute his mom drove off, Nick turned on the TV in the living room and the light in the hallway, needing to hear some noise and wanting to make sure there were no parts of the house that were dark, even though it was mid-morning on a particularly bright day. Such fears were childish, he knew, but he couldn't help how he felt. He wondered if things would change once he became an adult. But the truth was, he didn't really see that happening. He'd be 18 in less than a year, and it was hard to imagine any radical changes in personality taking place in that time. He wasn't exactly sure why he still got scared being home alone. The house wasn't that old. It wasn't as if they lived in some historic mansion where a rich madman had murdered his wife in the 1800s. Theirs was just a regular home, on a regular street, with a bunch of others that looked just like it. But he'd always had a vivid imagination, one that had inevitably turned toward darkness. As a little kid, he remembered seeing a movie on television about an escaped lunatic who lived between the walls of an ordinary family's home, and for years afterward, every stray noise Nick heard in the house made him think that someone was hiding in the walls, or the attic, or the crawl space. His phone buzzed, and Nick picked it up to see a text from a number he did not recognize. It was some bank offering him his own credit card. That was weird. He automatically deleted the text. It was probably just some scam. How could he be eligible for a credit card? He didn't even have a job. Someone was just fishing for personal information to use in order to create a fake account or get a credit card. Maybe he was eligible. The idea appealed to him. Last summer he'd wanted to upgrade his phone and had asked his dad for a loan, only to be told that the embarrassing antique he carted around was perfectly fine. If he'd had his own credit card, he could have charged it. His phone buzzed again, but there was no text this time, no call. Apparently the phone was ringing for no reason. Was he being hacked? Suddenly filled with panic, he flipped his phone over, pulled off the cover, slid open the back, and yanked out the battery. He had no idea how sophisticated hacking operations were these days, but since phones could be tracked even when they were turned off, it made sense that they could be hacked that way too. The one thing in his favor was the fact that he almost never put correct personal information about himself online. His Google account was connected to a fake name with a fake address. For anything requiring a birth date, he typed in random numbers. Although, the phone bill was paid by his dad, so it was probably linked to a credit card. Should he call his father and let him know? If he did, his dad would just give him a lecture about allowing himself to be hacked. Besides, there was no guarantee that that was what was going on.
Maybe it would be better if he just waited to see what happened. He decided to keep the battery out of the phone for the rest of the day and then put it back in before his parents came home. Leaving everything where it was, Nick walked into the kitchen and got a water bottle out of the refrigerator. Twisting off the top, he took a long drink as he looked back out at the backyard through the window over the sink. If it wasn't a hack, what could have made his phone ring like that? He wondered. Was there something wrong with the device itself? Some sort of technical glitch? Maybe it was a ghost. The idea was absurd, and he knew it was absurd, but once in his mind, the notion was impossible to shake. He glanced back at the doorway. He was suddenly afraid to go into the living room and even look at his phone, certain for some reason that he would see something on the no longer dead screen. A picture, the face of a little boy, an overly serious little boy with obsidian black hair and hard, piercing eyes, looking out at him. This, Nick understood, was one reason he continued to scare himself, even though he was almost an adult. The specificity of his fears. He was never afraid he was going to see some generic ghost or amorphous blob. It was always an old lady with no teeth hiding in the closet, or a gibbering monkey-faced man crawling down the hallway, or an overly serious little boy peeking out at him through his phone. He had no idea where these ideas came from or why they occurred to him, but from the second his brain conjured such an image, he was consumed with nothing else until he could prove to himself that it was not real. Forcing himself to be brave, steeling himself for whatever he might see, Nick returned to the living room and picked up his phone. Nothing. A black screen. Relief flooded through him, and he put the battery back in, turning on the phone. Reassured that he saw nothing unusual on the screen as it came to life. He probably had a touch of OCD, since the stress and worry he'd felt disappeared as quickly as it had come, replaced by a sense of calm. The phone rang, and he jumped, nearly dropping it. Before he could yank out the battery again, his first reaction, he saw from the number that the call was from his friend, Victor. A glance at the time told him that at school they were on break. "Hey," he said, picking up. "Where are you, man? What happened?" "Suspended," Nick said, and felt a little proud. That was not something that had ever happened to either one of them. Victor's voice dropped conspiratorially. "What did you do?" "Nothing. It was that play I wrote for Nelson's class." "They suspended you for that?" "Yeah. It's 'cause it had the word shit in it, right?" "Which, right now, you are saying freely in the hallowed halls of Montgomery High," Nick said dryly. "How long are you suspended for?" 2 days. "What are me and Aaron supposed to do at lunch?" "You'll figure something out." The school bell rang in the background. "Gotta go," Victor said. "Later." Nick clicked off. After talking to his friend, the house suddenly seemed quiet. Too quiet. And he started to feel a little creeped out again. He checked to see if there had been any messages sent in the minutes his phone had been off. There hadn't. And while he was glad there was no photo of a serious little boy, he was a little disappointed that there was no credit card offer. Maybe he shouldn't have deleted that first text. It would be nice to have his own credit card. Part 2. 1. "The bank called. Another foreclosure. They're faxing over the forms now." "God damn it." Sheriff Brad Neth picked up his coffee cup, took a sip, then spit the coffee back into the cup, grimacing. There was nothing he hated more than cold coffee. Unless it was enforcing a foreclosure eviction.
"Who is it?"
he asked his deputy.
"Anyone we know?"
Hank Dillman shrugged in that bony-shouldered way that Brad always found irritating. "She didn't say. Want me to check the fax?" The sheriff waved him off. Foreclosures were down from the peak of the recession, but this was still the second one in as many weeks, and Brad always got a queasy feeling in the pit of his stomach when he had to kick people out of their homes, especially families. It didn't sit well with him, and while it was legal, it didn't feel right. He'd gone into law enforcement to catch bad guys, not to make life more difficult for good people who were down on their luck, and it seemed like a violation of his oath to conduct evictions on behalf of a private company. He was a public servant, damn it, and it was his job to uphold and enforce the law in order to protect the citizens of Montgomery.
Carol, he called, who's available this morning?
There was a beat, then the receptionist called back.
Mitch is off. Hildy and Clint are taking nights this week. Vern and Isaac are out on that domestic call, and Norris, Paul, and both Bills are on patrol. I think it's just you and Hank.
Damn. Okay, thanks.
The usual policy was to carry out an eviction as soon as the paperwork came in. But he didn't work for the bank. It wasn't his job to be at their beck and call. He was the sheriff. It was his decision when to send someone out, and he was going to do it when it was convenient for the department, which meant when two of the others came back. Hank poked his head in the door.
It's Carl Yates, he reported.
Oh, crap.
There went his plan.
You sure it's Carl? Not Chet.
It's Carl.
The sheriff pushed himself out of his seat.
That foundation's shaky to begin with. You put this kind of stress on it?
He grabbed his hat from the top of his file cabinet.
Come on. Let's see if we can talk him down before we kick him out.
The only car left in the lot was the SUV with the bald back tires, but Hank had driven his motorcycle, and Brad wasn't about to let the deputy into his own car, so he tossed Hank the SUV keys and said,
You drive.
They were nearly blasted out of their seats when the ignition was turned, all four speakers blaring a scratchy, staticky hard rock station out of Flagstaff.
Damn it,
Brad said, turning off the radio.
Isaac.
I told that asshole.
Brad picked up the paperwork that Hank had lain on the seat between them.
Where is it? Over on Juniper?
Yep.
Hank backed out of the parking space, swung around and pulled out of the lot onto the street.
So, how are we going to handle this? You want me to let you do the talking?
Unless you have some insight that I don't.
It's all yours, Sheriff.
Brad dropped the paperwork on the seat.
Thanks.
Maybe we'll be lucky, and he won't be at home. We can just post the notice, padlock the door.
He'll be home. They're always home.
Sure enough, Carl's pickup was in the carport, and the black space behind the shabby house's torn screen indicated that the door behind it was open. Picking up the stapled eviction pages, Brad and Hank got out of the vehicle. This was going to be a tricky one. Carl Yates was about as stable as a bowling alley built on quicksand. He might come out drunk and weeping, or he might barricade himself inside the home, hiding behind boxes of those reconstituted ink cartridges he sold. Or he might allow himself to be evicted with no problem. It was impossible to tell. Brad approached the house warily, announcing his presence as he walked up the path to the front door.
Carl,
he called.
I'm here with Hank. Got a foreclosure order.
He thought he detected movement behind the screen door.
You hear me, Carl? Bank's taking back the house. You need to get your stuff together and get out.
The screen opened just as Brad reached the porch step. Carl, naked and holding a handgun, grinned at him.
How goes it, Sheriff? Damn it.
Brad dropped the papers as he fumbled for his own weapon. Behind him, he could hear Hank doing the same.
We don't want no trouble, Carl,
the deputy said.
That's right, Brad assured him. Your beef is with the bank, not us. We're just doing our job. So put the gun down. We'll forget this ever happened, and you get yourself a good lawyer and settle things with the bank."
He had gotten into the stance and was aiming his weapon at the man on the porch, whose own gun was pointed downward, loosely grasped in his dangling hand. Carl's smile suddenly disappeared, replaced by an expression of rage.
"Get a lawyer!" he screamed. "Get a lawyer! I can't even make the monthly payments on this shithole!"
With one swift movement, his hand was raised, the gun pointed at his temple.
"No!"
Brad shouted. And Carl pulled the trigger. 2. When Coy Stenson was 10, his parents took him and his full piggy bank to the Valley National Bank, where a nice old lady helped him count out all of his pennies, nickels, dimes, and quarters. He had been entranced by the way each type of coin was carefully packed into a brown paper tube, all of them making hard, solid rolls when they were filled. 4 groups of different-sized cylinders lined up in a neat row on top of the teller's countertop. He had then been given his very own passbook to keep track of his money, and a free calculator just for opening an account. If it had been up to him, he would have gone back to the bank each time he found a penny on the ground or a dime in the coin return of a vending machine, handing his passbook to the teller so she could stamp the date and write in the amount he had deposited. But his parents had frowned on that idea and made him wait until his piggy bank was full. The bank, to him, had seemed a wonderful place. Calm, quiet, warm in the winter, and cool in the summer, the people nice and polite, adults addressing him as Sir. The view from the inside was not as rosy. He had worked at the Montgomery Community Bank since graduating from high school, supplementing his work experience with classes taken at the community college. Coy had risen to the rank of loan officer and then senior loan officer. He liked being able to help people realize their dreams and improve their lives. Get that new car, buy that new house, build that addition, purchase that adjacent lot. What he didn't like was turning people down, shattering their dreams, condemning them to the hard-scrabble lives they were already living. Foreclosures were the worst. But that, luckily, was not his department. He issued loans. What happened after that was the responsibility of Cal and Maggie, who processed the payments. Theoretically, he had the hopeful, positive end of the transaction, the most optimistic part of the process, particularly since the bank had such a generous lending policy. But Montgomery Community was small, and when his clients went under, he knew about it, even though he wasn't directly involved. And a lot of times, it broke his heart. Coy remembered a newlywed couple whom he'd helped buy a condo in that new development on the east end of town. The husband had just been hired as a salesman by Apache Toyota Chevrolet, and the wife worked part-time as a pharmacist's assistant at Walgreens. Every time he'd see them at the grocery store, he'd always ask how they were doing, and they'd always gush about how they loved living in Montgomery and how they loved their home. Unfortunately, the recession hit. The man lost his job, and, unable to keep up with the payments using just her part-time salary, they walked away from the condo, leaving town without telling anyone where they were going. They walked away from the condo, leaving town without telling anyone where they were going. Now, there was Carl Yates. How had that gone so terribly wrong? Coy sighed. The financial world was like those stores in old Western movies. A nice, impressively respectable false front, hiding the small, squalid building behind it. He glanced over at Maggie on the phone with a client who was obviously underwater and obviously pleading for leniency in making some sort of payment. Maggie, as usual, was bending over backwards to be accommodating, but rules were rules, and there was only so much she could do. Just from hearing her side of the conversation, he could tell that this story would not end well. Rumor had it that the bank was in trouble. Too many bad investments. He wasn't privy to the details, none of them were, But they'd all been exposed to a little piece of the puzzle, and when they got together at break or lunch to compare notes, all of the arrows seemed to point in one direction. For the past year, Coy had been dating Florine Jacobs from Evergreen Title, and it was Florine who'd first hinted to him that everything at the bank might not be hunky-dory. She told him that word had come down from the corporate office that an auditor was looking into escrow accounts associated with Montgomery Community. The expression on his face must have given away the shock he felt, because she immediately said,
"Don't tell anyone I told you."
Her voice was panicked.
"You can't say a word about this to anyone."
"I won't," he promised. And he hadn't. But he had kept his ears and eyes open, had expressed his doubts about the future to co-workers who expressed their own doubts, and he worried that the day might come when he was forced to look for a new job. The very thought of changing employers depressed him. He'd spent his entire working life at Montgomery Community. He liked it here. He liked the work, liked most of the people. He even liked the building. The only other bank in town, aside from the small Federal Employees Credit Union next to Walmart, was a Bank of America. And the B of A was not only fully staffed, but the last time a position opened up, they transferred someone from the Prescott branch instead of hiring locally. It was going to be next to impossible for him to find a banking job here in town. He'd either have to apply somewhere besides a bank or move to another, bigger city. It was a slow afternoon, not only for the loan officers but for the tellers as well. Between 1 and 3, a few calls came in. A couple of old ladies stopped by to make withdrawals, but that was it. And Coy saw Maggie and Cal exchange worried looks. It was not unusual for there to be slow periods in banking, but those slow periods were not only becoming more frequent, they were lasting much longer. It was part of a pattern that did not bode well for the future. As low man on the totem pole, Jimmy Collins, the newest teller, took his lunch break last, and when he returned to the bank shortly after 2, he was so excited he was nearly out of breath.
"Have you heard the news?" he asked, addressing them all. "The Bank of America! It's closed!"
"There is a God,"
Cal said, grinning.
B of A's closing? Why?
Coy wondered aloud.
Not closing, closed. And why? I have no idea. Not enough foot traffic would be my guess.
Maggie nodded.
Most of their customers just use ATMs. Or bank online,
Jimmy offered. Cal grinned.
Which means we're the only game in town.
Thank God, Coy thought. Maybe the worst of it was over. Maybe things would start picking up now that their competition had called it quits. He glanced around the familiar room, his gaze settling finally on his desktop, on his engraved wood nameplate, on the little Pirates of the Caribbean coffee cup Florine had brought back for him from a trip to Disneyland. He smiled, feeling happy, feeling for the first time in a long time, safe. 3. Burning butterflies gave off a smell that was completely unique. He didn't exactly like the smell, but he didn't hate it either. He found it interesting. VJ touched the flame of the lighter to the wings of the final butterfly. Like the other two he'd caught, it had been immobilized by a pin to its midsection, although, unlike the others, its wings were still fluttering. That ended quickly, though, and once fire had consumed the bug's body, VJ pressed his right index finger into the ashes. They were warm, but not too hot. Pleasant. And he held the finger in front of his face, looking at it. Seeing some of the glitter from the colorful wings in the gray ash that coated his skin. Placing his finger on the blank 3x5 card next to the burnt butterflies, he rolled it from left to right until a clear fingerprint was visible. Carefully cutting off a length of Scotch tape 1 inch long. It had to be 1 inch long. He placed the tape over the fingerprint to protect it, then opened a small metal filing box and added the card to the others he'd made. He put the box back into its niche on the shelf above his desk, then went into the kitchen, pouring himself exactly 10 ounces of orange juice, drinking it in 3 complete swallows in less than 12 seconds. Immediately afterward, he went into the bathroom, closed and locked the door, pulled his pants down, sat on the toilet, and defecated. There was a moment of concern when he looked into the toilet afterward, but he took out his measuring tape and determined the length of the stool. He was okay. It was 5 inches exactly. More than 3 and less than 6. He sighed with relief. All was right with the world. 4. When Brad got home, the girls were fighting again, and Patty was on the phone with her sister in Texas. He broke up the fight. Apparently, Sue had tried to play with one of Jillian's dolls after Jillian had specifically told her sister that she could only touch her toys if she paid her a quarter or let her punch her arm 10 times, and told both girls to apologize to each other and share their toys, or neither of them would be playing with any toys for 2 days. Patty hung up the phone when she saw him.
"I heard what happened," she said, coming over and giving him a hug. "I can't believe it."
He shrugged, not wanting to talk, especially where the girls could hear. "Yeah, well..."
"What did Carl do? I heard he robbed a bank."
"What?" Brad looked into her face. "Where did you hear that?"
"It's all around town."
"Jesus." He shook his head. "That's not what happened. We were just serving an eviction notice. Bank was foreclosing."
"He didn't..."
"No."
"Well, at least they got the bank part right."
"Who starts these rumors? Shit."
"So, he..."
"Yeah. Right in his front door."
"How'd Chet take it?"
"I don't know," Brad admitted. "I let Hank inform the family."
"Hank?"
She frowned.
"You think that was a good idea?"
"I guess we'll find out tonight." Chet Yates, Carl's brother, had the midnight to 3 slot on the Montgomery radio station, where he ranted about various conspiracy theories cooked up in the crazier corners of the internet. For years, he had been urging people to ditch their cell phones, convinced that the federal government not only used the devices to track individuals' whereabouts, but that the phones emitted targeted radiation specifically designed to cancel out certain genes in order to create future generations of designer citizens. He also believed that the Montgomery Town Council, in league with unspecified dark forces, was passing laws and ordinances whose sole purpose was to make the community more receptive to a military invasion. Yet he'd always been considered the stable one in the family. Patty took his hand.
"My bet is you'll get the blame. He'll go after you and the department."
Brad sighed. "Yeah."
"And you'd better be careful. He's going to rile up his listeners, who, let's face it, aren't exactly the most level-headed bunch on the planet. Remember when the fire chief got a raise and he told his listeners to set more fires to make sure the chief earned his salary?"
"Don't worry," he told her. "I can handle Chet Yates." He walked over to the refrigerator and got himself a Heineken. "So how was your day?"
"Looks like I'm going to sell that fixer-upper over on Williams, although the couple who want to buy it, the girl from APS and her husband, what's his name, are going with an internet lender to finance it."
"Are they sure that's a good idea? I mean, the reason that housing crisis..." She patted his arm.
Honey, honey, honey. I know what I'm doing. I told you 1,000 times. Don't worry about it. I'm not out to cheat anyone."
"Yeah, well, we don't want another Carl Yates on our hands." He shook his head, sighing. "At least I sure as hell don't."
"Oh, I stopped by the bookstore today at lunch.
Got myself a Dean Koontz, and you that ladies' detective agency book you don't have." Brad smiled for the first time since he'd come home. He loved those Alexander McCall Smith novels. It wasn't something he'd ever admit to Hank, Isaac, or really any of his men, but he found it soothing and relaxing to read about an African lady detective. When I got back to the office, Tom saw the books, and I guess it jogged his memory, because he told me that the empty storefront next to Kyle's place is going to be a new bank. She sounded huffy. "I didn't know anything about it. I'm only Montgomery's top seller 5 years running, but apparently this bank decided to lease through Evangeline at Century 21.
They did have the listing,
Brad pointed out. And look how long it took them to get even a nibble. I told that moron Jeffords 2 years ago that I could have at least within 6 months. Even offered him a no-commission deal if I couldn't deliver. But he stuck with 21.
Maybe he's friends with them.
Maybe Evangeline will blow anything in pants in order to get a commish. Blow what in pants?
They turned to see Sue standing in the doorway, a quizzical look on her face.
Never you mind, Patty said. Are you getting hungry? Are you ready for dinner? What are we having? I defrosted some ground beef, so tacos or burgers. Your call. Burgers! Sue shouted. Burgers it is, Patty said, as Sue ran off to tell her sister that she'd gotten to choose what they were going to have for dinner.
Any mail today?
Brad asked. Junk, Patty told him as she started washing her hands in the sink. It's on the coffee table if you want to look at it. He went into the family room, turned on the TV, and sat down on the couch. He picked up the small pile of envelopes atop today's Arizona Republic. An ad from AT&T asking him to become a customer, even though he'd been one for 20 years. Another ad from Big O Tires announcing an upcoming sale. An offer to help him refinance his mortgage. A postcard with his name on the cover. And his photo. What the hell? The photo was old. He was wearing his uniform, but he was at least 10 to 15 pounds lighter. It was impossible to tell where the shot had been taken, because his head and upper torso had been cut out of the original picture and placed against a black background. Above his photo, in yellow against the black, Brad Neff. Frowning, he turned over the postcard. We know who you are. Can your current bank say that? Our guess is no. But we make it a point to know your needs and pride ourselves on providing unparalleled service to all of our customers, including Brad Neff. We're looking forward to banking with you. He read the words again, then turned the postcard over. It was clearly an ad for a bank, but there was no mention of the bank's name and no return address. Strange. He didn't like the fact that the company behind this not only knew his name and address, but had access to an old picture of him. Ordinarily, he would have dumped the postcard, along with the other junk mail, into the trash, but it occurred to him that this might be part of some scam, and he set it aside. He'd take it into work tomorrow and ask around, see if anybody else got one of these. It's kind of quiet, Patty called from the kitchen. Can you check on the girls? Make sure they're okay. That brought a round of giggling from the girls' bedroom, and Brad smiled, standing up. I'll see what's going on, he said, loud enough for all of them to hear. There were squeals, then silence, and he stomped loudly as he headed down the hallway. Ready or not, here I come. Part 3. 1. It was a customer who told him. As always, Kyle had parked this morning next to the metal trash bins in the back of the store and had not gone outside since opening up. But when Raleigh Brown came to trade in a bunch of Michael Connolly books for store credit, he happened to mention that the vacant spot next to the Brave New World was going to be home to a new bank. Kyle frowned. A bank? Are you sure? Seems kind of small for a bank. Raleigh shrugged. That's what it says. Sure enough, when he went outside with Raleigh to look, leaving Gary in the store, the adjacent space was no longer for lease. Not only was the Century 21 sign gone, but a new sign had gone up in its place, a square notice on the inside sill, leaning against the window, stating that this was to be the future home of the First People's Bank.
See?
Raleigh said. The First People's Bank. An interesting name, Kyle thought. Was it really the First People's Bank? Because he would be willing to bet there'd been others, if not in Arizona, then in other states. And what exactly constituted a People's Bank? Or was it actually the First People's Bank? Which brought up the question, who were the first people? Native Americans? Was it owned by some tribe? Or were the first people some lost race that had been on Earth long before the rise of man? This was why he never got anything done, he realized. He wasted his time on things like speculating about the etymology of names that had no meaning beyond commercial viability. Kyle peered through the dusty glass. The single room inside was long and narrow, more suited to an ice cream parlor than a bank. Against the side wall opposite his own store, a built-in wooden counter ran most of the length of the space, and in the center of the floor lay a jumble of chairs and broken tables, along with a couple of empty cardboard boxes. It was the counter that had given him the idea of turning the place into a coffee bar, and he noted with regret that if the space was to become a bank, the counter would have to be demolished.
You're right, Raleigh said. It's kind of small for a bank.
Kyle nodded. Yeah. Unfortunately, there went his hopes for expansion. It had been a pipe dream, of course, particularly with the way things were going financially, but the death of any dream was hard to accept, and he walked back next door feeling oddly bereft. Gary looked up from the counter where he'd been tabulating the trade-in price for Raleigh's books. Is it really going to be a bank? Looks that way. Where are they going to keep the money? There's not even enough room for a safe. He shook his head. It doesn't make sense. Kyle shrugged. I guess we'll find out. Oh, and the books, Gary told Raleigh. $2 cash, $6 in store credit.
I'll take the credit,
Raleigh said. You want us to write you a credit slip? Kyle asked. Or do you...
I'll pick something out right now.
Nodding, Kyle left him to it, while Gary wrote the price of each book inside the front cover in pencil before shelving all of them in the mystery suspense section. Kyle put on a CD of Celtic music he'd bought at the Renaissance Fair in Phoenix back when he and Anita were dating, and the gentle sound of pipes and mandolin filled the store. He loved this music. Half of the songs were traditional, the other half originals, and the musicians were uniformly wonderful. He probably put on this CD at least once a month. Listening to it now, he wondered if the group had ever recorded another, or if they even still performed together. The line between musicians who became successful, he thought, and those who didn't was completely arbitrary. It had nothing to do with talent or technical ability, and everything to do with luck. For his money, these guys were every bit as good as Mumford & Sons, but they'd been in the wrong place at the wrong time, and for all he knew, they now spent their weekends watching football or shopping at Home Depot rather than playing music. The thought depressed him. It was much the same with literature. Some of his favorite books were by one-hit wonders, authors who had a single novel published and then dropped from sight. What happened to artistic drive when the talent behind it was not nurtured, he wondered. What were those authors doing now? Were they still writing, still trying to get published, or had they given up entirely? The loss of the empty space next door had put him in a weird mood, and he was grateful when Raleigh brought his purchases to the counter. In his usual meticulous way, Raleigh had calculated the price of the 2 books he had chosen down to the last cent, even adding the tax, and when all was said and done, they owed him a nickel, which Kyle gave him rather than writing out a store credit slip. The store was dead for the rest of the morning, until Walter Peters, the Baptist minister, stopped by shortly before lunch. He was the only clergyman in town who was a regular reader, or at least who bought his books locally rather than online. But the minister's taste ran to non-fiction books on sports and Las Vegas, and the store hadn't gotten anything new in either of those areas for some time. Still, the minister browsed the stacks for 10 minutes or so, although he still left without making a purchase. The last CD had ended some time ago, but Kyle hadn't put on any more music. Sometimes he enjoyed the silence, though he knew that drove Gary crazy. Gary would rather listen to country music than work in silence, and he hated country music. Gary was going home for lunch, however, and for the next hour Kyle would have the place to himself. "You want me to bring you anything?" Gary asked before he left. Kyle shook his head. "I'm good. Got a sandwich and an apple in the fridge." "You sure?" "I'm fine. See you in a while." Gary walked back through the store and out the back door to where he'd parked his car. Behind the register, Kyle sat down in the used office chair he'd bought at auction when Mandy Clegg's travel agency had gone out of business 2 years ago. He stared out at the street, saw a few cars and fewer pedestrians, no pedestrians in fact, and wondered how much longer he was going to be able to last, how much longer any of the old downtown businesses were going to last. All of the action was at the other end of town by Walmart and Safeway. If Brave New World were located in the Safeway Center, he might have a chance at survival, but the rent was so high for those spaces that half of them were empty. He picked up the Charles Williams book he'd been reading, one of the advantages of owning your own store. Hopefully, the lunch hour would bring in a few customers, but until then, the quiet was conducive to concentration, and within minutes he was completely enveloped in Williams's world of small-town crime. The stillness of the store was shattered not only by the ringing of the bell above the door, but by the muttering of the man who stepped through it. Dirty, heavily bearded, wearing what looked like Aqualung's coat, and smelling of long, layered sweat, the man parked himself in front of the counter and stared unblinkingly at Kyle.
"Did you eat it?"
he asked in a gruff rumble. Montgomery didn't really have a homeless problem, and the few displaced individuals who resided in the area were generally well known to local residents, and, in a weird way, part of the community. But Kyle had dealt with this guy before, and he was no quirky eccentric. He was mentally ill and genuinely menacing. "You need to leave," Kyle said, politely but firmly. The man grinned, his remaining teeth stained brown.
"You need to eat it."
He wasn't about to get sucked into a conversation by asking, "Eat what?" He'd made that mistake last time, engaging in a dialogue with a man who had proceeded to start yelling before throwing a shelf full of books to the floor and running out. "If you don't leave," Kyle said, "I'm calling the sheriff."
"I'm the sheriff,"
the man shouted, spittle flying from his mouth.
"The other police are pansies."
Kyle picked up the phone, dialed 911.
"You have to eat it,"
the man insisted. And then he was gone. Kyle hung up the phone before it was answered. The bell above the door rang as the homeless man shoved it open and staggered across the sidewalk into the street, where a too-fast pickup truck honked and swerved around him.
"Fuck you!"
the man yelled at the departing pickup. Kyle watched him knock on the front window of a store across the street, then stumble down the sidewalk out of sight. Sitting back down, he attempted to return to his book, but the mood was gone, and he couldn't get into the story. Luckily, a customer came in, a woman he didn't recognize. He smiled at her, asked if she needed any help, and when she said no, she was just browsing, he nodded and then put on some music. 2. Anita went to the nursery at lunch. She hadn't intended to go back at all, at least not by herself, but the text Stephen had sent her had been a little too fatal attraction for her taste, and she felt the need to meet in person and put a definitive end to all of this. It was her own fault for not doing so earlier. At every juncture, she'd either continued onward or left things ambivalent. Even yesterday, standing him up, she hadn't clearly put on the brakes, mostly because she hadn't wanted to. She wanted to now, though. She wasn't sure when the epiphany had come, but this morning, helping Iris Jensen pick out a new pair of glasses, Iris Jensen, who had been her 11th grade biology teacher, Iris Jensen, who had been married to Coach Thomas for over 30 years, Anita realized that she couldn't lose what she had, that she was lucky to have the life she had with Kyle, with Nick, and it would be crazy for her to throw it all away. What had she been thinking? How had she ever let it get this far? Maybe between financial problems with the store and the tribulations of raising a teenager, they had let the romance gradually slip away. But that was no reason to start something with someone else. Kyle wasn't hitting on young women, buying used copies of 50 Shades of Grey. Why had she succumbed to Stephen's flirtations? No matter. She was stopping it now, before things went too far, before what happened could not be forgiven. She loved Kyle, and if their life together wasn't a passion fest, that was on her as well as him. It was a cliché trotted out by every fake credentialed relationship advisor on every daytime talk show. But the two of them needed to talk. They needed to communicate. There were no other cars in the nursery parking lot when Anita arrived, and that gave her pause. She'd been hoping to talk to him when others were around, wanting the safety of witnesses, and she almost decided to drive away and come back later. But at the last minute, she parked in the gravel next to the open gate and shut off the engine. She waited, hoping he might come out, hoping she wouldn't have to leave the car. But when he didn't emerge after several minutes, she grabbed her purse, got out, and walked into the nursery. The register was unattended, and the potting shed behind it was empty.
"Stephen!"
she called. She looked around, not seeing him among the vegetables, bedding plants, shrubs, or fruit trees.
In here!
Her eyes looked toward the greenhouse, where the nursery grew exotic and indoor plants. She hesitated, thinking it might be better if he came out, but then dismissed her concerns as paranoia and walked over to the small building. Stephen was misting some orchids at the far end of the room. He put down the mister as she approached.
Hey,
he said.
"I told you, I don't want you texting me,"
she told him. Stephen smiled, held up his hands.
Sorry, he said. Didn't mean to overstep my bounds. The loving hubby didn't see it, did he?
"And I want you to stop calling him the loving hubby."
Stephen frowned.
Hey, what's going on here? I'm getting kind of a vibe.
Anita took a deep breath, hoping this would go well, but afraid that it wouldn't.
"I think we need to stop," she said.
Stop? Stop what?
"This,"
she said, indicating the air between them.
"Whatever is going on here."
The frown deepened.
What's going on here,
he waved his hands in a mockery of her motion,
is a mutual.
Was a mutual.
He nodded, smiling tightly.
I get it. I know what's happening. You've come by to end it.
There's nothing to end.
That's not what you said at lunch the other day.
Anita reddened.
Okay, you're right. But I'm ending it now. It's gone far enough.
Is it the text? I admit, maybe I was a little forward or a little too enthusiastic. But you've got to admit, we've had some pretty...
It's not the text. Or not just the text.
Once again, she breathed deeply.
I made a mistake, okay? It's my fault. But now I'm correcting that mistake.
That's what you think we were? A mistake?
He walked out from behind the orchid table, and she gasped. He had undone his pants unbuckling, unzipping, and spreading open the front of his jeans, and his penis was sticking out, completely erect. A week ago, 2 days ago even, she might have been amused or even aroused by such a gesture, but now there seemed something threatening about it, and she took an involuntary step backward. "A lot of things grow in here," he said. There was an insistence in his smile that caused her to gauge how far it was to the exit. "Come on, you know you want it." Any thought she had of being strong and standing her ground fled, and without another word, Anita turned tail and ran. She sped out of the greenhouse, past the potting shed and the register counter, into the parking lot where she scrambled into her car and started the engine. Filled with panic, she dared not even glance toward the nursery, but kept her eyes on the rearview mirror as she swung the car around, then determinedly faced forward as she drove out of the parking lot onto the street. Her heart was pounding so hard she could feel the pulse in her wrists, hear the blood thumping in her head. Farther down the street, she saw Nick's friend, Victor, walking his dog. Wasn't he supposed to be in school? He looked over at her as if he didn't recognize her, then turned his attention to the sidewalk in front of him. He knows, was her first thought. It didn't make any sense, but it was easy for her to imagine that he'd walked his dog over to the nursery and had been about to come in when he saw Stephen with his exposed erection. "Oh, God," Anita thought. "What if he tells Nick? Or Kyle? Or his parents? Or anyone?" But that was the guilt talking. He couldn't have seen anything. The event had happened in the greenhouse, away from the street. He would have had to come into the building in order to see anything, and he hadn't. Still, she remained nervous and jumpy, and she found herself driving up Airport Road and then back to the downtown along Frontier Street, next to the creek, in order to calm herself down. She still had nearly a half hour to spare, and though she'd brought her lunch today, she left it back at the office. Not yet ready to face people, she went through the drive-thru at Burger King and ate in the car in the Safeway parking lot before heading back to work. Her phone rang when she was halfway between her car and the office door. After checking to make sure it wasn't Stephen, she picked up. "Hello?" A woman's voice with a southern accent.
Am I speaking to Anita Decker?
"Yes," she said suspiciously.
This is Marjorie with Citibank. We are detecting attempted activity on your Visa account at...
There was a second's hesitation.
The Best Buy at 7400 Brook Park Road in Cleveland, Ohio.
What?
The purchase location triggered an automatic warning, which is why we are contacting you. Would you like us to put a stop to this transaction and place a hold on your card?
Yes, she said frantically. Another short pause.
The transaction has been denied and the account placed on hold. We are alerting local authorities of an incident of attempted credit card fraud and providing them with a location.
Holding the phone between her neck and shoulder, Anita rummaged through her purse, where she found her Visa card. "How can they be using my card?" she asked. "I have it right here."
Thieves engaging in identity theft often make their own cards.
"Is there anything else I need to do?" she interrupted. In her mind, high-tech thieves were simultaneously making online purchases, cleaning out her bank account, and opening new lines of exploitable credit using her identity.
In the event of an identity breach, we suggest that you immediately call the credit monitoring companies Experian, Equifax.
She stood in the center of the small parking lot, listening to the litany of steps she needed to take to ensure that this attempted identity theft intruded no further into her life, stunned that such a thing could happen. First Stephen, then this. Could things fall apart any more completely? What was next? Was their house going to be robbed this afternoon? Was the bookstore going to burn down? Was Dr. Wilson going to fire her? She glanced down at her watch. Her lunch ended in 2 minutes, and the optometrist was not the most sympathetic person when it came to excuses for being tardy. She hurried inside the building. There was a whole host of things she needed to do in order to protect her financial security. Dr. Wilson glanced at her when he saw her, then glanced up at the clock, then without a word walked down the short hallway to his private office, shutting the door. There were no patients yet, and Anita commandeered one of the computers, then thought the better of it and used her phone to access the Experian site, then thought the better of that and got a phone number from the website so she could call the credit monitoring company directly. She didn't trust the security of anything at this point, but she needed to do what the woman had told her and get control of her personal information, not to mention freeze all of her accounts. "What's going on?" Jen asked, walking in and putting her purse under the counter. "You look kind of frazzled." Anita shook her head. "You won't believe it." "What?" "Credit card fraud. Someone pretended they were me and tried to charge something. I got a call about it 5 minutes ago when I was walking in." "Jesus!" "It was happening right then, live, as they were talking to me on the phone. Some guy in a Best Buy in Ohio was trying to use my card to buy. I don't even know. I forgot to ask. How stupid can I get?" Jen put a hand on her arm. "Calm down. It's not your fault. You're not stupid. You're just upset." "Wouldn't you be?" "Of course. Something like that. I'd feel so violated." Violated? An image flashed in her mind. Stephen with his erect penis. "You know you want it." She pushed the thought away. "I need to get this taken care of. Cover for me, will you? I'm going into the bathroom and make some calls." "You don't have to hide in the bathroom. He'll understand." Anita glanced toward the optometrist's door. "You didn't see the look he gave me when I came in, because I was almost late. Cover for me?" "Sure." In the bathroom, she sat down on the closed lid of the toilet. She tried to call Kyle, but he'd set his phone to voicemail, and when she called the store, the line was busy. So she spent the next 10 minutes talking first to a computer, then to a man with a thick Southern accent who elicited the information needed to secure her credit line. She was about to call Equifax when Jen came in and said, "Better wrap it up. Mrs. Wheeler's here for her appointment. He'll be out in a minute." "Thanks," Anita said, shutting off her phone. It was a busy afternoon. She didn't have time to call Kyle until it was almost time to go home. 3. Only one day to go, and his suspension was over. If this was one of those 1980s teen movies his parents always forced him to watch when they came on TV, he'd return a hero, his street cred boosted by his battle with the man. But things didn't work that way anymore, if they ever had. What was actually going to happen was that he would go back to school to find that no one had even noticed he'd been gone. Nick finished watching the last of the morning's Parks and Recreation reruns on FX, then turned off the TV and reluctantly switched on his laptop. His teachers had not only emailed his homework assignments, they'd tacked on extra work, apparently to punish him for getting suspended. As if that weren't bad enough, his dad was making him help out at the bookstore this afternoon. So after he finished his schoolwork, and after he ate his lunch, he was supposed to show up at Brave New World to shelve books or straighten books or do something equally useless. Feeling depressed, he checked his email, scrolling down. The spam he received was getting much more adult. Not porno adult, but business adult. There were offers to enroll in real estate seminars, ads for automobiles, lists of job opportunities, and several recommendations for various financial institutions. He tried to remember if one of his fake profiles had him recently turning 18. That could explain this sudden influx of commercial announcements. His attention was caught by the tagline of the last email. "Nicholas Decker, are you bored, suspended from school, and in need of money? Just click." Suspended from school? That was pretty specific. He knew enough not to click on spam from unknown senders, but the fact that the description was tailored so directly to his own situation intrigued him. He deleted it, along with the rest of the spam, and seconds later, another email popped up.
Nick, need some easy money? Before you go to the bathroom and pop some Pringles, click on this.
That was not just specific. It was downright creepy. He did have to go to the bathroom, and he had been planning to grab some Pringles before starting on his homework. He deleted the unopened message and quickly exited his email account. It had to be a coincidence. Still, it was more than a little unnerving, and he forgot about going to the bathroom, skipped the Pringles, and got to work on his algebra. It was after 10, and the day was bright, but the inside of the house seemed dark. And after the third math problem, he got up and turned on not only the light in the dining room where he was working, but in the kitchen and the living room as well. It suddenly seemed quiet, too, and he turned the television back on, lowering the volume until he could hear a murmur of voices, loud enough to make it seem as though he was not alone, but not loud enough to be distracting. Feeling better, he worked on his homework until he was finished, then made some macaroni and cheese for lunch. He was done eating by 12:45, but the Twilight Zone episode he was watching was a good one, so he waited until it was over before heading to the bookstore. Taking his bike out of the garage, Nick thought about how far it was to Brave New World, and how, even if he took the shortcut, he would have to pedal up the high hill on Bluff Road. He needed his own car. But his parents were adamant that he was not going to get one until he graduated from high school, and then only if he maintained a 3.5 average his senior year. He rode his bike out of their neighborhood, onto the highway, and toward downtown, staying as close to the shoulder as possible. The high school's lunch period was over, but in a small redneck burg like Montgomery, teenagers weren't the only ones who liked to swerve their pickups in order to scare bicyclists. The afternoon was warm, and Nick was sweating by the time he approached the center of town. Frowning, he looked to his left. Was that his mom's car in front of the nursery? She was a plant lover, with an impressive yard full of flowers that had been a stop on the Montgomery Garden Tour last year, so there was nothing inherently unusual about her spending her lunch hour looking at plants. But the sight of her Kia parked in the gravel lot gave him an uneasy feeling. He couldn't say why or what about it felt wrong, but something sure did, and he found himself pedaling faster in order to get away from the nursery before she came out and saw him. He turned onto Main. Ordinarily, he would have ridden his bike through the alley to the back of the store, but the last time he'd done that, he'd gotten a nail in his tire. Not wanting to risk another flat, he got off his bike at the gas station and walked it along the sidewalk the rest of the way down the block. There was a big white sign in the dingy window of the empty storefront next to Brave New World, and he stopped to check it out. The sign stated that the space was to be the new home of the First People's Bank. Nick was surprised. A bank in a narrow, crappy little spot like this? That made no sense. There was movement behind the window, a furtive shifting from one side of the room to the other, though the darkness and dirty glass would not let him see the figure clearly. He purposefully turned away, not wanting to see it. As pathetic as it was, and as impossible as it might seem, to be frightened in the middle of the day on a public street, he was frightened. Something about the figure's quick, jerky moves reminded him of a nightmare he'd had. And Nick pushed his bike forward, opening the door of the bookshop and pulling the cycle in behind him. His dad was already grinning.
Ready for work?
Can I at least put my bike away first?
Against the wall by the bathroom.
I know. I've done it 1,000,000 times.
You're going to have a fun afternoon.
He did not have a fun afternoon. There were no customers, and after about an hour he ran out of things to do, so he spent the rest of the day browsing shelves he knew by heart, while his dad and Gary chatted by the front counter. Even school was preferable to this. He didn't understand how his dad could spend all day, every day, cooped up in here, and Nick vowed that as soon as he graduated, he would put Montgomery in his rearview mirror and move somewhere cool. Los Angeles, New York, or, heck, even Austin. Of course, he would need to get a rearview mirror first. He definitely needed that car, and then he'd need to win a scholarship to a decent college in a decent city. Because unless they hit the lottery, the only thing his parents could afford to send him to was Montgomery, J.C. The problem was, he wouldn't be able to get a scholarship without teacher recommendations, which were going to be pretty tough to come by, unless his situation at school started changing pretty quickly. Life was getting complicated. "You okay back there?" his dad called. "Fine," he called back. He put the horror movie book he'd been perusing back on the shelf. Hearing an unexpected noise behind him, he turned, startled. There came a quiet knocking from the other side of the wall. It was mid-afternoon, and his dad and Gary were 10 feet away, but the sound still gave him goosebumps. He thought of that vague, dark figure moving behind the window next door and imagined it positioned on the other side of the wall, tapping with a claw-like finger in an effort to get his attention. "Hey, Dad," he called. "Come here." He'd hailed his father out of panic, but it occurred to him even before his dad came over that since there was going to be a new bank on the other side of the wall, they were probably just starting construction. Still, he found the noise unsettling, and when his dad heard it and wondered what was going on, the two of them and Gary walked outside and peered through the dirty windows of the nascent bank. The space was empty. No one there. "Rats," Gary suggested. "Too regular for rats," his dad said. "It sounded like someone tapping on the wall, maybe looking for a stud or a beam." Nick popped back into the bookstore. The noise was still audible. He hurried outside to tell Gary and his father. "It has to be something in the walls," his dad acknowledged. "Better hope it's not termites," Gary said as they walked back into the shop. It wasn't termites, Nick knew. He didn't know what it was, but his dad was right. It sounded like builders. The fact that they could all hear the tapping, while none of them could see anything, did not sit well with him. And rather than stay by himself in one of the aisles, Nick hung out with his dad and Gary by the register. Victor stopped by after school lit out. His friend already had a car, a Jeep his dad had picked up for $200 at the county sheriff's auction last year. The transmission could not be put into reverse, which made for some awkward and complicated parking arrangements, but other than that, the vehicle ran fine. And when Victor asked if Nick could cruise with him over to Sonic and hang out, his dad let him go. "Punishment's over," he said. "Have fun." They didn't actually go to Sonic. They went over to the high school, where Victor pulled around to the parking lot next to the field so they could watch the cheerleaders practice. He had a crush on Stacy Wilder, who wouldn't give him the time of day at school, but who had said hi to him during the summer when he'd seen her at the movie theater. He seemed to be laboring under the delusion that if he put himself in close proximity to her, she would somehow succumb to his charms. Victor got out of the car, and Nick followed suit, both of them leaning against the side of the Jeep, facing the field. "Rumor has it," Victor said, "that your mom's getting boned by the gardener." Nick felt the heat rush to his face. "Who said that? We don't even have a gardener." But an image flashed in his mind of his mom's car, parked in front of the nursery. Victor shrugged. "You can't just tell me something like that and then pussy out when I ask you who said it. Who said it?" "Mrs. Nelson." "Asshole." "I don't know, dude. It's a rumor going around. Who gives a shit? Just enjoy the view." They were silent for a moment, watching the cheerleaders perform a routine. You really think this is going to impress Stacy? Stalking her?
I'm not stalking her.
We're spying on her cheerleader practice. It's creepy. Chicks don't like that.
Is there an ounce of testosterone in your body?
You have no idea what chicks like. They'd been ranking on each other, half joking, the way they usually did, but a touch of anger had entered Victor's voice, and the look on his face was serious. Nick backed off, backed down. Montgomery? He wouldn't mind putting his friends in the rearview mirror. Silently, he turned his attention to the cheerleaders. 4. VJ killed the dog out in the open, and it felt glorious. Rather than dispatching it in the garage or storage shed the way he usually did, he took the animal to the park and slaughtered it on the tennis court. There were little kids and their parents in the playground, and even a few joggers on the paths. But the basketball and tennis courts were all empty, so he had this section of the park to himself. There was something exciting about doing it where he could possibly get caught, and even as he entered the park with the stolen pet, leading it on a leash, there was a bounce in his step. The terrier barked at another dog, a setter being walked by a hot woman in tight exercise pants, and he and the woman nodded at each other and smiled, sharing the camaraderie of fellow dog walkers. He passed a homeless old fuck digging through a garbage can by the side of the path and muttering to himself. VJ ignored the shambling man and strode up to the tennis court, opening the chain-link gate and shepherding in the terrier. From the other side of the park, he heard the familiar sounds of children playing, and, from the street, the noise of passing cars. Tying the dog's leash to one of the low poles that held up what was left of the net bisecting the center of the court, VJ withdrew the sacrificial knife from the sheath attached to his belt. Before the animal could sense anything amiss, he knelt down, petted the dog's head with his left hand, and with his right hand shoved the knife deep into the terrier's heart. There was a gush of blood, a single bark, and then the dog was still. VJ glanced about to make sure he hadn't been seen. He could still hear the children playing, and far away saw a woman jogging, but no one was in this part of the park, except that homeless fuck, staring at him from the other side of the fence. His heart lurched in his chest when he saw the ragged figure, but the bum was crazy, and even if he told people what he'd seen, no one would believe him. VJ stood, raising the bloody knife, intending to scare the man off, but to his surprise, the bum nodded his approval and smiled. Respect. The man was giving him respect, and VJ was filled with a satisfied sense of pride. He nodded back his acknowledgement, and the derelict wandered off, carrying a bag of recyclable cans and bottles over his shoulder. VJ got back to work. The dog had 4 legs, so after amputating the last one, VJ took out the compact mirror he carried in his pocket and carefully pulled out 4 of his eyelashes, 2 from the left lid, 2 from the right. Aloud, he said, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's all there is, and there ain't no more. Then he put the eyelashes in his mouth and swallowed. Placing 1 dog leg in each of the tennis court's 4 corners, he left the limbless body at the foot of the net, equidistant from each side, and then walked around the net 4 times, stomping his left foot at the completion of each circuit. It was freeing to perform such an expansive version of the ritual, and to do it outdoors, exhilarating to kill the animal in such close proximity to other people. He felt invincible, and as a special treat to himself, he pulled down his pants, pissed on the corpse, then pulled his pants up again and ran all the way home. Part 4. 1. His parents were still fighting when he woke up. Nick could hear the low drone of angry voices from the kitchen, and he debated whether he should sneak up quietly so he could hear what was going on, or make enough noise in his approach to silence them. He opted for the former, and the muffled sound separated into individual words as he tiptoed carefully down the hall.
Freeze the account.
You didn't think it might be important to call me first so my information wouldn't be compromised too?
I explained that.
4 hours? Come on!
You should have answered your phone. Besides, nothing happened, did it?
That's not the point. It could have. Maybe it still will.
How many times do I have to say I'm sorry?
Nick walked around the corner into the kitchen, and his parents moved away from each other, his mom to the stove, his dad to the refrigerator. Neither of them spoke. Nick reached around his dad's side and grabbed the carton of orange juice, then took 2 slices of bread from the open package atop the counter and popped them into the toaster. He wasn't usually very talkative first thing in the morning, so his silence wasn't that unusual. But theirs was, and Nick decided to wait it out and see who broke down first. He'd poured himself the orange juice, spread butter and peanut butter on the toast, and was halfway through his breakfast when his mom sat down next to him with a cup of coffee. His dad had gone outside to see if the newspaper had been delivered.
Got all your schoolwork done?
She asked. He nodded.
Do I need to write you a note for this?
No, he said. I wasn't sick. I was suspended.
Still, maybe you should check in at the office to make sure you don't have to fill something out with the registrar. You can call me if I need to sign anything.
Okay, he told her, though his plan was just to go to first period like he normally did.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. I saw Victor walking his dog yesterday.
Nick shook his head. I don't think so, Mom. He doesn't have a dog.
Not a little gray-brown mutt?
Barky? That was in elementary school. Barky's been dead since junior high.
Well, whatever. I saw your friend, and it was in the middle of the day. I think he was ditching school.
Your mom's getting boned by the gardener. Nick shrugged. I wasn't there.
You don't ditch school, do you?
By this time, he'd finished his toast. No, Mom. Downing the last of his orange juice, he glanced over at his dad, who was entering the kitchen reading the paper. I'd better get dressed. He favored his dad with a big, fake smile. I go back to school today. Yes, you do, David Mamet, and I expect you to behave. Yes, sir. That's what I'm talking about.
Leave him alone, his mom said. He's nervous.
I'm not, he began, but let the sentence trail off. It wasn't worth it. He didn't want to get into a fight with his parents and didn't want to rekindle the fight they were having with each other. I gotta get ready. Heading to the bathroom to brush his teeth, Nick realized that maybe he was a bit nervous, especially about going back to Mrs. Nelson's class. How awkward was that going to be? He brushed his teeth, washed the acne cream off his face, and checked to make sure he didn't need to shave today. Not yet. Having forgotten to pick up some clean clothes from his bedroom, he opened the bathroom door, started to walk out, and stopped. Something was wrong. A chill raced down his spine. Nick knew what he'd seen without looking, and when he did look, forcing himself to glance down the hall in both directions, it confirmed what he'd already suspected. Heart pounding, he ducked back into the bathroom and quickly closed the door. What he wanted to do was call out, "Mom! Dad!" until one or both of his parents came to his rescue. But he was 17, too old to exhibit such childish fear, and he knew he was going to have to get through this himself. He stared at the closed door, thinking about what lay on the other side of it. The shadow. For several weeks now, there'd been a shadow in the hall that he didn't like. It was only there sometimes, but there didn't seem to be anything consistent about when it appeared. It wasn't a certain time of day or night. had nothing to do with the light in the hall or illumination from any of the bedroom doorways or the living room. It just appeared every so often. There was no rhyme or reason to it, and what really freaked him out is that it didn't seem to correspond to any tangible object. Every time he saw the shadow, he attempted to identify its source, only to be confronted with the fact that there was nothing inside or outside the house, even vaguely similar to its shape, for its contours changed. It was still identifiably the same shadow, but sometimes it appeared more humanoid in shape, other times more amorphously blob-like. Always it was faint, barely perceptible, as though it were attempting to hide in plain sight, and always there was about it a palpable sense of wrongness, the same disturbing impression he had gotten upon opening the bathroom door, a feeling that something nearby was not as it should be. Nick looked at himself in the mirror, waited a few seconds, then, gathering his courage, opened the door again and peeked out. There it was, hovering on the wall next to his parents' bedroom door, an elongated form with what appeared to be 3 arms, unmoving but possessing a strange, quivering aspect. Something about the shadow reminded him of that figure he'd seen through the window of what was going to be the new bank, and he immediately shut the door again. Too embarrassed to admit he was afraid, but not too embarrassed to do something about it, he pressed his shoulder against the door again. "Mom!" he called. No response. The shadow had killed her. "Mom!" "What?" she called back from the kitchen. "Come here!" Footsteps, and then her voice. "What is it?" He opened the bathroom door a crack and poked his head out. "Could you get my jeans and that Star Wars t-shirt from the top of the hamper in my room? I forgot." She was already turning back toward the kitchen. "You called me over for that. Get them yourself? What do you think I am, your servant?" But her presence had done its job. The shadow was gone, and he was safely able to dash into his bedroom, where he changed out of his pajamas and into his clothes. Although he usually rode his bike, or his mom dropped him off at school, his dad took him today, and Nick had the feeling that his parents had planned that in order to have his father give him a lecture. Sure enough, before they pulled to a stop across the street from Montgomery High, his dad said, "We're not going to have any more of that this year, are we?" "What?" he asked innocently. "Nick." "I'll be good, I promise. I'm turning over a new leaf." Being sarcastic isn't. His fingers were on the door handle, but he didn't pull it yet. "I'm not being sarcastic. Okay, I am, sort of, but I'm really not. I actually did do some thinking while I was out, and I realized that if I'm going to get any scholarships, which, let's face it, is the only way I'm going to a decent college, I'm going to need to straighten up and fly right." "Yeah," Nick laughed. "I'm also going to need good grades and teacher recommendations. If that's going to happen, I need to start towing the party line." His dad nodded. "Lecture over. I'm impressed. Have a good day." Nick opened the door. "How are you going to get home? Want me to pick you up?" "I'll call you," Nick said. He waved goodbye as he dashed through a break in the drop-off traffic. Inside, he met up with Victor. Their lockers were in the same row, and his friend was just taking out his textbook for first period when Nick walked up. "Hey!" "Hey."
He'd seen several kids from his classes on his way in, but as he'd anticipated, none of them had asked about his suspension. He doubted if most of them had even noticed, so it was somewhat gratifying when Sue Romsberg stepped up to her locker between them, and Victor said loudly,
"So, what'd you do while you were suspended?"
"Robbed a bank, raped a kitten, the usual."
Sue wrinkled her nose in disgust, quickly grabbed a book out of her locker and hurried away.
Victor laughed. That'll get him talking. The first bell rang, and the pace of movement in the hallway sped up as students began rushing to get to class on time. Douche. At 12 o'clock, Victor muttered, head lowered. Nick looked up to see Mr. Whitaker walking down the hallway toward them. The principal offered Nick an insincere smile as he passed. Glad to have you back, Nicholas. Glad to have me back? Nick thought. I wasn't on vacation. You suspended me. But he nodded, offered his own insincere smile, and hurried off to his homeroom, where Mrs. Nelson shot him an unreadable look. Was she trying to tell him that she had won their little skirmish? Was she attempting to let him know that she was not happy he was back? It was impossible to tell, and Nick looked away from her, glancing out the window, thinking that yesterday at this time he had been lounging around on the couch watching TV. The final bell rang, and Mrs. Nelson stood in front of the whiteboard, smiling at them as she scanned the class. Before we get started today, I thought I'd give you a little heads up on your next assignment. It's not due until next week, but I want to give you a little time to think about it. As we're going to be discussing gender perspectives in this unit, I'm going to have you revise your plays, switching the gender of the protagonists. Her gaze rested finally on Nick, her smile broadening. For some of you, of course, this will involve extensive rewriting. 2. Pastor Walter Peters looked out the window of his church office to make sure one of the auxiliary ladies was not on her way up the drive. Then toggled from the sermon he was writing back to the website, Fresh Bets, to see if odds had changed for the game tonight. He gambled sometimes, and the Lord did not always smile on the choices he made, like last week when the Suns lost and he was out over 100. But it wasn't a big deal. Only pious old biddies like Norma Crenshaw would think it was. Which was why he had to be so careful. Life would be so much easier if everyone could just be honest. Norma and her ilk were always so certain about what God thought, which actions he approved of, and which would send a person straight to hell. But the truth was that their actual knowledge of the Bible was spotty at best. They only used the good book to reinforce their own prudish beliefs. He'd often thought about building a sermon or two around verses that would set them straight. They would be shocked, no doubt, to discover that it was worse to be a glutton than an abortionist. Because, according to Deuteronomy, if your child was a glutton, you were to take him to the edge of town where the men of the community would stone him to death. While Exodus said that if you caused a woman to miscarry, you were merely to pay a fine. Sermonizing about that might shut them up. But no one really followed the Bible. Rich people did not give everything they had to the poor in order to get into heaven, as Jesus explicitly said. Worshippers proudly displayed their faith on bumper stickers and T-shirts, rather than keeping their beliefs to themselves and praying in private, as prescribed in Matthew. Most of his parishioners, true believers all, had not even bothered to read the first few pages of Genesis, where a curiously human-sized God, apparently speaking to other gods as he walked through the garden, decided to expel Adam and Eve not because they disobeyed him and he wanted to teach them a lesson, not because they had become tainted with sin, as commonly believed, but because he was afraid they were about to become gods too.
The man has become like one of us, knowing good and evil. And now, lest he put forth his hand, and take also the tree of life, and eat, and live forever.
It was the fear of man's potential for godhood that had caused the Lord to banish humans from paradise. But Walter doubted that a single one of his most judgmental parishioners was aware of that fact. Although he would bet that, to a person, they'd condemn his immorality and call for his resignation if they ever got wind that he gambled on sporting events. Hypocrites. The phone rang, and he hurriedly toggled back to his sermon before answering, just in case someone walked in while he was on the horn. It turned out to be a robocall, and he almost hung up, but the hook grabbed him.
Does your bank offer no-interest gambling loans? We do.
Walter's grip tightened on the receiver.
Signature loans of up to $3,000 are available to pay off existing gambling debts or to use as a stake in future wagers. Press 1 if you would like to learn more.
There was the familiar sound of the front door opening and then closing in the chapel, and Walter quickly hung up the phone. His hands were sweaty, and he wiped them on the towel he kept nearby just for that purpose before walking into the next room. He hoped it wasn't someone with a serious problem. He was not in the mood for that right now, but he needn't have worried. The chapel was empty. Walter frowned. That was strange. He knew intimately all the sounds of his church, and he had definitely heard the loud squeak of hinges and even louder clack of the closing front door.
"Hello?"
he said to the empty room. There was no response, but he said it again. One could never be too careful these days. It wasn't out of the realm of possibility that some unbalanced person with a grudge against God, the church, or himself might decide to come in with a weapon and start shooting. No one answered, however, and he saw no sign that anyone was in the chapel. On the off chance that someone was hiding behind or beneath one of the pews, he walked down the aisle, looking down each row. When he came to the door, he opened it to see if the person who'd come in had somehow gotten out without him hearing or seeing it, but the church grounds were empty, as was the road. He must have simply imagined that someone had come into the church. Guilt? It wasn't beyond the realm of possibility. He'd been looking at the betting site, and while he didn't consider gambling to be wrong or immoral, he knew parishioners like Norma did, and perhaps that had subliminally affected him. Closing the door, he walked back to his office to finish working on his sermon. But his sermon was not on the screen of his computer. Instead, he was looking at fresh bets. And not just the odds page, but a betting page. Somehow, within the past few minutes, a new account had been created under his name, and he had bet over $500 on the outcome of a hockey game. He knew nothing about hockey, had no interest in hockey, and would never bet on the sport. How had this happened? Who had done this? He looked around the small, empty office and found himself saying softly, "Hello?" 3. The fat man's body lay at the bottom of the ditch, naked, bloody, and unrecognizable. Hank Dillman turned away, feeling slightly nauseous. The smell alone was enough to make him gag, and while he wasn't an expert in these things, it seemed pretty obvious that the corpse had been here for at least a couple of days. Jasper Brooks, who'd discovered the body and called it in, stood watching him with distaste, completely unaffected. Jasper had been in Vietnam, and as he never tired of telling anyone who would listen, he'd seen horrors. He had no respect for law enforcement officers or the veterans of subsequent wars, none of whom, in his view, would have survived a week in a real war zone. The paramedics, who'd arrived seconds after Hank, had pronounced the man dead, but were waiting for the sheriff and the M.E. to arrive before transporting the body. Where the hell were Brad and the other deputies? Hank had called for backup the instant he'd arrived on the scene, and the rest of them should have been here by now. The last killing to have happened in Montgomery was an unintentional shooting 6 months ago. P.D. Lawson showing off his father's Glock to his friend Chris Freitag and accidentally pulling the trigger. The last actual murder was a year before that, a domestic dispute where a wife had stabbed her drunken husband after he beat her and attacked their son. But he had never seen anything like this before. He hazarded another look at the body. He had no idea who it was, but the violence that had been perpetrated upon it was so brutal that he doubted if the victim's own mother could make a positive ID. Where a face used to be, there was only a black sinkhole, since the front of the skull had been bashed in and had collapsed in on itself, filling with blood that had long since congealed and was now covered with flies. The chest and abdomen were perforated in dozens of places, seemingly at random. The entire body covered in a dried coat of reddish brown. Hank turned away. He might have been able to handle the sight if it hadn't been accompanied by the most putrid stench he had ever experienced. It was like a dirty toilet bowl full of vomit had been blended with carburetor cleaner and then poured over a pile of shit. He walked over to the ambulance, where the two paramedics leaned against the side of the vehicle, smoking. He breathed in the second-hand smoke in an effort to erase the smell of the body.
Who do you think killed him?
Rich, the older paramedic asked as he exhaled.
We don't even know who he is yet. Either of you have any ideas?
They both shook their heads.
I guess we'll have to wait for fingerprints. I don't even see any clothes around. Maybe he was killed somewhere else and dropped off here.
There was the sound of approaching engines, and Hank walked around to the back of the ambulance where he saw two department cars approaching, lights and sirens off.
Thank God.
What took you so long?
He asked Brad as the sheriff and Isaac got out of the first vehicle. Mitch and Bill F. were emerging from the car directly behind them.
Isaac forgot the camera. We had to go back for it.
I thought I could just use my phone.
No, you didn't. You know the protocol. You forgot.
There was a tone in the sheriff's voice that kept the deputy from responding.
So where's the body? Over here,
Jasper called out.
It's bad,
Hank warned, though he'd told that to Brad over the radio.
No ID yet?
No clue.
Brad walked to the edge of the ditch and looked down.
Jesus,
he breathed.
I think we can safely call this a homicide,
Isaac said as he started taking photos.
No one's touched the body yet?
Hank shook his head.
You?
Brad asked, looking over at Jasper.
Haven't touched a thing.
So, how did you find him?
The sheriff glanced around. The ditch ran alongside the edge of the forest, several yards away from the dirt road on which they'd all parked. A control road running between the highway and the refuse transfer station.
This seems a little out of the way.
I was out for a walk.
Brad eyed him suspiciously.
A walk?
It's a free country.
Hank, Brad, and the other deputies shared a look. They all knew that there'd been complaints from residents living on the outskirts of town about shots being fired on some of the side roads.
You sure you weren't out here for a little off-season hunting? Or unlawful target practice?
Jasper held up his hands.
I'm unarmed, sir.
The sheriff turned his attention back to the body.
Let's canvass the area and look for a weapon. Isaac, finish up those photos. Bill, go to the back of the car and get some tape to cordon off the scene.
He addressed the paramedics.
When the ME gets here, give me a shout. I need to talk to him.
Hank felt relieved. In quieter moments, he sometimes daydreamed about taking over as sheriff. But the truth was that he was much more suited to following orders than giving them, and he was glad that Brad had arrived to take over. He could handle the small, everyday stuff, but all the training in the world could not prepare him to deal with something like this. He faced away from the body, took a deep breath of fresh air. Jasper snorted derisively.
You have something to say to me?
Hank demanded. Jasper grinned.
No, sir, officer. Nothing at all.
Jasper Brooks was being an asshole, as usual, mocking Hank and behaving as though he was a part of the investigation. So Brad found it especially gratifying to send the old coot on his merry way. Jasper was the first to have come across the body, and it was obvious that he felt proprietary about his discovery and wanted to see this through to the end. But the sheriff pulled rank informed him that this was a crime scene and that he needed to go. They would contact him later for an official statement. Brad had never dealt with anything like this before, and despite the outward calm he attempted to project, the brutality of the murder and urgency of the situation felt overwhelming. Theirs was a small-town sheriff's office. They weren't really equipped to deal with something of this magnitude, but unfortunately there was no other law enforcement agency to which they could legitimately pass off responsibility. This case was all theirs. Brad looked down again at the fat man's corpse, leaning against the dirt side of the ditch. Nothing was left of the victim's face, but there was something familiar about his hairline, and while Brad couldn't immediately identify the man, he knew him. He just didn't know from where. Brad, Hank, Mitch, and Bill F. started their search. They found nothing on the road or in the ditch, but in the trees and brush beyond were ample areas where a weapon could have been tossed, and they spread outward from the crime scene. Between two scrawny pines he came across a rough path and saw, in the center of the hardened dirt, a dark spot the size of a baseball that could easily be dried blood.
"Here!"
he called out. With much trampling of weeds and snapping of twigs, the others hurried over. It occurred to him that they should have treaded more carefully, that they might have destroyed evidence. Although most of them were hunters and familiar with the outdoors, none of them had ever worked on anything like this. They should probably be a little more circumspect in their movements. Mitch crouched down next to the spot, looked at it carefully.
"Blood,"
he confirmed.
"All right,"
Brad said.
"Proceed slowly."
He remained in the lead, moving with caution down the primitive trail. It seemed to be angling toward the refuse transfer station, though that was still a good half-mile away. The terrain at this elevation was high chaparral, and the path wound between copses of juniper, holly, and overgrown manzanita. He saw no other evidence of blood on the dirt, and was about to stop and suggest that they return to the head of the trail and concentrate their search efforts in the brush around that area, when the path passed over a small rise and ended on the edge of a flat clearing. He halted, shocked, completely unprepared for the sight that greeted him. For it was not a weapon that he had stumbled upon, but a massacre. Bodies, he counted 12, but the wildflowers grew high and there could conceivably be more, lay staggered along the south end of the small meadow. Unlike the man in the ditch, they were fully dressed, the men in white shirts and suits, the women in blouses and skirts. There was no path through the weeds and wildflowers. None of the grasses had been trampled, and he ordered the deputies to walk behind him, single file, so as to disturb the sight as little as possible.
"Go back and get those paramedics,"
he told Mitch, who was bringing up the rear.
"Tell them what we have here. I count 12 so far, which means we're probably going to need more ambulances."
Mitch hurried off, talking into his shoulder radio as he ran, and the rest of them moved forward slowly. Maybe it wasn't a massacre, Brad conceded. He saw no blood, but the bodies definitely looked dead. He thought he should make sure and called out, "Gila County Sheriff's Department!" No response, no sign of movement. Kneeling next to the first body, that of a man, Brad placed a finger on the neck. The skin was cold and there was no pulse. He looked back at Hank and Bill F. and shook his head. The man and the woman next to him he recognized as Mike Gamel and Juana Rodriguez, two former tellers from Bank of America. Standing up to look at the other bodies, he was pretty sure they had worked at the bank as well. Brad knew who the fat man in the ditch was now. Bank of America's former manager. Glenn something. Teague, Taylor? It definitely started with a T.
"Glenn Taggart,"
Bill F. said, as though reading his thoughts. "And that's Sissy Platter," Hank said, pointing. "She signed my car loan." If he had felt overwhelmed at the sight of the manager's body, Brad now felt completely out of his depth. Ignoring the crackle of his shoulder radio, though he heard Isaac addressing him by name, he walked slowly past the prone corpses, seeing no wounds, no sign of injury, though there'd been blood on the trail here. Why had this happened? How had it happened? Was it some sort of suicide pact? A murder-suicide, or just plain murder? The manager's killing could have conceivably happened on that day the Bank of America closed, since it was obvious that he'd been dead for a few days. But it was odd that no one had reported him missing. Was he married? Did he have family? Brad would have to have someone look that up. It was the other deaths that really concerned him, however. They had obviously died more recently. No one had yet reported any of them missing. It was quite likely that their loved ones still did not know. And yet, for some reason, all of them, every employee of the bank, 3 days after the bank's closing, had either committed suicide or had been executed out here on the way to the transfer station. Executed. That was the word he'd been looking for. There was still no signs of violence readily apparent, but the manner in which the bank employees had been laid out on the ground reminded him of nothing so much as an execution.
"Sheriff!"
Isaac was practically shouting through the comm device now, and Brad pressed the talk button at his shoulder.
"Neth here."
You found more bodies, and Mitch says they're all B of A employees?
"As far as I can tell."
Jesus! I thought maybe he got it screwed up and...
There was a lengthy crackle of static.
"I found 2 more, over here,"
Hank called out, pointing into the brush near the spot where he was standing. Isaac came back on the line.
"Many of them."
"Sorry," Brad said. "You faded out there for a minute. Say it again."
I said, maybe we should contact the other employees and see if they know anything. How many of the bank staff do you think you have out there?
"Another one!"
Bill F. called out. Brad closed his eyes.
"All of them," he said.
4. The bank had turned them down. Jen had not gotten the word over the phone, in person, or through a formal letter. She'd gotten a text. Lane had gotten the same text, and she had called him only seconds before he'd been about to call her. Such a means of notification seemed far too casual for such an important decision, and she wondered aloud to Lane if such a move was legal. It certainly didn't seem ethical. And she'd said that maybe they should report the bank to the Better Business Bureau. "It won't make us any more eligible," he told her. "Why aren't we eligible? Even with my parents co-signing, we're still too big a risk?" "I guess so." A feeling of dejection had settled over her. "So we're permanent renters for the rest of our lives." The real estate agent had had another idea, though. She'd texted both of them moments later and said she was working on alternative financing. She wanted to meet at the house to talk to them about it rather than at her office, which made Jen suspect it might not be completely on the up and up. But it cost nothing to hear her out, and at this point, what did they have to lose? Lane had instantly called Jen back.
"We're still in."
"Let's hear what it is first. I'll meet you at the diner after work. We need to go together and show up at the same time so she doesn't have a chance to lobby one of us alone."
"You want to call her to set it up?"
"Okay. See you at 5.
"I'll be there, babe."
The diner was BB's roadside diner on the south end of town. Montgomery actually had 2 diners, as well as a Denny's, but BB's was the one they preferred, and they ate there at least once a week, on days she was too tired to cook. Jen got off a few minutes early and waited for him in the booth closest to the door, attempting to drink Coke through a paper straw that had flattened with the very first suck, and that she was unsuccessfully trying to pinch back into shape. At the next booth over, An overly made-up, middle-aged woman was snuggling next to a sleazy-looking older man, both of them engaging in an embarrassingly exaggerated display of affection. In movies, when women sensually sucked on men's fingers, it seemed arousing and provocative because it brought to mind oral sex. But she tried it once with Lane, and his finger had been rough and unappealing, the skin tasting of old onion and barbecue sauce from the hamburger he'd eaten for lunch. The whole thing had been disagreeable, and after that she had sworn off getting sex tips from films. Not so the floozy in the next booth. She was holding the man's right wrist with both hands, two of his outstretched fingers in her mouth, her eyes closed in a sad parody of sexual arousal. Rose, the waitress, stopped by to ask if she wanted a refill. "Just another straw," Jen said. Reaching into the pocket of her blue apron, Rose pulled one out. "Here you go, hon." Jen nodded toward the oversexed older couple. "Can you get them to tone it down? It's a little gross." Rose gave her head a small, barely perceptible shake. "New owner," she whispered, and quickly moved to seat 3 highway workers who had just walked in. BB didn't own BB's roadside diner anymore? When had that happened? Jen hadn't even known the place was for sale. She glanced over at the next booth, and one of them was the new owner? What had happened, she wondered. Why had BB wanted to sell? The diner was almost always busy. It was hard to believe it wasn't making money. Maybe he was sick or had some family emergency. Maybe his wife or his parents were sick. She hoped the new owner, or owners, were smart enough to leave things as they were and not make any changes. The diner was a Montgomery institution. Through the window, she saw Lane's pickup truck pull around the side of the building, and a moment later he walked into the diner and sat down in the seat opposite her. "Sorry, we had a last-minute delivery, and I couldn't get away." He picked up her glass, took out the straw, and downed the last of her Coke, chewing on the ice. "Evangeline seems kind of hush-hush. Any idea what her plan is?" Jen shook her head. "I have no clue, and the fact that she wants to meet at the house instead of her office seems kind of suspicious to me. I hope this is all on the level." He nodded. "I was thinking the same thing. I mean, we want this house, of course, but I'm not getting involved with anything risky." "Or illegal." "I don't know if she'd go that far." Jen shrugged. "She has kind of a reputation." "Well, we'll hear her out." "Yeah, but if it turns out it's some kind of internet scam or some friend of hers or whatever, we're not doing it." "That's okay. We'll just keep renting and wait." He put a hand on hers. "Don't worry. We'll get there." "Yeah," Jen said, unconvincingly. She raised her hand. "Rose? Check?" The house they were looking to buy was located behind the downtown, in a neighborhood of modest wooden homes that had been built in the 1950s or 60s. They were 10 minutes late, so the realtor should have already been there. But her Lexus was neither in the driveway nor on the street outside. Lane parked his pickup in front of the house, while Jen pulled her Accord into the carport. After getting out, she pointed to the for sale sign in the middle of the brown lawn. "That'd be a sold sign if it wasn't for that stupid bank." "I know." They walked out to the sidewalk, scanning the street for any sign of Evangeline. "Speaking of banks, did you hear about all those people from B of A?" "I know. I can't believe it," she said. "John's brother's one of the deputies who found them. They were all laid out in the field, Jim Jones style." Jen shivered. "Let's not talk about it." The sun was starting to go down, and the shadow of the house had almost taken over the lawn. The street was quiet, and while that had seemed like a selling point for the neighborhood up to now, at the moment she would have preferred to hear a car go by, kids playing, even a lawnmower or a teenager's stereo. Lane must have read her mood.
"Should we check and see if it's unlocked?" he asked.
I don't think it is, but sure.
Together they walked up to the front door. There was a lockbox attached to the handle, but it was open, the key easily accessible to anyone who happened by. Lane took it out.
"Shall we?"
Without waiting for a response, he unlocked the door. Jane stepped inside behind Lane, who had reached around the edge of the door frame and flipped on the light. With no curtains on the windows, the dusk outside looked like night, and without furniture, the rooms stretching out before them looked bigger than the exterior of the building seemed able to hold. She wandered into the remodeled kitchen, admiring the recently installed countertop grill and the greenhouse window over the sink that looked out at a surprisingly big backyard. Of course, the yard was in darkness right now, with only the faintest hint of orange sunset showing through the trees. It was odd being here as evening fell, and it gave the house a distinctly different vibe. She moved through the small dining room, and she and Lane both walked down the hallway, past the single bathroom and what she was already calling the guest room, to the master bedroom. Since her first tour of the house, she had been certain that this was the place for them. They both had. But now something seemed off. The bedroom had only one window, and while that had never bothered her before, those 3 windowless walls made her think of a prison cell. Above the spot where, in her mind, she'd put their bed, she noticed a recessed square in the ceiling. The entrance to an attic? It had to be a small attic, she reasoned, probably little more than a crawl space, but she still didn't like the fact that its entrance would be right over their bed.
Hello?
The realtor's unexpected greeting made her jump, and Lane laughed as he took Jen's hand and led her back out to the living room.
Sorry I'm late,
Evangeline told them.
I was getting everything together for you.
She was carrying an iPad, and she turned it on, swiping and tapping before showing them the screen.
So, what's happening is there's a new bank opening a branch in Montgomery, and they're reaching out to local business leaders like moi, who work with the banking community on a consistent basis. In an attempt to get a foothold in this town, they're offering us what they're calling introductory loans. Basically, to show their good faith, to let everyone know that they're invested in Montgomery and here to stay, and not some fly-by-night operation. They're providing a limited number of loans to families and couples who might have been turned down by traditional lenders, but who local movers and shakers, again, like moi, believe deserve a second chance.
She smiled brightly.
And, of course, I immediately thought of you.
Jen looked at Lane, met his gaze. Maybe this wasn't such a bad idea.
"What's the interest rate?" Lane asked. "And points and fees and all that?"
Evangeline was all business.
Points vary, depending on whether you go fixed or adjustable, 15-year or 30. The rate's actually 1/4 of a percentage point lower than we were looking at with Montgomery Community.
She held up the iPad, showing them the numbers.
It's a good deal, but it's not one that's going to last. We either take it or we don't, because this is like those cheap car prices auto dealers offer to get you onto the lot. It's a lure. So, what I need from you is authorization to start the paperwork.
Jen looked at the blackness on the other side of the living room windows, thought of that attic entrance into the bedroom, and wasn't sure she still...
"Do it," Lane said,
making the decision unilaterally. She stared at him, thinking they needed to talk this over, thinking there should be a discussion. But when Evangeline looked quizzically over to solicit her opinion, Jen found herself nodding in agreement, as though she had no will of her own.
"Okay,"
she said.
"Go ahead."
Part 5. 1. It arrived overnight, fully formed. Kyle drove to work the way he always did, but before he even reached the curve that led into downtown, he spied a string of red balloons trailing upward into the sky, above the pine and cottonwood trees that shielded the old business district from the newer retailers on the highway. Once around the curve, he saw vehicles parked on both sides of the street and a crowd of people lined up in front of the bookstore? No, the bank. He slowed the pickup as he drove by. This was impossible. When he'd closed up last night, the space next to Brave New World had been vacant, but now a tasteful, conservative sign mounted above the freshly spotless windows identified the newly opened business as the First People's Bank. Numerous balloons drew attention to a grand opening banner strung on a wire above the sidewalk. Through the windows, he could see well-dressed men and women seated at desks. So, overnight, someone had come in and completely cleaned and refurbished the dusty, abandoned, formerly empty store? It didn't make sense. But the evidence was right in front of his eyes. The bank was there. He reached the end of the block, turned right, then turned right again into the alley. Maybe the bank would bring increased foot traffic to the downtown. As the shop next door, Brave New World would definitely be in a position to take advantage of people cashing paychecks and withdrawing money. And if even half of those former Bank of America customers switched to the First People's Bank, there'd be dozens of individuals downtown each day who ordinarily would not be in that part of Montgomery, some of whom might not even know Brave New World even existed. As far as he was concerned, this was a prime opportunity to gain new customers and turn around the store's fortunes. It still seemed a strange location for a bank, not least because there was parking only on the street. There was no adjacent lot or parking structure, not even enough spaces for employees in the back. The entire thing seemed poorly planned out, and Kyle wondered how such a thing had ever gotten approval from the Planning Commission or the Town Council, both of which had become by-the-book sticklers about making sure renovations and new developments provided adequate parking after condos built near the golf course 10 years ago turned out not to have enough parking spaces available for the number of units constructed. Where was the bank going to keep its money, he wondered. As Gary had said, there wasn't enough room for the type of walk-in safe that most banks had. The former retail space was almost exactly the same size as Brave New World. Its boundaries were defined by the flat walls it shared with his store on one side and Trixie Johnson's consignment shop on the other. He pulled into his parking spot and got out of the truck, locking it. The whole situation seemed more than a little off. Walking past the twin blue dumpsters shared by the business tenants in this block of buildings, Kyle was surprised to find the rear entrance of the bookstore locked. Opening up, he walked in, turning on the lights. Where was Gary? He was supposed to have opened this morning. True, it was only 10 minutes after 9, but his clerk was seldom, if ever, late. If he was going to be tardy, he always called, texted, or, in the case of a doctor's appointment, talked to Kyle in person and made arrangements ahead of time. It occurred to him that Gary might be next door, applying for a job. Kyle supported his friend's efforts to find a new place to work and didn't begrudge him applying at the bank. But if that was the case, it would have been nice if he had been informed so he could have shown up a little earlier. In the storage space, Kyle got money out of the safe for the register. He was going to miss Gary when he was gone. The two of them had been through a lot together. On the other hand, it would be convenient having his friend work at the bank next door, if that's where he ended up finding employment. He might even open up a business account there and start making daily deposits rather than using his little safe. Kyle counted out bills and placed the money in the register before putting on one of his morning CDs, Solid Colors by Liz Story, who at one point had lived over in Prescott, although he had no idea where she made her home now. He unlocked the front door. Outside there was a small crowd on the sidewalk. Odd to have people lined up for a bank opening, he thought. But when he talked to Julie Hopper, who was standing at the end of the line in front of the bookstore's window, he found out the bank was not only offering free food and beverages as part of its grand opening, but was giving out tote bags to anyone who showed up and an assortment of gift cards to those who opened new accounts. Still wondering about Gary, he called the other man's cell phone and then his house, reaching voicemail on both and leaving messages for Gary to call him back as soon as possible. Could he be next door? There were no customers yet, so Kyle locked the door behind him and walked over to the bank, bypassing the line since he had no interest in getting a tote bag. What they had done with the place was amazing. Soft, recessed ceiling lights illuminated dark wood walls hung with Western art. On the carpeted left side of the long room were desks and chairs and potted palms. On the right half was a marble floor, a line of teller windows, and 2 dark wood tables filled with pastries, donuts, and miniature bottles of orange juice and water. There was indeed a walk-in safe in the back, and, visible inside, a wall of safety deposit boxes. Before heading for the food, the others attending the grand opening were collecting pamphlets and blue tote bags imprinted with the bank's name from employees standing next to boxes filled with the items just inside the door. One of those employees was Gary. Kyle was stunned. Gary was already working here? They'd already hired him? When had that happened? It must have been this morning, because Gary sure as hell hadn't given any hint about this yesterday when they were closing. Although, if it had been this morning, Gary would have had to be interviewed and accepted hours ago in order to give him time to go out and buy that suit, because Kyle knew for a fact that his friend didn't own anything that nice. Where could he have bought a new suit in Montgomery at 8 o'clock in the morning? Everything about this seemed wrong, and Kyle bypassed the line, walked behind a smiling Stepford woman passing out pamphlets, and tapped Gary on the shoulder. "Hey." "Hello, sir." Gary didn't recognize him. Kyle took a step back. How is this possible? He frowned. What's going on here? "Our bank offers a range of services." "What the hell, Gary?" It occurred to him that maybe the bank wanted its employees to pretend not to know its customers out of some misguided sense that detachment implied objectivity. But no, the expression on his friend's face revealed no hint of familiarity, no indication that Gary had ever seen him before. The cold that settled over him had nothing to do with the ultra-efficient air conditioning that had been installed overnight. Gary offered him a bland smile. "Would you like a tote bag, sir?" 2. As soon as Coy arrived at work, Ben Shanley called him into his office. "Close the door," he said. Coy did so, then sat down in the proffered chair. The bank manager stood up from his own seat and started pacing, saying nothing for several moments, as though trying to gather his thoughts. "We have competition," the manager said finally. Coy frowned. "What?" "There's going to be a new bank in town. It's opening up on Main Street next to the bookstore." "I did hear a rumor about that." "It's more than a rumor. I want you to do some research. Find out who owns this bank, where it comes from, when it's opening, the whole shebang. No doubt they know the name and background of every member of our board, of the president, of me, of you. Hell, of everybody who works here. We're going to need some hard data in hand if we're going to compete on a level playing field." He shook his head. "This new deregulation push is opening up banking to every Tom's Harry Dick that comes down the pike. Half of these half-wits probably have no idea what they're doing, and'll quickly go under. But they could still screw things up for established institutions like ours." Shanley sighed. "And just when I thought we were getting a break with that Bank of America thing." "A break?" Coy studied the manager's face. Was he aware that the Bank of America employees had been killed? It was hard to tell, but Coy didn't want to be the one to broach the subject. so he simply nodded in agreement. The truth was that the rest of them were freaked out about it. Rumor had it that the killings were related to the branch closing, that one of the employees had not taken it well and had killed himself and all of his co-workers. The smart money was on Tim Takamura, who had always seemed highly strung and just this side of unstable. But there was also the distinct possibility that some serial killer was targeting bank workers, in which case they could all be in danger. Coy cleared his throat.
So, you want me to find out everything you can? Strengths, weaknesses, anything we can use against them. Anything that'll help us retain our customers. Information is power, as they say, and I want as much information at my fingertips as you can find. And if you dig up any dirt, he shrugged, all's fair in love and business.
Coy nodded. The parameters were vague, and he still wasn't sure exactly what he was supposed to do, but he pretended that he did.
When do you need this by? As soon as you can get it. I want all of your attention on this. If there's anything else that's outstanding or under deadline, pawn it off on Cal. Maggie can pick up his slack if need be. Got it?
Got it, Coy said, and rose to go.
We're fighting for our lives here, Shanley said. Don't let me down.
He walked back to his desk, and the first thing he did was call Florine. If another bank was attempting to encroach on their territory, the agents at Evergreen Title would know. But when he asked what she knew about the bank that was supposed to be opening in Montgomery, she pled ignorance.
I haven't heard anything about it,
Florine told him. He didn't believe her. That was a first, and either way, whether she really was lying to him or whether he just thought she was lying to him, it marked a distressing milestone in what had been, until now, a pretty harmonious relationship.
It's supposed to be opening in an existing space in the old downtown, he pressed, next to a bookstore. You sure you haven't heard anything?
No,
she said. There it was again. She was lying. And when he tried to think of reasons why she wouldn't be honest with him, the one his mind kept coming back to was that Evergreen Title was planning to deal exclusively with the new bank. He thought about her previous warnings that Montgomery Community was being audited. Should he say anything to Shanley? Not yet. He needed more intel before he started formulating theories and making accusations. Heck, he didn't even know the name of the bank, which was the minimum information required if he was going to conduct any sort of research. Coy talked to Cal and Maggie, the tellers, even the security guard, but no one seemed to know anything, although Maggie said she was pretty sure there was a "coming soon" sign in the window that spelled out some of the details. So his first order of business was to check that out. He let the manager know he was going, then drove down Frontier to Maine, to the location where the rival would be opening. Opening? It was already open, and Coy was surprised to see a line of people on the sidewalk waiting to get in. Driving by, he looked at the crowd. It had to be social media. There was a whole new world of below-the-radar advertising that passed him by, and he knew Shanley was going to be upset that half the town knew about the bank's debut before they did. Circling the block at the end of the street, Coy drove slowly back up Main, searching for a parking spot. He finally found one on the side street next to Ray's photo and walked down the sidewalk to the new bank. The First People's Bank, it was called, and Coy mentally took off points for the generic name. Montgomery Community. Now, there was a name for a bank. It connoted stability and local involvement. Still, now that he had the name, he could start looking into the bank's background. As a loan officer, it was his job to dig into the financial histories of those who were applying for loans, and, if he did say so himself, he was good at it. Successive Republican Congresses had made it easier for companies to hide their financial shenanigans, But the information was there if you knew where to look, and he did. But that applied to the greater institution. Shanley also wanted him to learn what he could about this specific branch, their immediate rival, and Coy walked inside to collect names and business cards, get the lay of the land. There was a line of people waiting to get blue cloth bags and pick up pamphlets that were being passed out, and another line of people in front of tables stacked with food and drinks. He recognized some of them as former Montgomery Community customers. But many others were unfamiliar to him. He wanted to get his hands on those pamphlets, but he decided to forego the line and pick them up on his way out. Instead, he snooped around the teller's windows, peeking at the area behind the partition.
"What are you doing here?"
Coy turned to see Florine walking toward him from where she'd been speaking to two men in dark business suits. He almost did a double-take, unsure for a second if it was really her. Hadn't he just called Florine at work? How could she be here? It was possible that she'd had her calls forwarded from Evergreen Title to her cell, but why had she denied any knowledge of the new bank when here she was, apparently meeting with some of its executives? Confused, he started to ask her what was going on, but she cut him off.
"I said, what are you doing here?"
She slapped him, hard. Her knee drove deep into his groin, and he went down in an explosion of pain. Strong hands grabbed him and carried him through the lobby. He hadn't noticed any security guards when he'd walked in, but every bank had at least one, and he was pretty sure that's who was silently removing him from the building. He saw some of his former customers glance at him, then look quickly away, and then the glass door opened before him, and the two men who had been carrying him placed him butt down on the sidewalk. The pain was still excruciating, and he leaned back against the building, waiting for it to subside. What the hell was going on? Something far outside the normal bounds of business, that was certain. Experimentally, Coy attempted to stand. There was a brief slash of agony that flared from his testicles to his stomach as pressure was put on the muscles that met at his crotch. The pain receded slightly as he balanced on 2 feet, enough at least for him to walk, and he hobbled past 2 men heading into the bank. He definitely had something to report to Shanley, but what it meant, he had no clue. Slowly he made his way up the block to where he'd parked, hoping all the way to feel a tap on his shoulder or an arm around his midsection as Florine came after him to apologize. But she didn't try to catch up to him. And when he reached the end of the block and looked back down the sidewalk before turning, there was no sign of her. 3. Anita went over to the bookstore at lunch. She showed up without warning, bearing food from Juan Wang's, which Kyle had said earlier in the week that he wanted to try. She couldn't remember the last time she'd done something like this. Couldn't remember the last time either of them had acted so spontaneously, and she realized that maybe if she'd been more consistent in putting this sort of effort into the marriage, the situation with Stephen never would have happened. It hadn't happened, though. That was the point. It had almost happened, but she'd come to her senses and realized what she would be losing if she went down that path. She remembered when she and Kyle had first started dating. It wasn't until their senior year in high school, but they'd already known each other forever. He'd sat behind her in 2nd grade, and she could recall the way he would kick the back of her chair when he was bored, swinging his legs until she'd turned around and told him to knock it off. In junior high, they'd run with entirely different crowds. Not that boys and girls intermingled much at that stage anyway. Her lunchtimes had been taken up with nearly every club imaginable, while he could usually be found hanging out with his weird friend Roger in the library. But in high school, they'd been thrown together in AP English and history, and she'd discovered that she kind of liked him. She'd been the one to make the first move. If it had been left up to him, it never would have happened. They'd been spending a lot of time together, preparing for a debate in history, since they were the only two reliable members of their team, and one afternoon, as they were preparing to leave school, she'd asked him if he wanted to stop by Lottaburger with her on the way home and get something to drink. A Coke, maybe. At that point, she'd sort of been dating Dennis Whitaker, but there was nothing really serious between them yet, and all they'd done was kiss, so she didn't feel guilty about asking out Kyle, and she was more excited than she had ever been in her life when he acquiesced and said yes. By the next week, they were dating, and they had remained together ever since. So, how had it come to the point where she was flirting with the guy who owned the nursery? They'd gotten off track somehow. Maybe it was because they'd been together for so long, and neither of them had ever seriously gone with anyone else. Who knew? But she'd almost made a huge mistake, had caught herself just in time, and was now committed to making sure their marriage stayed strong. If not for their own sakes, then for Nick. "Lunch is served," Anita announced as she walked into the store, the bell above the door jingling. Kyle, caught by surprise, looked up from the book he'd been reading. "Hey!" he said. His face brightened when he saw her, which made her feel guilty. She handed him the white Wan Wang sack. "I got you an egg roll burrito. You said you wanted to try one." "Thanks," he said, genuinely grateful. He opened the sack and looked in. "You want to trade for the leftover chicken sandwich I was going to eat?" Smiling, she shook her head. "You can have that, too. By the way, what's all the commotion next door?" "The new bank's open." "Already?" "Oh, yeah." He reached under the counter and pulled out a blue canvas bag. "Check it out," he said dryly. "They're giving these away free, even if you don't open up a new account." "For their grand opening?" "Yep." There was a weird pause. "Oh, and Gary's working there now." She frowned, confused. "What?" He shrugged, tried to smile, but she could sense his uneasiness beneath the gesture. "I don't understand it, but when I got here this morning, the store was closed. Gary was supposed to open, and when I went to check out the bank, there he was, all dressed up in a brand new suit, greeting customers and handing out these." He raised the bag. "You know, he's been applying at different places because of our financial situation. With my blessing. He even put in an application at the Costco in Serena. I've been hoping he'd catch on somewhere. There's not really enough work for two here right now, and it'd be a load off my shoulders if I knew he had a steady job. But he didn't tell me anything about the bank. Hell, just yesterday we were both wondering how many weeks or months it would be until it even opened." There was another weird pause. "What is it?" Anita asked. "What aren't you telling me?" "He didn't seem to recognize me when I went over there. He gave me my bag." Kyle held it up again. "But he didn't know who I was." "What do you mean he didn't know who you were?" "He didn't know who I was." "How is that possible?" "I don't know. I'm just telling you what happened. It was the damnedest thing." "Are you sure he wasn't just trying to act professional?" "I'm not sure of anything." He pulled his wrapped egg roll burrito out of the bag. "I'm going to see for myself." "Go right ahead. I'll just be here eating my lunch." He took a bite and made a satisfied face. You're right. These things are good." "Told you." Giving him a quick wink, Anita walked outside and headed next door. The First People's Bank. That was the name? It seemed like they were opening themselves up for false advertising charges right off the bat. Out of all the banks in the country, could this really be the First People's Bank? She opened the glass door and stepped inside. Cool air greeted her. Cool air and a pleasant, soft scent, that reminded her of something she'd smelled in childhood, something she'd liked. The new bank was tastefully decorated and free from the generic formality of most financial institutions. It seemed welcoming, comfortable. A friendly, well-dressed young woman she didn't recognize met her just inside the door and offered her a tote bag as well as some informational pamphlets. Anita looked around, trying to find Gary, but saw no sign of him. Another man approached her, however, emerging from a small group of potential customers gathered around a snack table at the opposite end of the lobby. He was clearly management level, and he directed the actions of a few other employees by hand motions as he walked. "Hello," he said when he reached her. He took her right hand in both of his and gave it a squeeze. "I'm Mr. Worthington, the manager. Welcome to our bank." Undeniably attractive, the man exuded confidence and competence, and his casual manner put her instantly at ease.
"Thank you," she said.
He smiled. "I know you're not a First People's customer, yet, but I'm hoping you'll let me talk to you about the services we offer, and that you'll give us a chance to show what we can do for you." Anita smiled back.
"Sure,"
she said. "All right, then." Placing a light hand on her back, he smoothly guided her to an unoccupied desk. His hand slid away as he moved around to the other side of the desk, gently brushing her hip, and she felt an electric thrill pass through her. For the next 10 minutes, he made a convincing case as to why she should move her checking and savings accounts from Montgomery Community to the First People's Bank, touting the myriad benefits offered free to customers, as well as the personal attention provided by the friendly professional staff. Anita listened politely. She had no intention of switching banks, but after hearing Mr. Worthington's spiel, she found herself wondering if it might not be prudent to talk to Kyle. The man's presentation was very effective, very persuasive. Sensing, perhaps, that she had become more amenable, he backed off, giving her room. "So, here's my card. You have our literature. Talk it over with your husband. We're a great little bank, and we'd love to have your business." He grasped her hand again, and it was as though he'd pressed one of those secret acupressure points, one that went directly from her palm to her. She reddened, pulled away.
"Thank you," she said. "I'll certainly think about it."
"Call or stop by if you have any questions." He flashed her his winning smile. "Any time." "Did you see Gary?" Kyle asked when she returned to the bookstore.
"No,"
she told him, lifting her tote bag by its straps.
"but I did get one of these."
That night, in bed, she imagined it was the banker on top of her, rather than Kyle. And when she came, she cried out loudly and involuntarily in a way that she had not done for a long, long time. 4. A bird wasn't the same as a pet, but he'd caught it and sacrificed it, so it still counted, and after cutting off the wings and feet and placing them in the corners of the foursquare court, VJ said,
1, 2, 3, 4. That's all there is, and there ain't no more.
Then pulled out 4 eyelashes, put them in his mouth, and swallowed. He had completed the ritual at the park again. He was starting to like the park, and was in the process of recording the particulars in his notebook when he sensed movement nearby and off to his right. Looking up from his work, he saw 2 men standing on the walkway next to the foursquare court, watching him. Startled, his first thought was that he'd been caught, and his initial impulse was to run, hoping that he would not be followed or recognized. But he ascertained almost immediately that the 2 men had no interest in confronting him about what he'd done. On the contrary, they seemed pleased with what they'd witnessed. It wouldn't pay to be too accommodating, however, and there was no guarantee that he was reading this situation right. So he faced the men and demanded, "What are you looking at?" The one on the right stepped forward, hand extended. He had short, neatly combed hair, a pleasant, open face, and was wearing a dark blue suit with white shirt and red tie. He smiled as he introduced himself. "Julius Pickering. You can call me Jay." Seeing that VJ had no intention of shaking his hand, he let his arm fall, though the movement seemed smooth and natural rather than awkward. VJ closed his notebook. "That's great," he said, "but I gotta go. My associate and I would like a word with you first." The man with him had stepped forward as well. He too was clean-shaven, wearing a business suit, but there was a slovenly air about him, and something familiar in the way he stood. VJ squinted. Was it that homeless guy? "I would like to offer you a job," Pickering said. "You'll be working with Mr. Haywood here."
"I'm Mr. Haywood,"
the other man muttered. VJ recognized the voice. It was the homeless guy. What's going on here? "The two of you will be processing loans for the First People's Bank."
"Processing loans? I'm not qualified."
"You're plenty qualified." Pickering motioned toward the bird legs and wings in the corners of the four-square court. This didn't seem right, but it was as though he was in a trance or under some sort of spell, his brain unable to connect the dots and determine why this was not normal.
"What would I be doing?"
The man smiled, and something about that smile both frightened and attracted him. "What would you be doing?" "Many things," he said softly. "Many things." Part 6. 1. So what do we do? The question hung in the air, and Brad had no idea how to answer it. The final results from the autopsies had come in, and according to the ME, the men and women they'd found in the meadow had not died from poisoning as they'd assumed, but had died of natural causes. All of them, at the same time. He did not know where to go from here. How were they supposed to investigate something like this? It was clearly not a natural event. The victims were all dressed up, for God's sakes, all former B of A employees, all lying together in a field. But getting to the bottom of what had happened was going to involve far more than the ordinary law enforcement techniques and procedures with which he was familiar. Glenn Taggart, the Bank of America manager, had most definitely not died of natural causes, not with all those stab wounds and that caved-in face. He had been murdered. The report on Taggart showed that 2 weapons had been used in the assault, one with a sharp blade, most likely some type of knife, the other a heavy blunt object, possibly a baseball bat. This, at least, was something they could sink their teeth into, and Brad told the assembled deputies that they were going to focus their efforts on finding the bank manager's killer, or killers, as quickly as possible, which, hopefully, would lead to a solution to the deaths of the other bank employees. They would be going over Taggart's house and the homes of the others with a fine-toothed comb, as well as interviewing friends, relatives, and neighbors. He ordered both Bills to survey security cam footage from the gas station and Circle K on the north end of town, as well as any other businesses or residences that might have footage of the road that led toward the refuse transfer station, and told Mitch to rustle up a posse and start looking for weapons in the underbrush near the site. "We're going to get this bastard," he promised. But that was easier said than done. Their manpower was stretched so thin because of this that if the mayor had murdered his mother on Main Street that afternoon, there wouldn't have been an officer available to arrest him. Yet, by the end of the afternoon, not a single lead had turned up. Brad spent the day not only coordinating the efforts of his various teams, but consulting with both the ME and, via video conference, a profiler from Phoenix. And by the time he knocked off at 6, after instructing Vern to call him at home if anything turned up after hours, the only thing he had to show for it was a headache. Grateful not to have heard a peep from either the radio in his car or his cell phone on the short ride over, he unlocked the front door and warily entered the house. "I'm home," he announced. Jillian and Sue were both seated on the living room floor in front of the television, and they jumped up at the sound of his voice. "Daddy!" When the expected sound of Patty's voice did not immediately call out to him from the kitchen, he glanced in that direction, suddenly noticing that, aside from the girls and the television, the house was silent. Brad frowned. "Where's Mommy?" "She had to go out." "And she left you here by yourselves?" Brad was incredulous. This was not only completely unlike Patty, but was completely unacceptable, and anger built within him. Yes, the door to the house had been locked when he'd arrived home, but he'd just come back from investigating the deaths of 15 people, including the most brutal murder in Montgomery history, and he didn't think this was the time to be leaving little girls alone. It wasn't the 1940s, for God's sake, when people let their kids run wild, blithely talk to strangers, and come home when the sun went down. This was now. What the hell could she have been thinking? Outside, a car door slammed. Patty was home. A moment later, the front door opened. "I'm back," she announced, but the chipper tone of her voice was undercut by wariness. She had seen the car in the driveway, knew he was here, and knew he would not be happy. She got that right, Brad thought. He confronted her the second she stepped into the living room. "What were you thinking?" he said accusingly. "Leaving the girls by themselves? I come home, and you're nowhere to be found, and they're in here all alone watching TV?" "I'm sorry," she said contritely. "You're sorry? I can't believe this. Do you know what I spent my day doing? Looking for whoever slaughtered Glenn Taggart and laid out all those bodies in that field." "I am sorry," Patty said, and there was true remorse in her voice. "But I was gone for less than 20 minutes, and this was an opportunity too good to pass up. It's that big house near the golf course. You know those acre lots they were trying to sell for a while, but only that one house was built? It's listing for $1 million plus. $1 million plus! That's the biggest residential sale ever in this town, and the owners wanted me to sell it for them. How could I turn that down?" "You didn't have to abandon your children." "Mommy didn't abandon us," Jillian said defensively. "Go in your room," Brad said. "Mommy and Daddy need to talk." With furtive looks toward each of their parents, the girls slunk out of the living room. "I didn't call you," Patty said, "because I knew you were too busy to get away. And, all right, maybe I should have brought them with me. But some of these clients are temperamental and don't like kids, and I didn't want to lose the listing. It was just a quick trip to the office, 10 minutes or so, and I made sure the girls were locked in here and wouldn't open the door." "What if there was a fire or a gas leak? Would they have been able to get out? Or would I have come home to find their charred corpses?" "That's a terrible thing to say." "Things happen, and it's our job as parents to make sure they don't happen to our daughters. I thought you understood that." "I do. Well, of course I do." But his faith in her had been shaken, and the anger and fear he felt was nearly overwhelming. He would never be able to put out of his mind what he had seen out by the control road, and while he usually wasn't one to bring his work home with him, this was different, and the fact that Patty had been willing to leave Sue and Jillian all alone in order to secure a listing while such a psycho was on the loose left him feeling off balance, as though he'd just discovered after all these years that she was someone he didn't really know. She reached for his arm. "I made a mistake,"
a mistake I will never make again.
He looked into her eyes.
But why did you make it in the first place? It's not as if you're a new mother and aren't used to having children. This isn't something that just came up. You've been taking care of Sue and Jillian for years. I always thought you were a good mother. But now...
She pushed him away.
That's not fair.
I'm sorry, but
I'm as good a mother as you are a father, and I spend more time with them than you do. Just because I left them for 15 minutes.
I thought you said it was 20.
She glared at him.
Did you know that Natalie Bloom, that perfect mother, left Hannah in the car one time when she went into the bank when Hannah was a baby? Because she forgot? In the summer? And do you know that Dottie's daughter, Livia, answered the phone the other day when I called because Dottie had fallen asleep in front of her computer and Livia was in the kitchen next to the phone because she was trying to make macaroni and cheese, even though she's too young to use the stove. Plus, I don't think there's a day that goes by that I don't see that little boy down the block. What's his name? Wandering out into the street with his parents nowhere in sight. So before you start accusing me of being a bad parent, I suggest you look around and do a little comparison shopping.
Neither of them were going to budge on their positions, but the girls were already frightened by the fighting, and Patty had promised not to do it again. So even though he was still angry, Brad forced himself to calm down and nod.
Okay, he said.
Okay, what?
You made a mistake. You learned from it, and you're not going to do it again.
Oh, I learned from it?
He shot her a look, and she stopped herself, glancing toward the hallway and the girls' bedroom beyond.
Fine, she said.
He took her hand.
I'm only making a big deal out of it, because there are 15 people dead. 15. And that bank manager.
He shook his head.
You didn't see what happened to him.
I know, and I'll be careful.
Okay.
They hugged and made up, and both of them went back to get the girls and tell them everything was okay. 2. Nick met up with Aaron at lunch, the two of them sitting on the low brick wall in front of the band room. Once again, Victor was MIA.
Where is he?
Aaron wondered, unwrapping his sandwich.
He's been out for 3 days now. Maybe he has mono.
Aaron snorted.
Victor? Right. Who would he be kissing?
Well, Stacy could have spit on him. Aaron laughed. Nick chuckled at the thought, too, but the truth was that he was worried. He tried to call his friend several times, had even gone by his house yesterday after school, but there'd been no one home. That was odd. Victor had always been something of a latchkey kid, but he took advantage of that, and when his parents were out, he was usually in, acting as though he were lord of the manor. But he was not at school, not at home, not answering his phone, so where was he? As much as Nick dreaded the idea, he was thinking he might tell his parents and have them call Victor's parents to find out what was going on.
So, are you rewriting your play?
Aaron asked. Nick nodded.
Sure. It's now called Diarrhea Jones Goes to the White House, and it's about a man with irritable bowel syndrome who's invited by the president to spend a weekend at the White House. Hijinks ensues.
Seriously, bruh. Nelson will have your ass if you don't do something more normal. Maybe something without shit in it.
He chuckled.
I know, but I still haven't come up with anything. Although I'm thinking of making a YouTube video of me reading my new poem, Mrs. Nelson is a Bitch.
Aaron's eyes widened.
Are you serious?
Nick laughed.
No.
But it'd be cool, right?
It'd be awesome.
Maybe this summer we'll do something like that. Post it anonymously.
Greg Holloway and 3 of his jock friends walked by, and one of them threw a half-empty Coke can that missed Aaron but splashed soda on his backpack. The four boys continued on, laughing and high-fiving each other. "Assholes," Aaron muttered. "Someone's going to have to change the oil in our cars when we're rich and famous," Nick smiled. "High school doesn't last forever." "Thank God." They ate for a moment in silence. "So, hey," Aaron asked, "do you have a bank account?" "What?" "Did your parents ever open up a bank account for you? Where you, save your money?" "What does that have to do with the price of poon in Thailand?" "I was just wondering. I always had this sort of piggy bank in my room where I kept all my cash. It's like a Thomas the Tank Engine I got when I was a little kid. But it didn't make any difference because I never had much money. I mean, my grandma would give me $20 for my birthday and my parents paid me a measly allowance, but that usually went pretty fast. Now, though, all of a sudden, my dad's on my ass about opening up a bank account." Aaron paused. "It's kind of weird." "Yeah," Nick admitted. "I have a savings account. I never touch it, and I don't even know how much is in it, but I think my parents deposit money in there periodically." "He's really hyped up about this new bank, too. That's where he wants me to open my account." Nick snorted. "Did I say wants? I mean insists." He shook his head. "Fucking weird, man." "That bank's next to my dad's store." "Yeah?" "Yeah. And the guy who used to work for him works there now. Only there's something, I don't know, strange about it. He and my dad were friends, but it's like now they're not. I don't know the details. My dad doesn't exactly share things, but the whole thing seems kind of off." "Well, then that's where I want to keep my money," Aaron said in a sarcastically chipper voice. Finished with his lunch, Nick balled up the brown paper sack he'd brought it in and tossed it at a nearby trash barrel, missing by at least a foot. Mrs. Nelson walked past just at that moment, and she frowned at him. "Pick it up," she ordered. "We'll have none of that here." He intended to pick it up, but there was no way she was going to believe that, so he didn't even try to argue the point. Dutifully, he hopped off the wall and deposited the watered-up sack in the trash can. The teacher continued on. "Mrs. Nelson is a bitch," Aaron said under his breath, and they both laughed as Aaron dropped his trash into the barrel before the two of them headed toward the library for the rest of the lunch period. On the way home, Nick decided to stop by Victor's house again. After school, he'd tried calling both his friend's house and cell with no luck, so he thought he'd check in person, see if anyone was home. Even if Victor was gone, maybe his mom or dad was there, and he could ask one of them what was going on, because something definitely wasn't right. Victor's Jeep was not in the driveway as expected, but to his surprise, Nick saw the family's beat-up Explorer parked in front of the garage. That meant that either his mom or dad were home, although why no one had answered the phone was a mystery. Maybe they'd just arrived and hadn't been there when he called. Feeling a little better, Nick stepped onto the porch and rang the bell. He hoped Mrs. Clark answered the door. His friend's mom was definitely easier to talk to than his dad. A minute passed. He rang the bell again, then knocked on the door, even though he'd heard the bell's three-toned chime sound inside the house. Maybe whoever was home was in the bathroom, or maybe Victor's parents were having sex. Maybe they'd come home for a quickie, which would explain why neither of them had answered the phone. Nick smiled to himself. Maybe Victor's mom was getting boned by the gardener. But when no one came to the door, and when he realized that he could hear no noise at all coming from inside the house, Nick began feeling slightly unsettled. It was the Explorer in the driveway that concerned him. If it wasn't for that, he would have assumed no one was home. But with the SUV here, and no one answering either the phone or the door, He couldn't help wondering if something had happened to Victor's mom, or dad, or both. His cell phone rang, and Nick jumped, startled. He pressed the talk button. "Hello?"
Nicholas Decker, this is Mr. Worthington from the First People's Bank. How are you this afternoon?
Fine, Nick said warily.
Great. I'm calling because we're reaching out to younger people in Montgomery, people like yourself, in order to let them know about all the services we provide. For instance, do you currently have free checking?
I'm not really interested, Nick replied. He was about to end the call when the man said forcefully,
Don't hang up.
It was an order, not a request. And though Nick's first instinct was to say something rude and sarcastic before defiantly clicking off, he found himself suddenly afraid to terminate the conversation.
Now, listen to me carefully.
The man's voice was low, deadly serious, and brooked no argument.
Get off Victor Clark's porch. Leave his yard. Stay off his property. And stop snooping. Do I make myself clear?
How did the man know he was here? Even as Nick looked in vain for signs of a security camera, he was thinking, why would the bank be monitoring Victor's house?
Do you understand me? Leave. Now.
Nick did end the call, turning his phone off completely. But he also hurried off the porch and back to his bike, pedaling away as fast as he could. What the hell was going on? He wasn't sure, but with Gary defecting from the bookstore to the bank, and Aaron's dad pressuring Aaron to open a bank account, and the bank spying on Victor's house and ordering him to stay away, something was up, and it definitely had to do with First Peoples. Frightened and feeling cold, Nick pedaled hard all the way home, letting himself into the house and locking the door behind him. And when the telephone rang, he did not answer it. 3. Praise Jesus! His bets had come in, all of them, and they'd come in big. Walter could not stop smiling. The small group of worshipers who attended Wednesday's Bible study were already in the meeting room, waiting, but the pastor could not seem to tear himself away from the Fresh Bets results page on his computer, where a bright green box was displaying the flashing number $2,000. $2,000! There were college games coming up this weekend, and one of them, as far as he was concerned, was a sure thing. He was definitely going to bet on it. He just wasn't sure how much of his winnings he was going to roll over into that action. Of course, the first thing he was going to do was put half of his winnings toward the church's renovation fund. They'd been raising money for over a year to add new pews, re-roof the building, and build a larger rec room for youth outreach. $500 was a big chunk of change and would help a lot in reaching their goal. Norma Crenshaw and her crowd might refuse those ill-gotten gains if they knew where the money came from. But as far as he was concerned, it was like what happened in Guys and Dolls when Sky Masterson rolled the gamblers in the sewer for money against their attendance at the Salvation Army mission meeting. Using the wages of sin for a higher purpose, fighting fire with fire, as the Salvation Army general said. That's what he was doing. Although, maybe he shouldn't give the church half. Maybe he should hold back a little bit more in order to reinvest. If he could turn 100 or 2 of that 5 into another 1,000, that would be even better and would help the church far more in the long run. Walter could sense from the tenor of voices in the meeting room that his Bible study group was getting restless. So he took a last look at the proof of his winnings, $2,000, before lifting the Bible from his desk and picking up a sheaf of notes about today's topic. He opened the door to the meeting room, smiling broadly.
"Good morning,"
he said.
"What a glorious day God has blessed us with."
After the meeting, Doug Coates, who, appropriately enough for a man with his last name, owned both the dry cleaners in the Safeway Center and the laundromat at the trailer park, hung back while the rest of the group said their goodbyes. When everyone had gone, he approached Walter, still standing in the doorway.
"Pastor, do you have a minute? There's something I'd like to discuss with you."
Walter had been yearning to get back to Fresh Bets, but Doug was a good guy, as well as one of the church's top fundraisers, and this was his job, so he smiled in the most pastorally way he knew how and said,
"Sure, Doug. What's on your mind?"
"Tourists."
"Tourists?"
"Yes, tourists. I've been talking with some other local businessmen, and we were discussing how, for a town this size and this type of area, Montgomery has very few visitors. As you know, a lot of businesses are dependent on foot traffic, and while the people here are great, they don't get out much. They go to work, go home," he gestured around him, "go to church, but their routines are pretty well set. Shops like Henry Davies, for instance, are usually found in areas with a lot of tourists. Those businesses are not doing well. You follow what I'm saying?" Walter nodded, though he had no idea where this was going. "Well, we were thinking that Montgomery could use some sort of attraction, maybe an arboretum like Boyce Tompkins in Superior, something impressive enough to put us on the map and attract visitors here. There's that big plot of land on the south side of town that backs up to the National Forest. We were thinking that if someone bought that, developed it into an arboretum with native Southwest plants, put some promotional muscle behind it, we might be able to drum up some tourist business for Montgomery. And once the word started spreading," he opened his arms in an expansive gesture, "maybe we'd have new shops, new restaurants, even a hotel here. Who knows? Now, Henry and everyone don't have any money to do something like that. They're barely surviving. My businesses are doing well, but the investment would be substantial, and the bank doesn't seem to want to back me. For something like this, I'm carrying too much debt. I don't look good on paper. So I was wondering if maybe you could vouch for me with the bank, or even set me up with other investors who might want in. Your word carries weight in this town, and I think if you supported me, it might help a lot."
"To start an arboretum?"
"That's right," Walter sighed.
"I'm not sure it's such a good idea," he admitted. "For one thing, it sounds risky to me."
"The bank thinks it's a good idea. And if it's so risky, why are they putting up the money for it?"
"I thought you said—"
"That was a test, Pastor. The loan officer at the bank said that it was a waste of money for me or anyone to donate money to the church, because you don't know the first thing about finance. I defended you. I always liked you, Pastor. I always believed in you. But then he asked where all that money you collect goes, why there haven't been any improvements to the church like there's supposed to be. He's the one who suggested I test you about money matters." The elation he'd felt since learning about his winnings fled, and Walter felt himself sinking into gloom.
"The church's money is in the church's account," he said in an effort to defend himself. "Nothing's been done with it yet, because we haven't reached our goal. And we won't reach our goal," he added, "without the generous support of worshipers like yourself."
Doug shook his head. "Sorry, Pastor. I want to use my money to do something real for this town." He nodded goodbye. "I'll still see you in church on Sunday, though." Walter watched him go, then shut the door, walking dejectedly back to his office. He stared out the window for a moment, looking at the church's empty parking lot, before sitting down in front of the computer on his desk. A screensaver showing Jesus ascending to heaven was exhibited on the monitor, and he pressed the space bar to clear the display.
Bet now!
Flashed red against a blue background, accompanied by a triumphant fanfare of simulated horns. If Doug Coates really was going to stop contributing to the church, Walter thought, then he was going to have to raise quite a bit of money to make up the difference, which meant that instead of putting half of his winnings toward the renovation fund and reinvesting the other half, perhaps he should bet the whole thing in order to receive a higher yield.
Bet now!
He clicked on the flashing words, and from the displayed list of weekend sporting events, chose the game this Saturday that he knew was a sure thing. The odds were 3-1. He put in the whole 2,000 and topped it off with 100 more. 4. Anita had purposely been avoiding the new bank, had made a special effort to stay away from the entire downtown, even Brave New World, ever since that night. She had tried her damnedest to push the entire incident from her mind, and had almost succeeded in convincing herself that it hadn't happened. But when the bank manager arrived at the office for a meeting with Dr. Wilson, it all came back in a rush. There were no patients in the office, and Jen was talking to her about how they were still waiting to hear from Evangeline about financing through First Peoples when the waiting room door opened and Mr. Worthington walked in. Jen immediately sat down in front of the window, trying to look professional and responsible in front of the bank manager, while Anita, overcome by a sudden panic, rushed off to the restroom, locking the door behind her. She sat on the closed lid of the toilet, practically shaking. What had happened with Stephen, almost happened, was one thing. A complicated combination of unique personal circumstances. But she wasn't a cartoon character, the horny, dissatisfied wife looking for new meat. And what she'd experienced at the bank, and afterward that night in bed with Kyle, had left her feeling decidedly uneasy. Going over it in her mind, as she had many times since, she could not help but feel that it had not been a natural response, that something had happened, that Worthington or some unknown element within the bank had influenced her, impelling her to react as she had, manipulating her thoughts and emotions. It was a crazy theory and made no sense, but while she had not shared it with Kyle, she could not automatically discount it. Primarily because of Gary. Kyle was still confused about what had happened with his friend, Anita knew, and she had to admit that Gary's behavior was not only completely out of character, but downright bizarre. Futile attempts to contact his former employee had left Kyle feeling frustrated. Apparently, he was never at home anymore, even when the bank was closed, and reports from friends and acquaintances seemed to confirm that he was not himself these days. Durrell Meadows had told Kyle that Gary had been his teller when he'd cashed his paycheck, and not only had Gary not recognized him, but he had barely recognized Gary, who, for some reason, had shaved his head. And, according to Raleigh Brown, who lived on Gary's street, even when Gary was home at night, his house remained dark, all of the lights off. Something was definitely up with that bank. Through the thin wall, Anita could hear the muffled sounds of the two men talking. Her intention had been to wait them out, to stay hidden until Worthington left. But as the minutes dragged on and he showed no sign of leaving, she realized, reluctantly, that she was going to have to leave the bathroom and start work. If she remembered correctly, Zach Patel was coming in this morning for an eye exam, and Zach did not get along with Jen, which meant that she would have to deal with the old bastard. She flushed the toilet to make her visit to the restroom seem legit, then washed her hands and went out. Zach Patel was stepping into the waiting room as she approached the window, and Jen shot her a grateful look, vacating the chair to allow Anita to sign him in. After checking his insurance, taking his co-payment, and printing out a receipt, Anita told Zach to have a seat. The doctor would be with him shortly. Moments later, Dr. Watson emerged from his office looking pleased. Mr. Worthington followed, shifting his briefcase from his left hand to his right. He smiled at Anita, an open white-toothed smile that automatically caused her to smile back. Instantly, she regretted doing so, because his smile widened, shifted, and suddenly there was something lascivious in it, something that made her realize he was thinking about her in a way that was decidedly not professional. She recalled a scene from Gone with the Wind where Scarlett, reacting to a visual appraisal by Rhett Butler, says,
"He looks as if he knows what I look like without my shimmy."
That was how Anita felt, and while she had to admit there was an attraction on her part, it was a forced attraction, not something she sought or wanted, but something that was pulled from her. How? She had no idea. But the same thing had occurred at the bank, and it frightened her. She watched Worthington exit through the waiting room before walking outside. He waved goodbye to her.
"What's up?"
Jen asked, seeing her face.
"Nothing."
Anita tried to shrug it off. But Jen had known her long enough to be able to read her moods, and after more prodding, Anita admitted that the man from the bank made her uncomfortable, that she'd encountered him before at First People's grand opening, and there'd been kind of a weird incident. Jen responded with a sympathetic nod. Anita suddenly thought of something.
"That's not who you're dealing with for your loan, is it?" "I don't know. Maybe. I told you we haven't met with the bank yet. Evangeline's still setting that up."
Dr. Watson indicated to them that he was ready for a patient, and Anita called Zach Patel and led him back to the exam room. Things got a little busy after that, and it wasn't until almost noon that Anita finally had a chance to check her email, where she found 15 messages from the First People's Bank, each titled, "Bank with Us." She deleted the entire group without reading any of them. After getting off work at 5, Anita stopped by Safeway to pick up some groceries for dinner, but halfway to the register, her cart, filled with milk, orange juice, pasta, spaghetti sauce, tortillas, and cans of refried beans, she realized that she'd forgotten to get money from the bank. She had still not received a replacement Visa card, and with no way of paying for the groceries, she tried calling and then texting Kyle. He did not pick up his phone, and, though she waited several minutes, did not reply to her text. So, feeling conspicuous and embarrassed, she put everything back and drove home. He could pick up something for dinner, she thought, and sitting in the driveway, she texted him exactly that. Neither Kyle nor Nick was home yet, and she wasn't sure if she was worried by Nick's absence or angry at him. School ended at 3, and he should have been back long before this. Following the suspension, he was supposed to keep them informed of his whereabouts, and the fact that he was not where he should be left her feeling both irritated and concerned. She stepped out of the car and was about to call his cell when he cruised into the driveway on his bike, braking next to her.
"Where have you been?"
she asked. Now that he was here and safe, anger had superseded worry.
"You're supposed to tell us if you're going to be late."
Dad wanted me to stop by the store. He was having computer problems and needed technical assistance.
"From you?"
"Well, Gary's gone, and in comparison—" He left the sentence unfinished. They both knew Kyle was not very tech-savvy. Anita locked the door.
"What was the problem?"
"Nothing. He just forgot his password and ID for ordering books from a distributor. He kept trying to use his sign-on. I helped him create a new password. After that, he asked me to stay and keep an eye on things while he caught up on stuff." Nick opened the garage door and brought in his bike. "Oh, by the way, he's going to be a little late. Hey, what's for dinner?"
"That remains to be seen,"
she said. Walking up to the front door of the house, Anita found a blue placard hanging from the doorknob. "Sorry, we missed you," read the white calligraphic message at the top of the navy rectangle. Below that was an ad for a Visa card offered by the First People's Bank. Beneath the ad, scrawled in Sharpie on a blank line, was a note. "Call me," and a signature, "Mr. Worthington." She glanced across the street at the Rivera's house and the Smartwoods, but saw nothing hanging from either of their front doorknobs. He'd only come to her house. A sliver of cold slid down the back of her neck. The idea that he had been to her home creeped her out, as did the fact that he seemed to be aware of her credit card troubles. Or maybe that was a coincidence. She didn't know, and wasn't sure she wanted to know, and when Nick closed the garage and walked around the corner, she folded up the door hanger and shoved it into her purse before unlocking the door and following him inside. 5. Placing her wrinkled lips around the sad, fibrous old penis, Helene Kopic reflected that this was not the way she wanted to spend her golden years. Mr. McAfee must have sensed her hesitation, because his bony fingers pressed down on the top of her head to prompt her, and steeling herself, she dutifully got to work. She tried every technique she knew, with no response, but finally, after 20 minutes of sustained tongue action, a thin, salty trickle leaked out from his semi-erect organ, and he was done. Taking out a handkerchief, she expelled into the cloth what she'd been holding in her mouth, then stood. Like the majority of units at the assisted living center, Mr. McAfee's room was small. Never having had a family, this was even more depressing than most, as there were no photos displayed, nothing hanging on the walls, and the only pieces of furniture were the bed, television, and dresser that came with the unit. After finishing, he always seemed disgusted by her, and he gestured toward the billfold on top of the dresser.
"Get yourself a 10, he told her. "I'll see you next week."
Knowing he didn't like her to talk, she nodded, extracted the money, and left his room. Her own room was just down the hall, and she walked past 2 women in wheelchairs parked along the side of the corridor, and an attendant carrying a tray of medications before unlocking and opening her door, stepping inside. Heading immediately into the bathroom, she rinsed out for a full 2 minutes with Listerine, then brushed her teeth and gargled with the mouthwash one more time. Taking out the soiled handkerchief, Helene scrubbed it with soap in the sink, hanging it on the towel rack to dry. She looked at herself in the mirror before turning away, unable to meet her own eyes. She placed the $10 bill in the pocketbook in her purse. Her own unit was homey, filled with furniture and decorations from her old house, and she settled into her flowered couch, turning on the television, trying not to think about what had just transpired. On the end table next to her was a framed photo of her and Orville, her late husband, standing in front of a redwood tree. It was her favorite picture of the two of them, taken by a nice young woman to whom Orville had passed their camera. She'd been 50, and he'd been 55, and as far as she was concerned, neither of them had ever looked better. She refused to look at the picture now, too ashamed to subject herself to Orville's Kodak frozen gaze. Helene closed her eyes, overcome as always by a feeling of sadness as she thought about the series of events that had led her here to Senior Acres. Orville's death had been the beginning of the end. He had died too young, and when his pension had been gutted a few years later, and she'd found out how little she'd be getting from Social Security, she'd lost the house. The two of them had never had kids, and she herself had been an only child. So there was no one to take care of her or take her in, and she'd ended up living in a cheap apartment before a fall in the cement outside the building and a subsequent trip to the hospital had caused her doctors to conspire with social services and the insurance company to put her here, where she would live out her remaining days until she died. The despair she felt was nearly overwhelming, and Helene forced herself to concentrate on the television, though, in truth, she had no interest in the case being tried by the TV judge and no clue as to what was happening on the program. Moments later, there was a knock at her door, a jaunty shave and a haircut rap on the wood. Who could it be? She wasn't expecting any visitors, and it was far too early for dinner or her medicine delivery. Curious, Helene got up from the couch, walked over, and opened the door. Standing in the corridor was a young, well-dressed man who looked like a banker, he said, offering her his hand to shake. Name's Pickering, Julius Pickering, and I'm with the First People's Bank. May I come in? He didn't wait for an answer, but pushed the door open all the way and gently pressed past her. Nice place you have here. She didn't like having strangers in her room. It made her feel uncomfortable, and she left the door open, hoping he would take the hint and leave. The man bent down to look at the photo on the end table. Is this Orville? Good-looking man, wasn't he? How did he know her husband's name? What do you want? Helene asked. He straightened, turning to face her. To the point. I like that. The man smiled, and his teeth were as white as those of men in commercials. How would you like a job with us, with the bank? A job? She repeated. A job. He leaned closer. A job a hell of a lot better than sucking old men's shriveled dicks. He laughed heartily. Oh, come on, Helene. Do you honestly want to service Clement Barnes today at 4 o'clock? Is that really the way you'd like to spend your tea time? How could he know about that? She was filled with a deep, humiliating shame, but beneath the shame was a profound uneasiness. Who was this man? Where had he found out all this information about her, and why was he here? To offer her a job at his bank? Could he possibly think that a 75-year-old former housewife was the best qualified person for any position? Nothing about this added up, and as he continued to snoop around her living space, examining the pictures on her walls and the knickknacks on her shelves, checking out her bed, Helene's uneasiness graduated to agitation. She wanted him out of here. She wanted him gone. He picked up a small figurine, then put it down. So, what do you say? Would you like to work at the bank? She shook her head. I don't know anything about banking, and I'm too old to learn. You're never too old to learn. I'm too old to work, though. I'm here because I fall sometimes, and I'm not well. Besides, I can't go out. I don't even think they'd let me leave. Oh, that's taken care of, Mr. Pickering said easily. I talked to the administrators. They're fine with it. Again, stronger, that feeling of apprehension. He had come here specifically looking for her, and had gone to the effort to get pre-approval for her to work at his bank? How and why had he chosen her? And what made her different than all of the other residents in the home? For that matter, what made her different than all of the men and women in town who were actually looking for a job? He was staring at her as if he knew exactly what she was thinking. You are unique, he said, and you have exactly what we are looking for. He sat down on the couch and patted the cushion next to him, indicating that she should sit down. After a moment's hesitation, she did so. Staffing a business is like putting together a jigsaw puzzle, he told her. The right piece has to fit in the right spot in order for everything to work. That's what I'm doing now, looking for the right pieces. And one of them is you. Against her will, Helene felt herself drawn in. What would I have to do? Just come with me, he said. That ultra-white smile was back. We'll get you set up. 6. The doorbell rang at midnight. Coy was jerked out of a sound slumber, the immersive dream in which he'd been a James Bond-type spy winking out of existence. Suddenly, he was looking not at a beautiful woman inside a secret underground lair, but up at the ceiling in his cold, dark bedroom as the doorbell chimed. He always slept in his underwear, so he hopped out of bed and grabbed his robe from the hook on the closet door before hurrying toward the front of the house.
Hold your horses,
he called as he tied the robe's sash, the bell continuing to ring. It was only as he unlocked the door that it occurred to him that he should have first checked to see who was out there. It was midnight, not exactly the time for visitors, and all those B of A employees had recently been murdered by God knew who. Maybe someone with a grudge was killing off everyone in Montgomery who worked for a bank. Then he was opening the door. It was Florine. Coy stood there, confused, not sure why she was here at this hour or why she was here at all. Her face betrayed no emotion, and his first hopeful thought, that she'd come to apologize and make up, died before it even fully registered.
Florine?
He said numbly. She was carrying a briefcase, and she pushed past him into the living room. Opening the briefcase, she dumped its contents onto the floor. The room was suddenly filled with the disgusting odor of human waste, and he looked at the falling papers and saw that they were all defaced, with streaks of brown. Coy put a hand over his nose and mouth, realizing what he was looking at, what she had done.
Your loans are shit, she said flatly. Evergreen Title is no longer going to process your escrow accounts or work with Montgomery Community Bank in any capacity. From here on in, we will be working exclusively with the First People's Bank.
He couldn't get past the excrement-encrusted papers littering his living room carpet. He wanted to pick up and throw away the documents, but wasn't sure he'd be able to do so without vomiting. At the same time, he wanted to grab Florine and order her to tell him what the hell was going on. None of this made any sense. Not the shit-stained paperwork or the midnight visit or even her earlier attack on him at the bank. It was as if she'd become possessed or was on drugs. She wasn't acting like herself, at least not like the Florine he knew, and he had no idea what had happened or what to do about it. Coy took a step forward, deciding to make an effort.
Can we just talk?
He said. He'd been hoping to seem concerned and reasonable, but the disdainful look she gave him made him realize that he'd come off as simpering and ineffectual. His attitude hardened. This was his house, and it was in the middle of the goddamn night. If this was the way she wanted to play it.
Get out, he ordered, and take this shit with you. I'm calling your boss in the morning. I don't think Evergreen Title.
She kicked him. He'd half expected it and sort of saw it coming, so he was able to move out of the way enough that her foot missed his crotch, but her shoe slammed into his right knee, causing him to cry out in pain and sending him flailing backward. The easy chair broke his fall, and he collapsed into it, his leg blazing with agony.
Bitch!
He yelled. It was her least favorite word, and he said it to hurt her. But there was no acknowledgement that she'd even heard it. Instead, she closed her now empty briefcase and started for the door. He staggered to his feet. He wanted nothing more than to push her down and watch her fall face first onto one of those shit-stained documents. But he knew that was wrong and restrained himself. How had they come to this? They'd talked about moving in together. They'd both used the word love. She opened the door, then turned to face him, her face distorted with fury. He had never seen such an expression on a woman, and the intensity of it took him aback.
I don't want to see you again. I don't want to hear your voice, and once Montgomery Community is out of business, I want you to move to another state. Or die.
He couldn't help himself.
Florine,
She whirled away from him and strode out of the house toward her car, parked on the street. There were no lights, only a dim half-moon in the sky, but he had the impression that there was someone in the car waiting for her. A suspicion confirmed when she opened the passenger door and got in. The shadowy figure was laughing. And she started laughing. Then the car door slammed shut, and the vehicle drove away. Coy stood there in his doorway, in his bathrobe, looking out at the night, the stench of feces in the living room behind him. Confused and frightened, wondering what was happening and where all this was going. Part 7. 1. Sitting on the dais at the front of the council chambers, Mayor Derek Montoya looked out at a room far more crowded than it should have been. In addition to Alice Deming, the annoying gadfly who was at every meeting, and the usual handful of people with specific business before the council, the seats were filled with shop owners from the old downtown, as well as an incongruous group of old ladies and young hippies from the Preservation Society. Derek was not looking forward to this meeting. He was no dummy. His day job was lawyer, and he knew exactly why these people had shown up and what kind of trouble they could cause the town. The mayor glanced over at his fellow council members. Roy Freeman, as always, was on his phone, texting something to somebody. Lacey Rogers and Shelley Sue Porter, the two women on the council, were chatting cattily with their heads together. Al Moore, the oldest councilman, who Derek was pretty sure suffered from Alzheimer's, stared blankly out at the middle distance. None of them knew what they were in for tonight. But hell had no fury like a business owner who hadn't been treated fairly. Glancing up at the clock, Derek waited 4 more minutes until it was exactly 7 before calling the meeting to order. They all stood for the flag salute. Pastor Peters said a prayer. The council ran through some old business, spent about an hour on new agenda items, and then the floor was opened to the public. The line of speakers that formed immediately after the announcement went straight down the center aisle and curved along the wall at the back of the chambers, emptying most of the seats in the room. Here it comes, Derek thought. Trixie Johnson, owner of the consignment store next to the new bank, stepped up to the podium.
I have a question about the new bank in the old downtown.
A noise emerged from the crowd, collective grunts of agreement that coalesced into a single expression of support.
State your name and occupation for the record,
Derek said, trying to maintain the illusion that he was in control.
You know who I am, Derek.
For the record.
The woman sighed.
My name is Trixie Johnson. I'm the owner and operator of It's New to You, and like most of the downtown business owners, I'd like to know how a bank became my new neighbor.
A cheer went up from the crowd.
I mean, they have to have a business license, don't they? I want to know who approved this, and when, because I sure as hell didn't hear anything about it. All of a sudden, I went to open my shop one morning, and they were there.
Time,
said Lacey Rogers, who was responsible for making sure speakers did not go over their limit.
I'm just getting started.
Voices in support.
Yeah.
Let her talk.
You can speak again once everyone has had a chance to express their opinions, Derek told her. Just go back to the end of the line.
Fred Winters, the barber, lightly touched her shoulder.
Don't worry. I got this.
Trixie stepped aside and Fred moved into her place.
Fred Winters, owner of the Hair Force. I also want to know how this was approved. Aren't businesses supposed to provide adequate parking? The town had to do a traffic impact report when I wanted to expand my shop from 3 chairs to 5, and I was turned down because there supposedly wasn't enough available parking. Even though I wasn't bringing in any new customers, I was just hiring an extra barber so we could cut the customers we do have faster. How did these guys skate by? Was there a report done? Because if so, I want to see it.
Nods of agreement, expressions of, yeah!
Time,
Lacey said. Derek sat there, listening as speaker after speaker expressed the same concern. How had the bank been granted a business license so quickly, without a public hearing or community input? The problem was, neither he nor anyone else on the council could explain why or how such a thing had occurred. The Planning Commission had recommended approval of the new business, as it often did. The council had rubber-stamped the recommendation of the Planning Commission, as it often did. Only the council's approval had been given in a closed special session. A rare move that quite possibly wasn't legal, and the Planning Commission had made its determination in an unannounced meeting without hearing from anyone other than the applicant, which was definitely illegal. And, astonishingly, it had all happened only last week. Derek should have known at the time that this wasn't proper, but for some reason neither he nor anyone else involved noticed anything inappropriate in their actions, and none of them had made any efforts to follow the correct and usual procedures. It was coming back to haunt them now. The established businesses in town were outraged by what they considered to be favoritism shown to the First People's Bank, and he had to admit that they had a point. No other enterprise or individual, to his knowledge, had had such an easy time of it. Trixie was back at the podium again for a second round, once more stating her name and occupation for the record, her voice filled with scorn as she did so.
I guess what I want to know, what we all want to know, is if this is the new normal. Can we all expect such hands-off approach from the town? If we want to change or expand, are we going to be able to do so without jumping through hoops? Are we going to be able to do whatever we want, regardless of the effect on other properties or businesses? Because that's the precedent you've set with this new bank. I don't know which one of you they paid off to get such treatment, but clearly something underhanded is going on, because none of us has ever gotten this kind of treatment.
Derek had had just about enough of this. He banged his gavel on the dais.
Listen here.
The door at the back of the council chambers opened. He'd been about to go on a tirade, lecturing Trixie and all of them about the importance of civility, but when he saw the man passing through the doorway, the reprimand died on his lips. Something about the lone figure left him feeling intimidated. Dressed all in black, wearing a suit so expensive that Derek doubted anyone present had ever seen its like, the man strode into the council chambers with confident purpose, ignoring the gathered speakers and pushing through their ranks toward the front of the room. While Derek did not know who the man was, he was pretty sure he knew where he was from. The First People's Bank. He wasn't sure why he thought that, but the certainty was strong within him. When the council had okayed the new businesses, there'd been no representative from the bank present. Another oddity, and they'd simply acted based on the report put in front of them. But something told him that if the council members had met with anyone from the bank, this was who they would have seen. A hush fell over the room as the man in black stepped up to the podium. Trixie had moved aside, as had Fred Winters, who'd again been planning to follow her. The man stood there for a moment, standing tall, staring straight ahead. His voice, when he finally spoke, was so low that Derek had to strain to hear him.
You petty people.
The man looked around the room. He still had not introduced himself, but neither Derek nor any of the others were about to take him to task for that. They were all daunted by his presence, and the entire room was hushed as they waited to hear what he had to say.
You came here tonight to speak out against the bank. How many of you have taken out bank loans to start or support your businesses? The majority of you, I'll bet. And all of you have what little money you've managed to accrue tucked safely away in savings accounts or CDs or checking accounts from which you withdraw funds to make the payments that keep your lives running on an even keel. Gas, water, electricity, groceries, mortgages, rent. Banks are the bedrock of all of our lives. Without banks, you would be burying your money in coffee cans in the backyard or stuffing it under your mattresses. His voice rose. Do you know the importance of the financial sector to the total economy? There would be no economy without banks. Not in this country, not in this world. And yet here you are, gathered together in an effort to prevent our bank from conducting its lawful business. All of you supposedly capitalist shop owners and entrepreneurs. His voice dropped again as he glanced around the room. You petty, petty people. Without another word, he turned, leaving the chambers the same way he'd come in. The people lined up to speak against the bank's approval, parting before him as he made his way out the door. Everyone seemed to be stunned into silence, and Derek took advantage of the unexpected stillness to declare an end to public discussion and make a motion that the meeting be adjourned. It was seconded, approved, and with a single tap of his gavel, the night was done. But people did not exit the council chambers immediately. They milled about, talking low amongst themselves, and he realized that they were afraid to leave, afraid of encountering the man in black. Derek and the rest of the council remained behind as well, because they were afraid of the man too. 2. Kyle finished tabulating receipts and was surprised to discover that there'd been a slight uptick in sales from the week prior. Combined with the fact that Gary was no longer here, which meant that he no longer had to pay an extra salary, the bookstore was actually ahead of where he'd projected it would be. Not in the black, of course, but definitely in a pinker part of red for the month. It had to be the increased downtown foot traffic, because of the bank. There were even 2 customers here right now, in what was ordinarily an off hour. One of them, Jason Ling, found an old James Blaylock paperback on the sci-fi shelf and brought it up to the counter for purchase. So tell me, he said, why did they call these books steampunk? I never understood that. Kyle didn't either. From what he could remember, punk referred to a DIY ethos in late 1970s rock that ran counter to more polished, technically accomplished music, and instead celebrated roughness, simplicity, and a sort of willful amateurishness. How that corresponded in any way to the futuristically complicated Victorian machinery featured in steampunk novels, he had no idea. You got me, he admitted. I think they were just putting the words punk on everything in those days to make it seem cool and hip. Cyberpunk, splatterpunk, steampunk. Maybe so. Jason handed Kyle the book and took out his wallet. Hey, I hear Gary's working at the bank next door now. Kyle nodded noncommittally. Heard he's been acting kind of squirrely. Yeah? It's not my bank. But my brother Jim goes there now, and he said Gary's talking in a weird accent, like he's British or something. My brother Jim goes there now. Like attending a church, Kyle thought, like belonging to a specific denomination. He chided himself for getting distracted and going off track. The vagaries of syntax weren't the point here. Gary's British accent was the thing to focus on. Gary's British accent. He had not heard about that before, and the information left him confused. As far as he knew, Gary didn't even have the ability to do accents. Even if he did, why in the world would he? Kyle gave Jason his change, then looked down at the stack of receipts he'd been tabulating.
Originally, he thought about opening up a business account next door. It would definitely be more convenient than driving all the way across town to Montgomery Community. But he'd quickly soured on that idea. Part of it was definitely Gary, but part of it was just what he'd heard from other downtown shop owners. Word had it that the bank was financing a consignment store over on Manzanita Street that would be direct competition for Trixie. And supposedly it had turned down Tony Antonucci, one of the very first people in town to open up an account there for refinancing, while lending that sleaze Gordon Turner enough money to buy into a partnership at Larry Price's law office. Kyle shook his head. At one point, he'd even considered getting a safety deposit box, so he could... He blinked. Something had been bothering him about the layout of the bank since he'd first gone inside. He'd been unable to pinpoint its origin, but the irritation had been subtly gnawing at him, and he suddenly realized what it was. The interior of the bank was larger than the space available. Yes, that was it. Like the TARDIS, the bank was bigger on the inside, though there was no physical way for that to be possible. It had to be an optical illusion. It wasn't, though. No, he didn't think it was. Kyle glanced at their shared wall, trying to estimate what exactly was behind it at that location. One of the desks next to the potted plants? He'd only been in there the one time, but he recalled pretty well the layout of the place. Jason had left, and when, a few moments later, his other customer did the same, Kyle found himself looking at the wall again. Slowly, he walked around the counter and across the shop. He recalled the noises he and Nick had heard through the wall before the bank had moved in, and, on impulse, put his ear to the plaster. Through the barrier between the businesses, faint but clear, came the sound of low laughter, an eerie noise, like something out of a horror movie, and then his name, whispered. Kyle. The phone rang, and he jumped, hitting his head on the edge of a shelf. Rubbing the spot to make sure no bump was forming, he hurried over to the front counter and picked up the phone on the third ring. Hello? Come on over, a man's voice said. You don't have to spy on us through the wall. A chill passed through Kyle as he heard the words, and he instinctively glanced toward the spot where his ear had been against the plaster. We're waiting for you, Carl. My name's Kyle, not Carl, he started to say, the fact that he had to correct the caller giving him confidence, but there was already a dial tone, and he hung up the phone without finishing his sentence. There was no one waiting for him when he walked over moments later. There were a few customers, a middle-aged man seated across the desk from a loan officer, an elderly woman being led back to the safety deposit boxes, a young woman speaking with a teller. But other than that, he saw only bank employees going about their regular duties. There was no one he could identify as the person who had called him. Glancing over at the wall he shared with the bank, he attempted to identify the location at which he had been listening. But the dimensions truly were off in here, and the nearest he could figure, he had been opposite an empty section of wall between a water cooler and an unoccupied desk. Where had the laughter come from? Who had whispered his name? Kyle stood in place. There was no sign of Gary, and none of the employees were individuals he recognized. May I help you, sir? He was startled to find a clean-cut man in a gray business suit standing to his right. No, Kyle said, shaking his head. Very well. Please let me know if I can be of any assistance. Kyle walked forward, further into the bank. How could this place be so much bigger than his store when the original space had been smaller? He passed one teller window, and another, and another. If he'd taken this many steps toward the rear of Brave New World, he'd already be in the alley. Suddenly, there did seem to be an employee Kyle recognized. He was not sure where he knew him from, but the man emerging from a side office. Had there been a side office before? Could there be a side office? Looked familiar. The man approached him, and in a sudden flash, Kyle understood who he was. The mentally ill, homeless guy he'd kicked out of the bookstore. His hair might be cut and combed, and he was wearing a white shirt and tie, but Kyle recognized him by the expression on his face.
"Did you eat it?"
the man asked, the familiar crazy words spoken in a calm, matter-of-fact manner.
"You need to eat it."
The man smiled, and missing teeth revealed the real person under the civilized veneer.
"Are you going to call the sheriff?" "I'm the sheriff. The other police are pansies."
It was a replay of their last interaction, and the fact that it was taking place here, in this professional business environment, left Kyle feeling off balance. How had this lunatic gotten hired, and what could his job possibly be? Hadn't the person who hired him noticed yet that there was something wrong with him? Hadn't his coworkers? He was surprised that the man wasn't yelling at him, shouting incoherent threats. Suddenly, Kyle regretted coming over to the bank. It had been in response to the phone call and the weird noises he'd heard through the wall. But whatever he had hoped to find was not here, and he did not even know what that could possibly be. He was also not sure he'd locked the door to his store before walking over.
"You have to eat it,"
the man before him said in a calm, rational manner, and Kyle turned away and left the bank the way he'd come in. He had not locked the door. How was that possible? But a quick check showed him that the register was untouched, and it didn't seem as though anyone had come in during the short time he'd been gone. Kyle looked from the back door of the shop to the front window. The space was measurably smaller than that of the adjoining bank, and more than any vague feelings or intuitive impressions he might have, it was the concrete reality of this demonstrable fact that left him feeling troubled. This kind of thing was supposed to happen on the pages of the novels that he stocked, not in real life, next to his store in downtown Montgomery, in the middle of a workday. The bell over the door rang as Gil walked in, sorting through a handful of envelopes before presenting a small stack to Kyle.
"How are things?"
the mailman asked. "The new bank," Kyle said. "Do you deliver there before me or after?"
"Depends on the week,"
Gil told him.
"I like to vary the route."
He tapped his forehead with the remaining envelopes in his hand.
"Keeps the mind sharp. Staves off Alzheimer's."
"You get any vibes off the place? Notice anything weird?"
"It's bigger than it should be."
Kyle pointed at the mailman.
"Exactly. Optical illusion, I assume. You know, my wife and I were on vacation one time and stopped by this place called the Mystery Shack. It was built on a slant, and things rolled uphill, and all the measurements inside there were wrong. They had a room that was bigger than it was supposed to be."
"But this isn't some tourist trap trick. It's a bank."
"I know, but same theory, I presume."
Kyle shook his head.
"I don't like it. Isn't that your bank?"
"Me? No."
"Well, I moved my account there, and let me tell you, they know how to treat a customer right. And you have to admit, it's kind of revitalized the downtown."
Kyle nodded distractedly, noncommittally, and Gil waved the mail in his hand in a goodbye gesture.
"See you tomorrow."
"See you." He watched the mailman pass in front of his window, heading toward the bank. He had always liked Gil, had always enjoyed talking to him, but he'd cut off today's conversation as soon as he'd learned that the mailman had an account with First Peoples. It made no sense. but he had to admit that he thought a little bit less of Gil than he had before, and perhaps did not like him quite as much. Was this a harbinger of the future, he wondered? Was the town going to start squaring off, people who supported the bank against people who didn't? The thought did not seem as ridiculous as it should have. And as a young couple he didn't recognize walked into the bookstore, Kyle looked at the wall opposite him and wondered, if he put his ear to the plaster, would he still hear that low, creepy laughter? Would someone whisper his name? 3.
Did you hear Chet Yates last night?
Hank was looking even more worried than usual when Brad walked into the office. The sheriff sighed, pouring himself some coffee.
I don't stay up that late.
Maybe you should. He's calling you out, saying you're not just responsible for his brother's death, but for the Bank of America massacre. That's what he's calling it, the Bank of America massacre. Carroll's already taken calls from some of his army, saying that you should resign.
His army?
That's what his fans call themselves.
Brad looked over at the receptionist.
That true, Carroll?
I think they do call themselves an army.
I mean about the phone calls.
Oh, yeah. 4 so far. They talk tough, but they're too afraid to leave their names.
Carroll grinned.
But I have their numbers.
Brad chuckled.
Good girl. I think I'll return their calls. Put the fear of God in them.
Woman,
the receptionist said. Brad frowned.
What?
You said good girl. I'm not a girl. I'm a woman.
Oh, sorry. Didn't mean...
I know you didn't, but...
I'll remember next time.
Thanks.
Hank rolled his eyes, but Brad didn't respond, hoping Carroll hadn't seen the deputy's expression. The 21st century was filtering very slowly into small towns like Montgomery, but it was definitely making inroads, and some people, like Hank, were having a difficult time adapting. Brad changed the subject before his deputy said something stupid, and he ended up having to referee a fight between his employees.
So, where are we on the murder? Anything new?
Actually, maybe. The ME said the lab's still sorting through all the DNA, even though there's probably nothing we can use. But remember those footprints Mitch found? One's clear and usable, and it's not one of ours. It's not Jasper's, and it's not Taggart's. The chances of some random, innocent guy shuffling round out there at that spot, he shrugged, pretty slim.
I guess that's something.
Oh, it's more than something. Norris has been looking into it, and he says that footwear's pretty unique. Pointy-toed, but not boots. If our guys bought 'em online or from a catalog, we're out of luck. But if they're from someplace in town...
Brad smiled. You've been busy little bees this morning. Let's hear it for good old-fashioned police work. Make copies of the print photo, and send the bills out to see what they can find. I want an answer before noon. Hank nodded.
You got it.
He hurried down the hall. Carroll, he said, get Chet Yates on the phone for me, will you? I want to talk to him.
He's probably still asleep.
Good. Wake him up. I'll take it in my office. He walked past her desk and through the doorway, gulping down his lukewarm coffee and tossing the cup into the wastebasket next to his desk. Moments later, Carroll called out that Chet was on the line. Brad picked up the phone.
Hey, Chet. How's it going? I thought we should talk.
I know why you're calling me at this hour. You can't intimidate me. You can't shut me up.
Brad sighed.
I'm not trying to shut you up or intimidate you, Chet. I'm calling to talk some common sense.
You murdered Carl, and I'll have your job for it. I'm already consulting lawyers.
Even though his brother had killed himself, and Chet probably wasn't really talking to lawyers, Brad knew enough to leave the subject of Carl alone. But he wasn't about to have this blowhard spread conspiracy theories about the B of A deaths on his radio show. The situation was weird enough that those theories might actually stick. And more than ever before, clear-headedness was needed on behalf of both the department and the public. They couldn't afford to let this thing get out of hand and start a panic. I'm actually calling about the murder of Glenn Taggart and the bodies we found in that meadow out by the transfer station. I heard you were discussing them on your program last night. Chet wasn't about to let his brother's suicide go.
I know you're claiming he shot himself.
He did, Chet. I was there. I saw it. I tried to stop him.
Even if he did, it wouldn't have happened if you and your thugs hadn't staged your Waco raid. You know, there's a new bank in town, Neth, and they're not going to be hiring you to do their dirty business. The Gestapo hold you and Montgomery community have on this town is over.
Chet.
And I don't have to talk to you either. I know my rights, and I will not be badgered by you or your jack-booted minions.
There was a sudden dial tone, and Brad replaced the receiver in its cradle. He was pretty sure that Chet had not merely hung up, but had slammed down his phone. Rather than smooth the waters, his call had made things worse, and he had no doubt that the radio show tonight would consist of an exhortation for Chet's army to resist any and all efforts by the sheriff's department to solicit cooperation in catching Taggart's killer. There was a knock on his doorframe, and Brad looked up to see Carol standing there.
I saw that you were off the line.
And? He prodded. She motioned for him to follow her, and he stood, walking out to her desk, where she gestured toward her computer.
I got this email.
Leaning over, he read the message. These days, too many banks are dying and unable to meet your needs or lessen your killing financial burdens. The words dying and killing were not only in all capital letters, but were highlighted in red. No worries, the text continued. The First People's Bank is now in Montgomery and open for business. No longer will you need to pay $15 for a box of checks or make a $32.50 minimum payment on your Visa balance of $379.92. Our banking services are provided free of charge to all of our valuable customers. Most importantly, we'll make sure that your money is always safe. The word money was in green, the all caps safe in red. Behind the message, instead of a white background, was a photo of the meadow where the bodies of the Bank of America employees had been found.
They're exploiting the murders to get customers, Carol said. That's not right.
Brad straightened. No, it's not right, but it is legal.
I know. That's not what I brought you here to see.
She pointed at the sentence which referenced the Visa bill.
That's the exact minimum amount I pay, and my exact balance. How do they know that? That's personal information. I don't have an account with this bank. I've never even been there. Yet somehow they were able to find out how much I owe on my credit card and how much I pay each month.
The truth was, with all of the data mining and information sharing that went on between companies these days, he wasn't sure what information was legally private and what wasn't. It was the Wild West out there in cyberspace, and he wasn't in a position to enforce any rules or regulations that applied to such things. He was just a small-town sheriff. This was the purview of the feds, the responsibility of acronymed bureaus and agencies he knew nothing about. But he thought about that bank ad he'd received, that postcard with a photo of a younger, skinnier him, and he felt a faint stirring of apprehension at how close to invasion of privacy these banks were skating. Carol took a deep breath.
I know we're all busy right now, but I was wondering, if I have some free time, if I could look into this and see if it's legal. I've heard things about this new bank from friends of mine, and I'm not sure it's all on the up and up."
"Of course," Brad said. "And if you find anything, let me know." He pointed to the screen. "You're right. That's wrong. Make sure you save it and print it out just in case. Same thing with anything else you get. When I get a chance, I'll ask around and see what I can find. I know the downtown merchants are up in arms about this bank, and if they're concerned, I'm concerned. So, yeah, see what you can dig up."
Carol smiled. "Thanks."
The morning was busy. In addition to the murder investigation, an angry husband took a baseball bat to the car windshield of a man he suspected was sleeping with his wife, and a daytime drunk driver crashed his pickup truck into the fence on the side of the Unitarian Church. It was shortly before noon when Bill F. called in and announced that he actually had a lead. A clerk at Shoe Barn remembered selling a pair of pointy-toed shoes during the store's President's Day sale. He recalled the transaction not only because the shoes were of a type that had been on the shelf forever and had never before sold, but because the man who bought them was an odd duck.
"Odd how?" Brad asked.
"You want the description? He was clean-shaven with medium-length brown hair, parted on the side. He was also nearly 7 feet tall, extraordinarily thin, and dressed in what the clerk called old-timey clothes. He had a, quote, girl's voice." Disappointment accompanied Bill F.'s depiction. Brad could not recall ever seeing anyone even remotely matching that description in Montgomery, and while he certainly didn't know everyone in town, a man like that would have stood out in almost any crowd, which meant that he probably wasn't a local. Could he have been someone hired for this job? That was an ominous possibility, and Brad didn't even want to think about that. Not yet, at least.
"It's been a while since President's Day," Brad said, "but canvass other nearby businesses and find out if anyone else remembers this guy. I'll have whoever's available talk to families of the victims, see if that description rings a bell with any of them."
"Will do," the deputy said. Brad didn't have much faith that they'd find the guy, and who knew if he was really involved? A footprint was a pretty inexact clue. But he allowed himself to hope that someone would know something about him, and if they were lucky, that might lead to more concrete information. Both he and the department were way out of their depth here, and when he tried to look ahead, every scenario he imagined ended in failure. To his surprise, however, the unique description of the man rang several bells among those contacted, and within 2 hours they had not only a name, but a location, leaving Carol and a one-man skeleton crew consisting of Clint, who'd been called in even though he was scheduled for night shift. Brad led the rest of his team to an apartment building on the east side of town. Ostensibly, they were only going to question the man, one Leroy Fritz, but with the possibility that this guy was the murderer, Brad was taking no chances. He and Hank were going to talk to Mr. Fritz, while the other deputies would be stationed around the street, ready to act if things went south. Fortunately, the apartment building was on a cul-de-sac, out of sight line of the apartment. Brad had 2 cars blocking the road should an escape by vehicle be attempted. 3 men were on the sidewalk in front of the building in case he attempted to flee on foot. As usual, the editor of the Montgomery Gazette, who seemed to have his radio scanner on 24 hours a day, arrived shortly after they did, setting up a position with his camera where he could get a view of the perp walking out of the house, but still far enough away to avoid any fireworks. Was he a perp? That they still didn't know, and Brad and Hank walked up to the ground-floor apartment and knocked on the door.
"Sheriff,"
Brad announced. Fritz gave up without protest, without struggle, and it seemed almost as though he'd been waiting for them. He stepped aside after opening the door, allowing them to walk in, where they saw a series of knives, coated with dried blood, lying on a coffee table whose top was covered by blood-stained newspaper. The confession he readily offered seemed pre-written, pre-rehearsed, and despite all of the evidence before them, Brad could not help thinking that this was a setup, that it had all been staged for their benefit, and that the man they were arresting was less perpetrator than pawn. As they had been warned, Leroy Fritz was a very odd man, wearing a vest with a pocket watch, and so tall he had to duck to get through the doorway. He did indeed have a high, girlish voice. His mannerisms, too, were quite feminine. Gentle, Brad thought, and that did not seem to match the harsh brutality of Taggart's killing. People snapped, though, and kind men and demure women committed murders all the time, their friends and neighbors inevitably expressing shock that the individuals they knew could do something like that. Except Leroy Fritz seemed like exactly the type of person who would do something like that. It was only Brad's gut instinct telling him that the picture was framed a little too clearly. Back at the department, the sheriff decided to talk to Fritz before booking him, though he was well aware that they had more than enough cause to lock him up immediately. Hank had been left behind and was leading a team to canvass the houses on Fritz's street and get whatever information or opinions his neighbors might have. On TV, at least, people were always confessing to crimes they didn't commit, and Brad sat across from Fritz in the interrogation room with Mitch working the camera to record the interview, trying to elicit details of the murder that only the killer would know. The suspect had waived his right to counsel and said he was willing to answer any question. So Brad went through everything, step by step. Fritz knew everything, even specifics they had kept out of the paper and not discussed with the public. His descriptions and timeline matched perfectly with what they knew, and although it shed no light on the bodies found in the meadow, it wrapped up Taggart's killing in such an airtight manner that even Brad conceded that the weirdo had to have done it. There was no time to go out and get lunch, but Carol brought him back a burger from BB's when she went out, and he ate it gratefully as his deputies booked the man and placed him in his cell. He had just gotten off the phone with the coroner, keeping him up to speed on the morning's events, letting him know that he could send someone out to get a DNA sample from the suspect, when Patty stopped by. "Can you pick up Sue and Jillian after school?" she asked, "and watch them for a few hours? Those new clients who are buying that house near the golf course, that house for $1.5 million, have asked me to be there for the inspection, and obviously I can't bring the girls along."
This is not a good time.
"They'll just stay in your office and do homework."
Not a good time, he repeated. Too much is going on, and I don't want them around it. Can't you ask one of their friends' moms if they can come over?
Patty nodded. "Okay, but can you pick them up on your way home?"
I may be later than you.
"We'll play it by ear then. I'll make some calls and let you know." She gave him a quick kiss, offered a short wave, and was gone. The afternoon sped by, but he got a lot done. Once the arraignment tomorrow made everything official, they would be able to put the Taggart murder aside and concentrate on the bodies in the meadow and the ordinary crimes that continued unabated as long as the earth kept spinning. He didn't want to look a gift horse in the mouth, but Fritz's identification and capture had been easy, almost too easy. And he thought again that the entire thing seemed as though it had been staged. Because he was able to get so much work accomplished, Brad called Patty and told her that he'd be able to pick the kids up at 6 if she wasn't finished yet with her clients. She was indeed tied up, she whispered, and was going to be home later than she originally thought, her tone of voice letting him know that she was not going to have an easy time with this couple and that there might be other late nights. "Don't worry," he told her. "The girls and I'll pick up a pizza. We'll save you a few slices." "No pepperoni," she admonished. "You have that cholesterol test coming up."
"Can't hear you," he joked. "Your phone's cutting out."
"Gotta go,"
she whispered, her voice dropping.
"Bye."
Bye.
Jillian and Sue were at their friend Shannon's house, so Brad drove home, parked in the driveway, and walked down the block to pick them up, "Sorry for the inconvenience," he said to Shannon's mom when she greeted him at the door. "Patty and I really appreciate this." She waved away his apologies.
"No problem."
"I hope they weren't too much trouble."
"Those two? They're little angels." She looked back over her shoulder. "Grab your stuff, girls," she called. "Your father's here."
A moment later, they emerged wearing their school's backpacks and carrying little pink plastic pigs.
"Daddy!"
they cried in unison. "What are those?" he asked, pointing to the pigs.
"We got 'em at the bank," Sue said. "Shannon's mom took her there to put her money in, and the man said that if we came back later and did that too, he'd give us a piggy bank."
She held it up for his inspection.
"It already has a penny in it." "I opened a savings account for Shannon," her mom explained. "I thought it might be fun for your girls if they came along too." "We have to go back and open an account," Jillian said, seriously. "If we don't, it's stealing, because they already gave us our piggy banks."
"We'll see," he said.
"We have to!"
the girls shouted in unison. Shannon's mom shot him an apologetic look over their heads. "Yeah, thanks for that," he told her dryly. "We'll talk about it on the way home," he said to the girls. "Come on. If you hurry up, we'll have time to get a pizza before Mommy gets back."
"Pizza!"
The piggy banks forgotten, they ran past him outside.
"Bye, Shannon. See you tomorrow. Thank you, Mrs. Carroll. Yeah, thanks."
"We really appreciate your help," he said. "Again, sorry to impose. I promise we won't make a habit of it."
"Glad to do it,"
she told him honestly. Jillian and Sue were speeding down the sidewalk and already halfway home. He could see the pink pigs in their hands, bobbing up and down as they ran, and he grew angry at the thought that someone at the bank had tried to both bribe and bully his daughters into opening accounts there. When he had a chance, he was going to have to go down there, find that asshole, and give him a piece of his mind. Brad sighed as he hurried to catch up to the girls, wondering why every problem in his life lately seemed to involve banks. 4. The gym was silent, and Nick could not recall ever experiencing such a thing at an assembly. Even if students tried to be quiet, low conversations and muttered comments inevitably echoed off the wooden floor of the cavernous room, and in a crowd this size, there were always smartasses who made the kids around them laugh at rude jokes, mocking whatever was being said. But today, you could hear a pin drop. And when some kid near the top of the bleachers coughed, it sounded like a lion's roar in the stillness. It had not started out this way. When they first heard about the assembly over the morning announcements, a cheer went up in Nick's biology class, which was supposed to be taking a test today. All the way down the hall and into the gym, the jostling students were loud and boisterous, and as they stomped up the wooden steps onto the bleachers, they laughingly celebrated their unexpected good fortune. All of the classes entered the gym excitedly and enthusiastically, and when Principal Whitaker, standing before the lone microphone in the center of the basketball court, made a plea for silence, very few people even heard him. But the volume of the PA system was turned up. The more forceful Vice Principal Bollinger ordered everyone to be quiet, and the clamor gradually subsided enough for the principal to again address the students and inform them that the assembly today had been called in order to introduce them to an important aspect of adult life that they would all soon have to deal with: finances. "So, let me introduce," he said, "from the First People's Bank, the bank manager, Mr. Worthington." Mr. Worthington. That was the name of the man who had warned him away from Victor's house, and when the representative of the bank spoke, Nick immediately recognized his voice. A chill passed through him, and he wondered exactly how this assembly had come about. It certainly wasn't typical. Ordinarily, assemblies were scheduled far in advance and were very school-centric, Pep rallies, award ceremonies, band concerts, student performances. He could not remember one ever structured around an outside speaker, especially a speaker representing a private business. This wasn't an assembly. It was a free commercial. Mr. Worthington was explaining the history of the American banking system. Very few people were paying attention. Nick wasn't really listening to what the man was saying, but just hearing that voice again made him feel scared, intimidated, and put him directly back on Victor's front porch. He recalled the exact wording of the threat Mr. Worthington had made over the phone.
Get off Victor Clark's porch. Leave his yard. Stay off his property. And stop snooping. Do I make myself clear?
Why had Mr. Worthington been so closely monitoring the Clark's house? And where was Victor? His friend had still not shown up for school, and staring down at the man from the bank, Nick could not help thinking that he had something to do with Victor's absence. In the back of his mind lurked the idea that the Clark's house was as empty now as it had been the day he'd stopped by, that the entire family had somehow just disappeared. Mr. Worthington appeared to be looking directly at him, and smiling, and Nick stiffened, suddenly paying attention to the speech.
Now, as a gift to you from the bank, in appreciation for allowing me to come here today and explain a little bit about how our financial system works, college saver accounts have been opened in all of your names, with the bank providing each of you with an initial $20 deposit.
A murmur of excitement passed through the assembled students.
You may add to this amount at any time, earning even more interest on your investment. And, of course, as education accounts, the earnings you receive from them will remain tax-free.
Nick frowned. This wasn't right. Hadn't some bank been fined millions of dollars for illegally creating accounts for people without their permission? The same thing seemed to be going on here, with a $20 bribe thrown in to cover their tracks. Nick glanced at Aaron sitting next to him.
"What if you don't want an account?"
he whispered.
What's that?
Mr. Worthington was looking straight at him.
Did I hear a question up there?
Nick shook his head, his mouth dry.
I didn't think so. Now, listen,
Mr. Worthington said conspiratorially, as though he were talking to the students directly and did not want the faculty to hear.
We, at the bank, know that most of you will not be going to college, even with your new accounts. Who can afford that, right? But Pam and Ned, if you put in $2 a week, by the end of the school year, you'll have enough saved for a night at the El Rancho Motor Lodge out on the highway. A night of bliss, if you know what I'm saying.
He grinned lewdly at the couple in the front row.
And Hanson Berg,
he pointed to the long-haired senior at the top of the bleachers.
You'll have enough to rebuild the engine on that old Mustang your dad left you.
He continued picking out students in the audience, not only knowing their names, but bringing up the things each of them wanted, the specific things they could buy or do with money earned from their new savings accounts. The gym gradually grew quieter, until eventually it was completely silent. Everyone finally aware that there was something definitely amiss. Principal Whitaker looked pale and ill, but he made no effort to cut off the banker or stop his intimate suggestions as to how they could use the money from their accounts. Mr. Worthington finished his list of examples with Nick.
Nicholas Decker, he said, pointing. Maybe you can use your college saver account for college. He paused cryptically. Or maybe not.
Smiling, he went on to explain that in order for students to access their accounts, they would have to go into the bank with a valid ID and fill out some paperwork. But the accounts were all there, under their names, linked to their social security numbers. How was that possible? Nick wondered, but he knew enough not to open his mouth and ask aloud. Things seemed weird at home that night, too. Both of his parents were quiet, his dad distracted in his own head, his mom preoccupied by thoughts she obviously had no intention of sharing. Your mom's getting boned by the gardener. He pushed that thought out of his mind. Thankful for once to have homework, Nick went straight to his room after dinner, closing the door and putting on his headphones so as not to hear whatever conversation his parents might be having. Before turning on his laptop, he checked his phone on the off chance that Victor had responded to the message he'd left after the strange day at school. He'd received 50 texts, all from the First People's Bank. Heart pounding, he quickly scrolled through them. The first few were generic come-ons, trying to get him to open a new account. Hadn't he already been assigned a college saver account? Or apply for a credit card? But the rest were the same message, over and over again, at first all lowercased, then gradually shifting to all caps. The shadow is in the hall. 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 45 times the message was repeated, the increased capitalization implying a growing sense of urgency. The fact that someone from the bank knew about the shadow, something he had not shared with anyone, was frightening enough. But the obsessive repetition, the warning, filled him with genuine dread. Maybe Mr. Worthington had somehow discovered his secret fear and was using it to intimidate him. But Nick was suddenly afraid to leave his room, and he took his headphones off, grateful to hear his parents' voices from the front of the house. He looked over at the closed bedroom door, half expecting to see a creeping darkness seep onto his floor from underneath it. Recognizable footsteps passed by. His mom, walking to the bathroom, and he immediately took advantage of her presence, lurching out of his chair and pulling open his door, just as the door to the bathroom closed, leaving him to face the shadow. It was in the hallway, exactly as the bank's texts had warned, hovering somehow in the narrow space between his doorway and the wall opposite, wavering in the open air, in an extremely unnerving manner, its unsteady motion emphasizing the fact that it was not a real shadow, that it was something else. A ghost. He immediately ducked back into his bedroom, shutting the door. The phone in his hand buzzed, and he quickly shut it off, putting it face down on his dresser in case it continued ringing the way it had that time before. His heart was pounding crazily, and he was about to call for his dad to save him. What if the shadow killed his dad? When he heard the toilet flush and the sink run and the bathroom door open, he yanked open his own door, and there was no shadow, only his mom, startled by his abrupt action. "What's going on?" she asked. "Nothing," he told her. She looked at him askance, but continued walking, and, grateful for her protection, he walked with her back to the front of the house. 5. Jen didn't like the bank manager. Come to think of it, she didn't like Evangeline much either. But she was stuck alone here with both of them, because Lane, as usual, was late. The bank manager's office was silent, save for the buzzing of a fly that had somehow gotten in and was speeding about the room. She watched as the insect bumped into the window and kept flying, wondering why it didn't sustain brain damage from repeatedly slamming its head so hard into various surfaces. She and Evangeline had engaged in some polite chit-chat upon first arriving, but the bank manager showed no interest in any sort of conversation that did not involve the matter at hand, and he remained stoically seated behind his desk, staring at them blankly, saying nothing. Now they were all sitting silently, waiting, and Jen mentally cursed Lane for being late. deciding that if there had to be any more such meetings, the two of them were going to arrive together. The fly hit the window again with a tiny, audible thwack. She couldn't take much more of this.
"Sorry I'm late,"
Lane apologized, hurrying into the office.
"Got caught up at work."
He sat down on the chair next to Jen.
"So, where are we at?"
Evangeline walked over and placed a manila folder on the desk before them, opening it to reveal a stack of documents at least an inch thick.
"A few more papers to sign, and then we're in business."
She handed each of them a pen. A series of yellow tabs marked the pages where a signature was required, and she turned to the first, pointing.
"Sign here, both of you."
"What are we signing?" Jen asked. Lane was already halfway through his signature.
"This just agrees to the release of the escrow funds."
There were 8 more lines where they needed to sign, and the realtor explained the reason for each as she turned to the appropriate document. She moved to the other side of the desk and went through the same procedures with the bank manager, closing the folder when he was through. The manager opened his own folder, lying on the desktop in front of him. "Before we complete the sale, the bank has a few stipulations. This is a 3-bedroom house, am I correct?"
"Yes,"
Evangeline said. Jen nodded. "We would like you to set one of those bedrooms aside for a purpose to be determined at a later date."
"What?"
Jen thought.
"Sure,"
Lane agreed. Not only did he announce the decision unilaterally, without any discussion, but he did not spare even a token glance in her direction. Jen looked at him, feeling as though she were in one of Ira Levin's novels, Rosemary's Baby or The Stepford Wives, where the husband plots and conspires with other neighbors behind his wife's back. She'd read both books within the past month as part of a recent horror kick, and had been surprised by how relevant they were in these post-#MeToo days. This was the second time Lane had sidelined her with Evangeline, and while it had seemed unexpectedly out of character at first, she was starting to think that maybe he didn't believe the balance of power in their relationship should be as equal as she did.
"Wait a minute," Jen said. "This is our house."
"Yes, and we're giving you a very good deal on it. A very good deal. I don't think the granting of this small concession is too much to ask." The banker pushed the folder across the desk toward them. "As you can see, I have already signed for the bank. All we need is your signatures."
"This is all part of the agreement,"
Evangeline assured her.
"I thought I explained that to you."
She hadn't, and they both knew she hadn't, but Jen ignored her and focused her attention on Lane.
"We need to talk about this."
"What's there to talk about?"
"This."
"What do you want to do? Not buy the house just because we have to let the bank use one of our rooms? An extra room we don't even need?"
The realtor and the bank manager were both watching the exchange dispassionately. Jen didn't like fighting in front of them, but there seemed no alternative.
"We've gone through so much to get this house because we want a place that's ours. We can't just set aside part of it for someone else."
He reached for her hand.
"Look, a lot of people who buy their first house and are trying to make ends meet rent out a room to a college student or something to help with the mortgage payment. That's all we'd be doing here. Except, instead of another person living in our house, it would just be an empty room where the bank, I don't know, stores stuff. Is that so bad?"
He turned toward the bank manager.
"And we can renegotiate later, right? If, for some reason, we need the other room. If we have a child, say. We can amend the contract and change the terms or the rate or whatever, right?" "Everything's negotiable," the manager said agreeably. "See?"
It was the first time Lane had mentioned having a child, and Jen felt herself soften. He was right. It would help them make the payments and letting the bank use a room was better than having a stranger living with them. Reluctantly, she nodded her assent.
Perfect,
the bank manager said, pushing the agreement across the desk for them to sign. They each affixed their signatures to the document, and Evangeline collected it. She spent the next several minutes at a size table, sorting through pages and using a quartet of stamps to imprint required seals on the appropriate documents, while Jen and Lane sat in silence, and the bank manager stared at them, expressionlessly. His gaze made Jen very uncomfortable, and she tried her best not to look in her direction. There was a series of electronic hums and swooping, repetitive click-clacks as Evangeline made copies of the documents on a Xerox machine in the corner of the office. Placing the pages in a slick double-pouch folder emblazoned with the name and logo of her real estate office, she placed the folder on the desk in front of them, giving the bank manager a nod. He opened a drawer.
Here's the key, then. It's all yours.
Jen and Lane looked at each other, surprised.
That's it?
Lane asked.
That paperwork doesn't need to be sent somewhere and processed? We don't have to wait for official approval? Or some kind of formal thing? That's it? It's ours?
Evangeline laughed.
It's all yours. You can move in tonight if you want.
Relieved and happy, that was how Jen felt as she took the keys from the realtor's fingers a second before Lane could grab them. The unease she'd felt only moments prior had disappeared, and spontaneously she leaned over to give her husband a kiss. The house was theirs. They were officially homeowners, and even if they had to roll out sleeping bags on a bare floor, she decided that she did want to spend tonight in their new home. As quickly as they could, she and Lane took their leave and sped over to the house, leaving her car parked on the street in front of the bank. They took Lane's truck, and she called her parents on the way to tell them the good news. Lane pulled the pickup into the driveway, their driveway, and they both got out. Now that the home was theirs, Jen saw its potential in a way she had not before. She walked across the small yard, thinking that she could plant some flowers in front to brighten the place up. It would also be nice to have a fruit tree or two, maybe in the backyard. Apples, perhaps, or peaches.
Hey,
Lane called from the stoop.
You have the keys. Open up.
The interior of the house had not changed since their last visit. She walked slowly through the empty living room, thinking how much bigger it was than the one in their apartment, visualizing where their furniture would go and how she would decorate each area. A refrigerator and electric stove had been left behind in the kitchen, apparently too big for the previous owners to take with them, and she opened the door of the refrigerator to make sure it was on, then turned the knob controlling one of the burners on the stove to verify that it was working. Both appeared to be functioning properly. She stepped into the hallway. It was darker than it should have been, and Jen immediately saw why. The door across from the bathroom was closed. She reached for the knob, tried to turn it.
This door's locked,
she said, frowning.
That must be the room they were talking about, the one they said we have to set aside.
Her excitement faded as she confronted the physical reality of a barricaded segment of their new house. Was there really going to be a part of their home that would be off limits to them? That they would not be allowed to enter? The thought left her dispirited. She tried to remember what the room looked like, but for some reason couldn't seem to recall. On a whim, she walked back outside and around the east side of the house, intending to look in the window. The drapes were closed, however, and there was not even a crack through which she could peek. Lane had not followed her, and when she returned, she found him in what was going to be their bedroom.
I don't want to sleep here tonight, she told him.
The first night in our new house, and you don't want to stay here?
No.
I thought we'd put a mattress on the floor, get a bottle of champagne. It'd be romantic.
Romantic? With that boarded-up room 10 feet away?
It's not boarded up.
It might as well be. She glanced down the darkened hall. It's creepy, Lane. It's like those rooms in horror movies where the deformed son is tied up or Grandma's stuffed body is in a chair by the window.
Come on.
What do you mean, come on? This is our house.
Yeah, but like they said, we got a great deal, and it's better than renting out a room to some loser.
Is it? She took a deep breath. I'm happy we have our house. I am, really. She stepped into the hallway, and he followed her. But this? She rattled the knob on the locked door. Having a forbidden room right in the middle of our home? It's creepy, Lane. You know it is.
It's not ideal, he admitted.
We should have asked for more details. What are they going to use the room for? Can they access it any time they want? Can they show up at 3 a.m. and order us to let them in? Or do they have a key to the front door so they can come in any time they want, whether we're here or not? Lane was silent for a moment.
You're right.
He grasped the knob himself, tried to turn it. Kneeling down, he peered at the keyhole.
You know, I might be able to pick this lock.
Panic rose within her. No! He stood, turning, surprised by her outburst. Don't open it!
Okay,
he said, and there was something in his acquiescence that led her to believe he was starting to become as wary of the room as she was. He hugged her.
But it's nice to have our own house, isn't it? Instead of an apartment? It's good to have our own place.
Yes, she said, and thought of that Twilight Zone episode about the boy who sent people into the cornfield. It's good. Part 8. 1. On Friday night, he lost it all, and more. Walter sat alone in the office, his entire body covered with a thin sheen of sweat. Though the night was cool, as was the temperature inside the church, he stared at the betting site, realizing that not only were his winnings gone, and his initial stake, but he had foolishly and inexplicably wagered additional money, church money, in a sure thing that had turned out to be not sure at all. Now what was he going to do? The same base impulse that compelled him to gamble was urging him to disappear, to take off under cover of darkness and never show his face in this town again, while the higher nature that had led to his life in the church was telling him to do the right thing, turn himself in and face the consequences of his deeds. Walter didn't know which course of action to take, and while in days past he might have prayed to God for guidance, he was afraid this time that he had fallen too far, and he sat there, dejected and bewildered, frightened and despairing. The lights in the church flickered, though the screen before him remained unaffected, and he glanced up, frowning. The lights flickered again, and a shadowed form appeared in the doorway. The person must have walked up during that fluttering second of darkness, but the timing of the effect made it seem as though he'd simply appeared.
May I help you?
The pastor stood. His pulse was racing, an involuntary reaction to the individual's sudden appearance, but he was still a minister, for the moment, and still in God's house, and if this was a lost soul seeking guidance, it was his duty to provide what aid and comfort he could.
May I help you?
The figure stepped forward into the room. It was a man, a clean-cut, pleasant-looking man, dressed formally in a dark blue suit.
My name's Pickering, he said. Julius Pickering. I'm with the First People's Bank. Yes. May I help you? Walter repeated. May I help you? The man said again. I understand that you found yourself in some precarious financial straits.
Walter's face felt hot.
No, he said, keeping his voice neutral. Yes, Pickering countered. In fact,
I believe you lost nearly $18,000 to a wagering website on a series of, may I say, very foolish bets. The site is owned by our bank," he clarified.
Walter was stunned. "That can't be legal."
"Well, it wasn't," Pickering admitted, "for a brief period of time. But most of those overly stringent rules enacted after the recession have been," he waved a fluttering hand in the air, "relaxed. Congress came to realize after some well-timed donations from the lobbying arm of our industry that in today's complicated and interconnected world, financial institutions require diverse investment streams, and thus," he gestured toward the computer.
Walter was confused. "Have you come to collect?"
Pickering laughed. "Is that what you're worried about? No, I haven't come to collect. In fact, I've come to propose a deal. We both know that you don't have the money to cover your losses, not without borrowing from the church coffers. Am I right?"
"Of course I am,"
he answered himself without pause. "And what I'm here to offer you is a way out. Our bank is invested in this community, and we want the community to invest with us." He chuckled. "Financial humor. Anyway, we don't want one of Montgomery's most respected and influential citizens to slink away under the cover of night. No, mistakes might have been made, but nothing that can't be ameliorated. And as the owners of Fresh Bets, we are in a unique position to provide you with a solution to your dilemma. Simply stated, we will issue you a loan and use that loan to settle your obligation. You will still need to pay back the debt, of course, but a fair payment schedule can be arranged, and in lieu of interest, the bank will merely ask you to perform a few favors on its behalf. If this arrangement sounds satisfactory to you, merely nod your head, and we will consider that an agreement of stated terms." The clean-cut man in the dark blue suit stared at him, an unnervingly unwavering smile on his face. The silence extended to a length that became uncomfortable, and under the man's unblinking gaze, Walter found himself nodding acquiescence. "Thank you," Pickering said. The lights flickered again, and the man was gone. Walter blinked, facing the empty doorway. Had the banker been here at all, he wondered? Or had he, in his despair, imagined a savior come to save his problems? No, the man had been here. The details of the encounter were too specific, the offer the man had made unambiguous. So, did that mean... Walter sat down again and refreshed the screen on his computer. His debt had been erased. His Fresh Bets balance was at 0. Favors, he thought. What exactly did that mean? He wasn't sure, but he had no doubt he would soon find out. Sunday morning. Walter looked out at his congregation, his eyes misting over. Even the sight of Norma Crenshaw and her widowed minions sitting in the front row, their pinched, judgmental faces looking up at him in the pulpit, left him feeling grateful. How fortunate it was that he had not heeded his initial impulse and abandoned his flock. The thought that he'd almost lost it all due to his own weakness filled him with shame. But the fact that he'd been rescued from his transgressions by the benevolent grace of the First People's Bank made him marvel and wonder at the amazing intricacies of life. The Lord worked in mysterious ways. Walter cleared his throat. We will, as always, begin with a hymn. Bringing in the sheaves, page 34 in your hymnals. But first, we will hear from Mr. Worthington, manager of the First People's Bank, who has a few thoughts he would like to share with us all. Mr. Worthington? From behind him stepped the manager, who proceeded to provide his institution with a free ad, pointing out members of the congregation who had already started banking with First People's and comparing the benefits they would be receiving with those of parishioners who had made a different choice. Walter stood to the side, watching. Wasn't there something in the Bible about Jesus throwing the moneylenders out of the temple? It seemed to him that there was, but his thoughts remained fuzzy, his brain unable to focus, and while he knew on some level that that was one of the most famous stories in the New Testament, one of those with which even non-believers were familiar, he could not, for the life of him, recall any specifics. How was that possible? He didn't know, but he stood there patiently, as he had promised he would do, until Mr. Worthington had finished his spiel, whereupon he thanked the man before again telling everyone to turn to page 34 in their hymn books. After his final sermon of the morning, after the last parishioners had gone home, Walter retired to his office, feeling weary and drained. If before his mind had been fuzzy, now he was merely exhausted. Outside, a monsoon was brewing, thunderheads gradually overtaking the eastern half of the sky, and increasing humidity making up for the drop in temperature that resulted from dark clouds now blocking the sun. Walter turned on his office lights, sat down in his chair, and the lights flickered. His pulse quickened as he glanced around the room. Sure enough, a figure was standing in the doorway. Pickering. If he hadn't known better, he would have thought that the man had appeared just as the light sputtered. Did he know better?
What can I do for you?
Walter asked. The man stepped into the room. Another favor. Walter looked at him, resigned. What is it? One of your parishioners, Miss Leslie Patrick.
What about her?
We understand that she is attempting to adopt the foster child she has been caring for, and that you have generously offered to act as a reference on her behalf in order to prove that she is fit to be a parent.
Yes.
Well, we need you to tell her that you are withdrawing your recommendation.
I can't do that, he said, shocked.
Mr. Pickering held up his hand. Withdrawing your recommendation and support of the adoption, unless she places $1,000 into a CD at the bank. 3-month, 6-month, 12-month, it doesn't matter.
Leslie doesn't have $1,000.
Oh, but she does. She keeps it in a makeshift safe. A metal file box, really, at the back of her linen closet in case of emergencies. He gave Walter a tolerant smile. You have to admit that that is not the most secure method of saving money. How can he possibly know that? Walter wondered. But he had no doubt that it was true. Mr. Pickering stated it as though it were a fact, and the pastor believed him utterly. Still the question remained, how had he obtained such personal, secret information? If she places her money in a certificate in our bank, her funds will not only be safer, but they will be earning interest. A win-win.
But if she keeps her money in a box, maybe she doesn't want to.
Mr. Pickering's face clouded over. Then she should not be allowed to adopt a child.
She's neither mature nor reliable enough to care for another person. I will be happy to do a favor for the bank that saved your sorry ass," Pickering finished for him. He looked into Walter's eyes, and what the pastor saw there made him turn away. "Okay," he said softly. Mr. Pickering was all smiles. "That wasn't so hard, was it? Once again, the First People's Bank thanks you for your assistance." The lights flickered again, and when Walter looked, the man was no longer in front of him. Had he walked out during those few seconds when Walter had been briefly distracted and glanced up at the ceiling lights? Maybe. Maybe not. Either way, he was gone. 2. This couldn't be right. Sitting at his desk on his lunch hour, Dr. Wilson frowned as he looked down at the bank statement in his hand and mentally tallied the numbers in front of him. He'd only made one withdrawal of $100 from his checking account since switching banks last week, but according to these figures, wasn't it a little too soon to be receiving a bank statement? Not only was his checking account down $100, but so were his savings and money market accounts. What should have been a simple withdrawal from a single account had metastasized, some incompetent clerk pressing a wrong computer key and taking $200 extra from him. Why was everyone so stupid these days? Checking his schedule, Dr. Wilson saw that the next patient wasn't due in until 1:30, and he told Anita and Jen that he would be back soon, before angrily exiting the office through the back door. Driving to the old downtown, he reflected that the location of this new bank was a lot more inconvenient than Montgomery Community, not to mention the fact that it didn't have a parking lot. What kind of a bank didn't have a parking lot? He found a spot up the block in front of the sewing store and pulled his Mercedes next to the curb behind a filthy dented pickup, leaving extra space between the two vehicles just in case. Walking back down the sidewalk to the bank with his statement in hand, it occurred to him that he should have brought along his receipt from the withdrawal. He didn't know exactly where it was. It was probably at home on his dresser or mixed in with the pile of bills on his desk, and he hoped he wouldn't have to go back and get it to show the truth of his original transaction. Even though it was the lunch hour, there were no other customers in the bank, and Dr. Wilson strode directly up to the first teller, who appeared to be looking down at his phone and texting rather than preparing to assist patrons. Upon reaching the window, however, he saw that the young man was not on his phone, but was using a finger to move a group of dead insects on the counter in front of him, so that they were lined up in order from biggest to smallest. What the hell? He should have moved to the next window and conducted his business with another teller, but the young man's bizarre activity irritated him, and he cleared his throat loudly. "Ahem. Excuse me," he said in the most disdainful and authoritative voice he possessed. The teller, VJ, according to his name tag, looked up from his row of bugs, glaring. "What's your problem?" He was not merely rude, but aggressively hostile, and Dr. Wilson was taken aback by the intensity of the young man's antagonism. The optometrist slammed his statement down on the faux wood surface between them in an effort to regain the upper hand. "I withdrew $100 from my checking account, and according to this, you also deducted $100 from my savings and another $100 from my money market. I want those mistakes corrected, and that money credited back to my accounts. And I want you to shut your mouth." He was shocked by the response, though by this point perhaps he should not have been. Anger quickly followed shock, and he immediately pulled rank on the little pissant. "Get me your supervisor, now!" "No." Dr. Wilson could feel the heat rushing to his face. "What do you mean, no? I demand to see your supervisor." He shook his head, frustrated. You know what? I'm closing my accounts, and I'm going to tell your supervisor or manager or whatever the hell he is exactly why I'm not banking here anymore."
He glanced around the room, searching for someone who looked like he might be in charge. In the quiet of the bank, the other employees had to have heard this loud exchange, but none of them were looking over, all focusing or pretending to focus on their work. Even the other tellers were counting money, writing on slips of paper, or otherwise engaged. His teller, VJ, met his eyes, his gaze hard.
"We're confiscating your car."
"What?"
he exploded. The teller leaned forward.
"Do I stutter?
"You can't do that!"
Guess again."
The teller fixed him with a look of scorn.
"Did you even bother reading your terms and conditions? Because if you had, you would have known that should you threaten to terminate any contract or arrangement with the First People's Bank before the agreed-upon date, which in your case is death, we have the right to impound your assets."
Dr. Wilson moved over to the next teller window.
"Excuse me,"
he said to the woman behind the counter. Without so much as a glance in his direction, she pushed a small placard toward him. "Window closed." He glanced to his right. His teller, VJ, had somehow stepped out from behind the counter and was standing there in a fighter's stance, legs spread, hands balled into fists.
"We're taking your car. Give me the keys or I'll kick you in the nuts. Right here, right now."
It seemed impossible that any employee of any bank would ever say such a thing, but Dr. Wilson had no doubt that the young man in front of him was willing to carry out that threat. Could he take the teller? Probably, but he was outnumbered here, and engaging in a physical altercation would deny him the high road. With the crazy way this situation was spiraling out of control, he needed to think long-term, to play the long game rather than succumbing to immediate gratification.
"Where's your supervisor?"
he tried one last time. The teller held out his right hand, palm up.
"Keys!"
The other bank employees had stood up from their desks or emerged from behind their teller windows. A man in a well-tailored suit stood in the open doorway of a side office, watching.
"Keys!"
the teller demanded.
"I drove here. How am I supposed to get back to my office?"
"Walk, you overprivileged fuck."
Stunned, Dr. Wilson removed his car key from his keyring and dropped it onto the young man's palm, striding past him, through the bank, and out the door. He'd walk all right. He'd walk straight to a lawyer's office and sue those sons of bitches. This wasn't legal. It couldn't be. But as he marched up the sidewalk, a small voice in his head wondered if, perhaps, it was. 3.
"Nice wheels,"
Brian said admiringly as he walked up to his friend's new car in the bowling alley parking lot. He hadn't seen Oscar all week, had half assumed that he'd blown town, and it was definitely a surprise to find out that he was not only still here, but driving a brand new Sentra rather than that old auction-bought Jeep he'd had ever since Brian had known him.
"But how can you afford a ride like that?" "That new bank,"
Oscar said.
"got me a car loan." "No shit?" "No shit." "How's that possible?" "Competition, man. These guys, they're new, and they're trying to horn in on territory that's already sewn up. So they have to think outside the box, which is why they're trusting me with a car loan and giving Jimmy G a checking account." "Jimmy G? Jimmy G!"
The thought was so incongruous that Brian laughed.
"Dude, they don't turn anyone down. For anything. You understand what I'm saying? It's not like a normal bank where you have to have, I don't know, references and a plan and shit. They just take you at your word, and as long as you can pay it back, everything's fine." "So,
So you can get a loan. Remember what we were talking about at Rachel's? Your idea? They'll front you the money for that. Bullshit. I'm serious. And once you sell enough, you pay them back. And you're on your way. Easy breezy. Brian looked at him skeptically. They're going to lend me money to buy pot? That's what I'm telling you, man. They don't care. That makes no sense. They're a bank. A real bank. They're different. With them, it's strictly business. Like I said, they give you the money and don't care what you do with it, so long as you pay it back.
It seemed crazy and definitely too good to be true, and Brian wondered if Oscar was fucking with him, or was maybe drunk or high. But his friend seemed not only serious, but totally grounded, and he did have a new car.
So,
Brian took a deep breath,
what would I do? How would I go about it? Nothing to it. Just go over to the bank, ask for a loan officer, tell them what you need.
Oscar must have read the skepticism on his face.
I'll go with you if you want, he offered. Okay.
They shot the shit for a while longer before making plans to meet at the bank at 10 o'clock the next morning. Brian slept in and almost missed the meeting, but the sun shone through a gap caused by a bent slat in his bedroom shades, hitting his closed eyes and waking him up just in time. He wasn't able to eat breakfast or take a shower, but he put on his best clothes, combed his hair, and gelled it into place, then hooked up with Oscar in front of the bookshop next door to the bank.
Okay, Oscar said. The guy you need to talk to is named Worthington. He looks like a straight-up middle-aged banker dude, but he's actually pretty chill, and he will get you your money. So I should let you do all the talking? No, I'll just introduce you. After that, you're on your own. But it'll go well, I promise. I don't know. Come on.
Oscar pressed a hand against his back, and suddenly the two of them were no longer in front of the bookshop, but were walking past the front window of the bank toward the door. Oscar opened it, walked in, and Brian followed. They passed by a line of teller windows on the right and maneuvered around a couple of desks on the left until they were standing before the desk of a man who looked like a network news anchor and whose nameplate identified him as Mr. Worthington, manager.
Good morning, Mr. Worthington, Oscar said. This is my friend, Brian. He's interested in a small business loan.
A look passed between them, but Brian didn't have a chance to think about what that might mean because the manager was reaching across the desk to shake his hand, while telling Oscar,
Thank you. Would it be all right if I spoke to your friend in private? You can wait by the water cooler. We also have some complimentary coffee. That's okay, Oscar said. I have some things I have to do. Talk to you later, he told Brian.
Sit down, Mr. Worthington urged. Brian did so, in a comfortable office chair across the desk from the bank manager. He felt awkward and ill at ease in such a formal environment, and he wished Oscar had given him a few tips on what to say. If he'd known his friend was going to bail, he would have practiced his pitch ahead of time. As it was, he had no concrete proposal to present, only a nebulous idea for a blatantly illegal operation, and Oscar's vague assurances that the bank was willing to loan him money for whatever scheme he devised.
So, you want to apply for a small business loan, Mr. Worthington said.
He favored Brian with a supportive smile.
Tell us what you have in mind.
Brian stumbled his way through a necessarily ill-defined explanation of what he wanted to do, a description of mobile sales that declined to identify the product being sold. He finished with a lame,
And that's my plan. You want my honest opinion? Mr. Worthington fixed him with a level gaze. Your idea seems a little
half-baked. If he hadn't been so intimidated, he would have said, "It's completely baked." But something about the banker discouraged any attempt at humor. Brian stood.
"That's what I thought. Sit down."
It was an order, not a suggestion, and Brian dropped back into the chair.
"I didn't say we wouldn't give you the money. I was just stating the fact that you don't seem to have thought this through. Now, you want this money to buy marijuana."
Brian felt the panic rise within him.
"I didn't say that." "Calm down. The bank doesn't care about anything except ensuring that its customers make sound investments." "But I didn't." "You didn't have to. It's our job to know our customers. Now, what I'm suggesting is that perhaps marijuana is not such a promising venture. States' decisions to legalize and decriminalize pot are leading to lower prices and lower profit margins nationwide. But this opioid epidemic seems ripe for exploitation. Not only does law enforcement's aggressive stance keep prices high, but addiction ensures repeat business. And, as luck would have it, the most recent statistics indicate that street opioids have overtaken prescription opioids as the leading cause of drug deaths. So this, we feel, is where the money is. And I'm sure if you invested in this type of merchandise, you would quickly and easily get an impressive return on your initial outlay." Brian couldn't believe what he was hearing. Was this a trap? Was the room bugged? How could the man have possibly known that his plan was to deal weed? Had Oscar told him? He needed to get out of here as quickly as possible. Mr. Worthington smiled. "Calm down," he said, and it was as though he could read Brian's mind. "We're on your side. Because if you make money, we make money. Now, what I'm suggesting is that we can hook you up with some of our other customers who are already involved on the supply end of this business. I assume distribution is your specialty?" Brian nodded dumbly. "So you would find customers, the supplier would provide you with access to product, selling it to you at a markup above wholesale." He leaned forward, smiling tolerantly, as suppliers are wont to do. "And you would then market it at street value, which should net you a hefty profit. Does this sound satisfactory to you?" Brian said nothing, unsure of how to respond. "You're wondering about specifics. Well, we're trying to help you get this enterprise off the ground. So we're talking easy terms. Right off the bat, we'd start at 1% annually. Of course, once your business is established, we would probably renegotiate. We reserve that right, since it's what allows us to fund non-collateral startups like yourself." Could this possibly be true? The banker smiled. "So, we're agreed, right? Opioids it is. And once all the papers are signed and the T's crossed and the I's dotted, we'll put you in touch with 2 suppliers. One from California, one from Utah. That should allow you to meet your demand, even if you're able to expand your base beyond the bank's current estimates. If all goes well, by this time next week, you should be in business." Mr. Worthington held out his hand out across the table. "Deal?" Brian looked into the man's eyes, trying to gauge whether he could trust him. "Deal," he said, shaking the banker's hand. 4.
Chet Yates walked into the First People's Bank, cap in hand. Well, not literally, maybe. His fading red MAGA hat was still pulled on tight, covering his bald spot, but certainly in a figurative sense. Upon opening the glass door and stepping inside, he glanced nervously around, trying to figure out who he needed to talk with about getting a loan. This was his last hope, and if things didn't go well here today, it was podcast time. And who knew how many of his army would follow him online? Who knew how many of his listeners even had internet access? It was his own fault, really. Chet was well aware of the fact that his show had devolved into a nightly single-issue rant, but the sheriff had killed his brother, and there was no way he was going to let that slide. He might go down for it, but he would go down swinging. He was looking for a sign that said loans or loan department, but before he could pin down a location, a bank employee stepped up to him and asked,
"May I help you?"
Although wearing a white shirt and tie, he looked kind of like a mentally ill homeless guy who'd accosted Chet outside the station a couple of times. That wasn't possible, though. Was it?
"Well, I need to talk to someone about getting a loan,"
Chet said. The bank employee smiled, revealing several missing teeth. It was.
"Follow me,"
the man said. Despite Chet's uneasiness, he did so, and was ushered past a row of teller's windows to an office. The office was larger than seemed possible for its location, and filled with heavy wooden furniture that made him think of the bank in Mary Poppins. The employee who'd led him here was suddenly nowhere to be found, and a distinguished-looking older gentleman stood up from behind a massive desk and beckoned him in. The man was dressed in an expensive three-piece suit, and Chet removed his hat as he stepped forward, suddenly self-conscious about his appearance. He should have dressed better, he thought, more appropriately for the circumstances. It was probably a strike against him already.
"Mr. Yates," the banker said. "Have a seat."
He gestured toward a high-backed, leather-upholstered chair directly opposite his own. Chet sat down. The man smiled. All of his teeth were white and perfectly even.
"To what do we owe the pleasure? I understand that you're looking to secure a loan."
Chet nodded.
"Would this be business? Personal?"
"Both, I guess." Chet shifted uncomfortably in his seat, the leather squeaking as he did so. "I need a loan because, well, I'm a radio broadcaster."
"We know who you are, Mr. Yates."
"And I currently don't have any advertisers. Without advertisers, the station will not be able to support my show."
"I thought Big O Tires and Discount Furniture bought time on your program."
"They pulled out recently." He was starting to sweat. The banker was getting close to asking him why both Big O and Discount Furniture had quit the show, and Chet did not want to go into that. He had come up with a convincing lie as to why he had been dropped by his sponsors, but now that he was here in the belly of the beast, he was not sure he'd be able to sell it. Besides, if the bank performed any kind of due diligence, they'd quickly find out the truth.
"Is this because you suggested that Sheriff Brad Neth should be shot?"
Obviously, they'd already done their research. But how was that possible? Had they anticipated that he would come in here and ask for a loan? As far-fetched as that might seem, he could think of no other explanation. And, realizing that it would do him no good to lie, he nodded dejectedly.
"Yeah, that's why." "Well, it seems to us that your sponsors not only acted hastily, but disloyally. We're new to town, and of course don't take any stands on local politics. We're here to serve all the people. But who's to say? Maybe you're right. Maybe Sheriff Neth does deserve to be shot."
He leaned forward.
We're not advocating violence, you understand. But this political correctness has gone too far. It's even affecting your livelihood. We at the bank are firm supporters of free speech. There's no political correctness here, just good old-fashioned honesty." He smiled, knowingly. "We're willing to call a spade a spade." Did that mean what he thought it meant? Chet looked into the blue-gray eyes of the banker and saw what he hoped to see. "Words never hurt anyone. And if Sheriff Neff ends up getting his head blown off, it's not because you suggested it. It's because someone did it. And no matter what your lily-livered advertisers might think, that's not your fault." "So," the banker leaned back in his chair, "so, we're willing to support you. Papers need to be drawn up, and I'll talk to one of our loan advisors about that. But I can safely say that we will be offering you the business loan or personal loan that will most suit your needs. And because of the unique circumstances of your situation, we're prepared to provide the loan interest-free, suspending the first monthly payment for a year." Relief flooded through him. "Thank you," he said gratefully. "Seriously, I can't tell you what this means to me." The older man held up a hand. "In lieu of interest, however, we will be requesting commercial airtime on your show." "No problem." "At a time or times to be determined. Basically, we will just have our spokesperson record a promotional message informing your listeners of the services offered by the First People's Bank." "Sure." Chet had never felt more appreciative in his life. "Whatever you want." The other man stood, offering a hand across the desk. Still holding his hat, Chet extended his other hand and shook. "Let's get this done, then. I'll introduce you to Mrs. Kopic, our newest loan advisor, and she'll get you started." The two of them walked out of the office and over to one of the desks opposite the teller windows. He did not even know the banker's name, Chet realized. The man had not told him, and he had not asked. Did it matter? He put his MAGA hat back on. No, he thought, it didn't. Part 9. 1. When Durrell Meadows walked into Brave New World shortly before noon, Kyle almost didn't recognize him. Ordinarily jaunty and good-humored, the old man seemed not merely downcast, but beaten. He silently carried in a box of books, put it on the counter, then went out to his car for another load. All total, he had 5 boxes he wanted to trade in, and he insisted that he needed money, not store credit. "What's going on?" Kyle asked, concerned. "The bank's taking my house." "What?" Durrell nodded. "Got the notice yesterday. Seems my loan was sold off to this First People's Bank, and for some reason they decided to change my terms, which I guess they can do because they're in charge now. So, instead of paying $700 a month like I've been doing, they want the whole amount at once." "That can't be legal." "I didn't think so either, but I've been looking into it, and it may very well be. The original loan was from Lincoln Savings. When they went under, it was sold to some holding company, and then to someone else. I kept writing checks for the same amount, just to different companies. Now, somehow, your next-door neighbor bought it up, and even though the contract was between me and the S&L, it's changed hands so much that I guess that no longer applies. To me, a contract's a contract, and both parties have to agree to any changes. But maybe there was a hidden clause in there, or Maybe regulations have been relaxed so much that they don't need my approval."
Durrell's usual anti-government rhetoric was nowhere in evidence.
"Banks shouldn't be allowed to do that to people. Someone needs to crack down on this shit."
"There must be someone who can help you, someone who knows about this stuff."
"I'm open to suggestions, because right now, I'm just trying to scrounge up whatever I can and hope if I offer them enough, they'll put it off another month."
"But what'll you do then?" Durrell shook his head, and the look on his face was one of utter dejection.
"God knows."
That was the day's first notice that things were going off the rails. The second came mid-afternoon, when Raleigh Brown came into the shop to announce that he was going to be opening up a used bookstore. At first, Kyle assumed he was joking. "Is it because you can get more for those Michael Connelly books than I gave you?" he asked. But Raleigh didn't smile, and it became quickly clear that he was serious. He told Kyle where his store was going to be and what type of books he planned to sell. There seemed to be some sort of chip on his shoulder, and beneath his matter-of-fact statements, Kyle sensed an undercurrent of hostility. Where was that coming from? They parted awkwardly, and shortly afterward, Trixie popped into the store. She sometimes dropped by when business at the consignment store was slow, but it had been a week or two since he'd seen her.
"Hey, Kyle."
"How's Trix?" It was his standard greeting.
"Weird," she said. "I see Gary every morning walking by my front window on his way to work. It's not only that he's dressed in a suit and doesn't even glance at my store, just keeps straight on. It's the fact that he works at that bank that gnaws at me."
She said the word bank as though it were a synonym for excrement.
"You even talk to Gary anymore?"
"I've been cut off," Kyle admitted.
"We all have."
She shook her head.
"So, how's business?"
"It was up for a while with the new foot traffic, but now it's settled back down to its usual crappy self. Oh, and one of my customers is going to open up a rival bookstore." He smiled brightly. "How are things with you?" Trixie sighed.
"Remarkably similar."
She nodded toward the window.
"I didn't even bother to lock the store when I came over. No one's going in there this afternoon, not even to steal anything."
Kyle frowned. "Why's that? I would think people who've just cashed a check or withdrawn some money might want to spend it."
"Are they spending it here?"
She raised a Spock eyebrow. "Good point," he conceded.
"And now the bank's actively working against us. I assume they're financing your new rival?"
"They are," he admitted.
"They're also supporting a new consignment store over on Manzanita, which, of course, is closer to Walmart and Safeway and all the new stores that are draining us dry. I mean, I'm barely making it as it is. How am I supposed to fight that?"
She looked at him across the counter.
"So, what do you think the goal is? Put the stores to either side of them out of business so they can expand?"
The thought hadn't even occurred to him, and he was disappointed with himself for being so slow on the uptake. Of course that was the plan. Brave New World and It's New to You would close, and the bank would tear down the walls that separated First Peoples from the two businesses, tripling its size. Or, who knew, maybe the two stores would be torn down and the extra space would be used for parking. The bank could definitely use a parking lot.
"I think we should speak again at the next council meeting," Trixie said. "In fact, I'm thinking we should form a more formal downtown business association to protect our interests."
"Count me in," Kyle told her. She smiled gratefully.
"I was hoping you'd say that. I talked to Fred about it this morning, and he's supposed to spread the word on that side of the street. But I thought you could help me recruit Nancy to the cause." She smiled ruefully. "We're not exactly on the best of terms."
"Sure," Kyle said. Nancy Hall owned the florists up the block. Last year, Trixie had accepted Nancy's jilted daughter's unused wedding dress on consignment and had made the mistake of showcasing it in her window. Nancy interpreted that as a humiliating slap in the face. She wanted it hidden in the store and sold on the QT. And she pulled a dress from the consignment store and stopped speaking to Trixie. Kyle and Nancy were still on good terms, though, as far as he knew, and he had no doubt that she'd be willing to side with her longtime neighbors against the interloper. A red Nissan pulled into the empty parking space in front of Brave New World, and Trixie saw it through the window.
"One of mine,"
she said, and bade him goodbye, the bell above the door tinkling as she opened it and walked outside. Kyle saw her greet a tall, thin woman and a shorter, equally thin woman who got out of the car, walking next door with them. Sighing, Kyle picked up the Andrew Vox book he'd been working his way through. The days were a lot lonelier with Gary gone, and at times like this, with no one else in the store, even cranking up the music couldn't make the place seem less empty. And, periodically, he still heard that directionless tapping on the other side of the wall he shared with the bank. The bell above the door rang again. Kyle looked up. "Nick!" It was a surprise to see his son, who ordinarily stayed as far away from the store as possible. Embarrassment, he assumed. Teenagers were always ashamed of their parents. "Did I punish you and forget about it?" he joked. "Are you here to work?" Nick smiled feebly, but there was no humor in it, and the fact that his son was willing to indulge in a sympathy smile meant that something was really bothering him. He hadn't extended his parents that sort of courtesy since he was 13. "What is it?" Kyle asked. He wasn't expecting a direct answer, was prepared to conversationally fish for the real response, but Nick just came out with it. "I think there might be something wrong with Victor." "I always thought there was something wrong with Victor," Kyle was tempted to joke, but restrained himself. "Not that," Nick said, obviously attuned to what he was thinking. "He hasn't been at school all week. He's not even answering his phone, and I can't even contact his parents. I even went over to their house, but no one was home." There was an odd look on his son's face, one he couldn't read, and something about that left Kyle feeling unsettled. "It could be a coincidence. You called at the wrong time, or maybe his mom or dad had a family emergency. One of his grandparents could have had a stroke or died, and the whole family had to—" "I think they might be missing." He could tell from the look on Nick's face that it sounded shocking even to him when spoken aloud, but he could tell as well that his son believed it, and that conviction set off alarm bells in his own head. "Do you want me to call the sheriff?" Nick shifted uncomfortably on his feet. "I don't know. I mean, there's no—" He took a deep breath. "I was thinking maybe you could come over to their house with me and see what you think. I mean, maybe they're there," he added quickly, "and I'm just overreacting, but maybe, if you think—" "We call the sheriff?" Nick nodded unhappily. Kyle walked around the counter and touched his son's shoulder. "Come on," he said kindly. "Let's check it out." He locked up the store, flipped the sign from open to closed, and the two of them exited out the back, where Kyle had parked his truck. "You didn't ride your bike?" he asked Nick. "Walked." "Long walk," Nick shrugged. They got in the pickup's cab, and following his son's directions, Kyle drove to the Clark's house. He had a bad feeling as he pulled into the driveway. The family's Explorer was parked in front of the garage, and Nick informed him soberly that the vehicle had been in the same spot, unmoving, for nearly a week. Getting out, the entire neighborhood seemed quiet and abandoned. Granted, it was the middle of the afternoon, and most people were probably at work, but there were not even any dogs barking. The two of them walked up the steps of the front porch, Kyle intending to ring the bell or knock on the door to see if anyone was home. His cell phone rang. "Don't answer it," Nick said quickly. There was an edge of panic in his voice, and when Kyle looked over at his son, the boy's face was ashen. "What is it?" "Don't answer the phone." Nick looked quickly around. "You know what? Maybe we should get out of here." The phone stopped ringing, going to voicemail.
Hold on, bud. Why are you panicking about a phone call?
Nick shook his head. Nothing. It's nothing. Let's just see if they're home, and if they're not, let's call the sheriff. It wasn't nothing. Kyle could not recall ever seeing his son so frightened, but this wasn't the time to push it. He'd always found it easier to talk to the boy while driving in the car, and he figured the two of them would have a heart-to-heart, or the closest the two of them could get to that, once they were on their way back. For now, he pushed the doorbell, hearing its muffled chime inside the house, and stood there, waiting to see if anyone answered. Once again, he had the sense that things were a little too quiet.
Hello? He called. Anyone home?
No answer.
Maybe we should talk to the neighbors, he suggested. See if they know anything. Like I said, maybe they were called away and had to go somewhere and asked one of the neighbors to keep an eye on the place.
Their car's here, Nick pointed out.
But Victor's isn't.
It was a long shot and seemed highly unlikely even to Kyle, but he was starting to absorb his son's panic and was trying to keep both of them grounded. He glanced to his right toward the house next door and saw, out of the corner of his eye, that the Clarks' small garage door was open. How could he have not noticed that before? Their Explorer was parked in front of the closed big door, but on the side of the garage, the small door was wide open. Nick must have seen where his eyes were looking. I think that was closed the last time I was here. There was a nervous tremor in his son's voice.
Let's check it out.
Kyle led the way off the porch and up the driveway. Inside, the garage was dark, daylight barely penetrating past the open doorway. He stepped over the raised sill, reaching out for a light switch on the wall to his right. His fingers found one, and he flipped it on. Light from a bare bulb in a porcelain socket attached to an open beam suffused the garage in a yellowish glow. There were the usual boxes and bikes, a tool bench and freezer, lawnmower and edger, and, in the center of the cement floor, 2 bodies, butchered. Victor's parents.
Jesus!
He exclaimed, instinctively pushing Nick out of the garage. He was unaware that he'd been holding his breath until he exhaled explosively once in the open air. The bodies had no smell. He wasn't sure how that was possible. If they'd been in a garage for more than a day, and he suspected they had, the stench of death should have been unbearable. But there'd been no advance warning about what was in the garage. His phone was in his hand, and he was dialing 911 even as Nick was asking why he'd been pushed out and what was in there. Somehow, the boy hadn't seen the bodies, and for that, Kyle was grateful, because it was a sight he would never forget as long as he lived. A dispatcher answered.
911, what is your emergency?
Dead bodies, he said. Murdered. They're all cut up. He'd planned to be more clear and articulate, but those were the words that came out. Murdered? Nick shouted. Victor?
What is your location?
The dispatcher said at the same time. He shook his head. No, he told Nick. His parents, I think.
Location?
The dispatcher repeated. Kyle ran into the front yard, looked at the black metal numbers nailed vertically to the porch post. 611 Pinion Drive, he said. He closed his eyes, saw in his mind the bodies, the blood, the organs. And hurry! 2.
Should we move the car so the ME's wagon can get in the driveway? Sheriff? Sheriff?
Brad nodded absently at Hank, waving him toward the street. His head was pounding like a mother, and he tried to remember if he had a bottle of aspirin in the car. It hurt badly enough that he was even tempted to see if the Clarks had any in their medicine cabinet, but he knew that was unprofessional. This was a crime scene, for Christ's sake. There'd been too damn many crime scenes lately, and he was pretty sure that the stress from dealing with so much violence and death was what had caused his headache. This was the worst one yet, even more sickening than what had happened to the bank manager. That had looked like the work of a crazed killer, someone completely out of control. Even now, he could see that caved-in face, recall the putrid stench of decaying flesh. But this was methodical, and that made it seem all the more evil. The Clarks hadn't been stabbed in a frenzy, their heads crushed in a rage. They had been killed somehow, and then sliced open, their organs removed from their bodies and piled up on the cement next to them. Blood was everywhere, but even through the wash of red, it had been easy to see that the bodies had been laid out like specimens, as though the killer had dissected them and taken them apart to study how they worked. He stood, watching, as Hank backed the car out of the driveway, parking on the street. Seconds later, the ME's van arrived, pulling into the just-vacated spot. He should probably be the one to show the ME the bodies, but his head was hammering, and he really didn't want to see that again. Mitch and Isaac were still there, Isaac shooting pictures, and when Hank walked up, Brad told him to take the ME and his assistant into the garage. Vern and Norris were in the house right now, going over the place with a fine-toothed comb, and Brad clomped up the porch steps and went in to check on their progress. According to the Decker kid, the Clarks had a son. There was no sign of him anywhere on the property. He was not answering his phone, and he'd apparently been MIA for the past few days. In Brad's book, that made him not just a person of interest, but their prime suspect. 9 times out of 10, in situations like this, it was the missing family member who ended up being the one who'd done it. At least that had been his experience, although, admittedly, on a much lesser scale. He wished now that he'd asked the Deckers a few more questions. He'd briefly interviewed the boy and his dad before allowing them to leave, advising them to come by the station later to give a full statement. They'd both been pretty shaken up. Hell, he was shaken up. And since they weren't witnesses, just civilians who happened upon the scene, he'd thought it best to send them home. Having a little more background on the family, though, might help steer the search in the proper direction, since, according to Norris and Vern, they'd turned up nothing yet.
"Skip the front of the house here," Brad told his men. "I want you to look in the kid's bedroom. If we're going to find anything, it'll probably be there. Right now, he's our only suspect."
"Really?" Norris said. "You think their son killed them and did that?"
Brad shrugged. "It's happened before."
"Maybe the kid was kidnapped," Vern suggested. "Someone kills the parents, kidnaps the kid."
"What for?"
"Well, it can't be ransom, 'cause there's no one left to pay it. So, maybe, I don't know, sex stuff?"
"Unlikely," Brad told him.
But the idea of kidnapping, especially in such close conjunction with the brutal slayings in the garage, made him think about the girls, and excusing himself, he ducked into the laundry room to give Patty a quick call. She answered on the second ring. He tried to make things seem casual, but she could tell that he was checking up on them and immediately asked,
"What's wrong?"
"Nothing's wrong," he said. "I was just—"
"Where are you? Is someone else dead?"
There was a catch in her voice.
"Is it a child?"
Sighing, he broke down and told her. Patty had been making plans to pick up Sue, Jillian, and Shannon from school, and then drop them off at Shannon's house for an hour or so while she met with new clients. But when she learned what had happened, she told him that she and the girls would be going straight home after school.
"I'm not letting them out of my sight,"
she said. Good, he thought. There was a pause.
"What's going on?"
Patty asked, finally. Her voice was low, hushed, frightened.
"All these people are dying. Here, in Montgomery. I mean, I've never heard of anything like this before. Anywhere. Not even on the news. Never." That mass murder or suicide or whatever it was with the people from the bank? That's Ripley's Believe It or Not stuff. It just doesn't happen. Not just here. Anywhere.
You're right, he agreed. Her voice dropped again.
I want you to be careful.
I will. I always am.
But more than usual. This isn't normal. Things like this don't happen.
He was touched by her concern. I will, he promised. Norris stepped into the laundry room doorway, motioning for Brad to come with him. I have to go. I'll be home as soon as I can.
Call me if you're going to be late.
I will.
Love you.
You too. Bye. Clicking off, he met his deputy's eyes. What is it? You've got to see this. You found something? They were already walking. In the kid's room, like you said. Brad followed him through the middle doorway of the hall, where Vern was standing next to a twin bed. On the floor, in front of him, was something Brad could not have imagined. He stared at it, eyes widening. Jesus. 3. When Nick awoke in the morning and heard the TV in the living room, heard his parents' voices in the kitchen, saw sunlight streaming into his room from between the slats of his window shades, he could almost believe that none of it had happened, that he had dreamed it all, and this was just a normal Saturday. But when he checked his phone and saw that he had 20 messages, he knew that it had not been just a figment of his imagination. He scrolled through the messages, searching for one that was from a genuine friend and not just a curious acquaintance. Sent less than 10 minutes ago was a text from Aaron. 3 simple words. Is it true? He texted back, yes, then shut off his phone. He'd call Aaron later and tell him the whole story, but right now he just wanted to have breakfast and not think about any of it. Thankfully, his parents must have felt the same way, because they kept the conversation light and off-topic, talking, as they ate, about TV shows they were binge-watching and staying far away from what happened at Victor's. It was mid-morning, and he was in his room playing Halo online, trying to distract himself from yesterday's horror, when the doorbell rang. To his surprise, his mom called out, "Nick, it's for you!" Who could it be? He hurried down the hall and out to the living room, surprised to see Aaron at the door. He and Aaron were friends, but they were school friends, and he didn't think either of them had been to the other's house until now. His mom faded discreetly away, retreating back into another room, and Nick stepped onto the porch, the screen slamming behind him. "What's up?" Aaron's voice was low. "I think I know where Victor is." Nick glanced quickly back into the house to make sure his mom wasn't within earshot, then led Aaron onto the lawn. His voice, when he spoke, was low as well. He didn't want his mother to hear. "Where?" "I overheard Gina and Catherine talking at the Circle K, and Gina said that Holly said that Sue Rumsey saw him working at the new bank." Working? The idea seemed unbelievable. "Sue went in to check on her college saver account, and she says Victor was working there as a teller, but he pretended not to know her." Nick's voice was barely above a whisper. "You know they think he killed his parents, right? They found a whole bunch of weird shit in his room. Cult shit. So what do we do? Tell our parents? Call the law? Tell our parents, right? And have them call the law? I don't know. Maybe we should check it out ourselves first. Make sure he's really there. Because if he is, don't you think the sheriff would have already caught him? And if that story's true, where's he sleeping at night? He's obviously going home." Nick shook his head. "I'm not sure I believe it. You know what a liar Gina is." "Okay then, let's check it out." "Is the bank even open on Saturday?" "We'll see." Let me tell my mom and get my bike. 10 minutes later, the two of them were coasting down Main into the old downtown. They hid their bikes by the overgrown gulch at the beginning of the business district and walked up the cracked sidewalk to the bank. What do we do if we find him? Aaron asked. Nick opened the glass door and walked inside the bank. Ask him what's going on. They spotted Victor almost immediately. He was one of only 2 tellers at adjacent open windows in the center of a long line on the right side of the room. He looked odd in his white shirt and tie, with his hair neatly combed. But as they reached his section of counter, Nick saw that it was not only his clothing and hairstyle that made him look odd. There was something off about his eyes. Aaron figured it out immediately. Dude, what happened to your eyelashes? He was right. Their friend's lashes were gone. I had to pull them out, Victor said, calmly. Nick looked at his name tag. And how come you're calling yourself VJ? A weird look came over their friend's face. I've always been VJ. Nick and Aaron looked at each other, mentally drawing straws. Nick understood instantly that he'd picked the short one, that if anyone was going to bring up what they were really here to talk about, it would have to be him. He gathered his courage. Your parents are dead, he blurted out. My dad and I found them in your garage. We were looking for you. He expected some sort of reaction, but there was none. Victor, or VJ, simply stared blankly from underneath his lashless lids. You've been absent for like a week. I work here now. Your parents were murdered, Nick said. The cops think you did it. Your mother was getting boned by the gardener. She's such a fucking slut. Nick felt the anger rise within him. Did you kill them? I saw it online, Victor grinned. Your mom was lying on her stomach, grunting like a pig, while the gardener was shoving it all the way up her ass. Nick reached for him through the window opening, but Victor, VJ, moved back and easily avoided contact. His face darkened. That's going to cost you, he said. Your account's going to be deducted $10. I don't give a shit. His mom really was being butt-fucked by the gardener, Victor tried to tell Aaron. But Aaron wasn't listening. His phone was out and he was calling 911. Behind him, appearing as if from nowhere, was a tall man Nick recognized from the assembly as Mr. Worthington. His heart started pounding. He shouldn't have come here with just Aaron. He should have contacted his dad. How could he be so stupid? If Victor, VJ, had killed his parents, Mr. Worthington knew all about it and was covering for him. Nick had no idea what the connection between the two might be, or why there would be any connection at all. But Mr. Worthington had hired Victor for a job and had tried to keep Nick away from the Clark's house. Get off Victor Clark's porch. Leave his yard. Stay off his property. And stop snooping. Do I make myself clear? The man put a hand on Aaron's shoulder. Are you sure you want to be doing that, son? The phone to his ear, Aaron pulled away and started walking toward the door. Yes, he replied. And I'm not your son. This is Aaron Mund, he said into the phone. I'm at the First People's Bank, and I found Victor Clark. There was a pause. Yes. Pause. I'm here right now with my friend Nick Decker. Bad move, Mr. Worthington said, quietly. Presumably he was talking to Aaron, but he was looking directly at Nick, and the coldness in those eyes made Nick want to immediately run outside and get as far away from the bank as possible. Aaron still had the phone to his ear, and he looked through the teller window. The sheriff's on his way, he told Victor. Yes, he said into the phone. "I'm still here." Victor, VJ, backed up. The area behind him seemed darker than it had been, darker than it should be. Another bank employee, an older woman, passed in front of him, as did another man holding a sheaf of papers, and suddenly their friend was nowhere to be seen. Nick squinted into the gloom, well aware that there should not have been any gloom, but Victor was gone. So was Mr. Worthington. He was no longer behind Aaron, and looking around the bank, Nick saw no sign of him anywhere. Other employees were staring at them, a middle-aged man behind a desk, a young woman coming out of the vault, an older man by the water cooler, and none of them seemed friendly. Gary, his dad's old co-worker and friend, stepped up to the teller window that had been occupied by Victor and looked out expressionlessly. "May I help you?" he asked in a peculiar British accent. There was no indication that Gary even recognized who he was. "Let's get out of here," Nick said under his breath. "I just called the sheriff. We'll wait for them outside." The atmosphere was tense, but no one stopped them as they made their way back toward the front door. Once on the sidewalk, Nick led his friend next door to the bookshop, where his dad was just opening up. They went inside, and he explained to his father what had happened. "You went in there by yourself?" He could hear the anger in his dad's voice. "Why didn't you come and get me?" "We thought we could handle it." Aaron nodded. "That place is freaky, Mr. Decker. It's why I called the law." 2 sheriff's vehicles were pulling up just at that second, and 3 of them walked out. Aaron identified himself as the one who'd dialed 911, and he and Nick told the sheriff the whole story, leaving nothing out.
"Do you think he's still in there?" Sheriff Neth asked them.
Nick and Aaron looked at each other, then shrugged. "He might have slipped out the back door," Nick said, "but I'm pretty sure he didn't go out the front. We would have seen him." "Unless they have, like, a basement or something," Aaron suggested. "Because he was gone. We didn't see him, and Mr. Worthington definitely seemed like he was threatening us. For sure, he would hide him."
"We'll see about that," the sheriff said grimly. He nodded at the 3 deputies next to him. "Stay here," he told Nick and Aaron. "We'll come and get you if we need you."
Nick, his dad, and Aaron stood on the sidewalk, trying to watch what was happening through the bank's tinted windows, but able to glimpse only an occasional indistinct movement from within. As 4 minutes became 7, became 10, became 15, the 3 of them retreated back to the bookstore, where his dad got them bottled waters out of the small fridge, and they stared out at the sidewalk, waiting for the sheriff and his men to re-emerge. They did so soon after, appearing angry and frustrated. Nick and Aaron followed his dad outside to see what had happened, and they were informed that, according to Mr. Worthington, no Victor or VJ Clark worked for, or had ever worked for, the First People's Bank. "We saw him! We saw him!" Nick and Aaron cried almost in unison. "He was there!"
"I believe you," the sheriff said, "but there's no way to prove it. We searched every inch of that place, and everyone swears that they don't know anyone named Clark, and they've never seen anyone matching his description."
"Even Gary?" his dad asked, softly. The sheriff nodded.
"Even Gary. Now, as far as I'm concerned, they're all lying through their teeth, and if we can catch them at it, there's going to be hell to pay. Obstruction of justice, interfering with an investigation, all of that. But until we can prove otherwise, we're out of luck."
He looked at Aaron and Nick.
"Now, do you 2 want to come down and give a statement? Make it official?"
Nick glanced over at his dad, who nodded. "Sure." The sheriff smiled.
"All right, then. This'll help," he assured them.
"I'm coming with you," his dad said, and Nick felt a gigantic sense of relief. This was all adult stuff, and he was way out of his depth. It felt hugely reassuring to know his dad would be by his side. "We'll call Mom. Tell her to meet us there. And, Aaron, maybe you should call your parents. Have them come along too." Aaron nodded. "Let me close up shop. Aaron, you can call your parents, then you two get your bikes. Put them in the store, and we'll head down." He looked over at the sheriff and his deputies. "Meet you at the station in 15 minutes?"
"See you there,"
the sheriff said. At home, after an hour at the sheriff's office, Nick sat in the high-backed chair he used to like to pretend was a throne and faced his parents, who were seated on the couch. None of them seemed to know what to say. His mom shook her head.
"Victor killed his parents? I can't believe it."
"I can't either," Nick admitted. He stared down at the carpet, filled with an almost overwhelming sense of loss. "I can," his dad said. "Did you hear what they found in his room?" Nick looked up. "No." "You must have been giving your statement. I was talking to Deputy Dillman, and he said Victor's room was filled with bugs and animals that he'd killed and taken apart in some kind of ritual."
"My God,"
his mom breathed. She turned toward Nick.
"Did you suspect any of this? Was there any indication?"
He was as shocked as she was.
"No, nothing."
"So, the bank," his dad said, giving voice to what they were all thinking. "It's turned Gary into some kind of Stepford teller. First it hired Victor, now it's hiding him. What's going on there?" No one replied, because no one had an answer. "I want you to stay away from there," his dad told him. "You too," he said, turning to his mom. "There's something wrong with that place, with those people, and until things are sorted out, we all need to keep away."
"But you're right next door,"
Nick pointed out. "And there's a wall." "Do you think they're going to find Victor?" he asked.
"They will, eventually," his mom said. "They always do."
"What about the people at the bank? You think they'll go to jail? You think they'll close the bank?" His parents looked at each other. "I don't know," his dad admitted. "I honestly don't know." But Nick knew that he hoped so. They all did. Part 10. 1.